Chapter 401, Temptation of Benefits, 1. He's here. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and looked at the black thunderclouds dozens of miles away. Vaguely. A silver-haired, white-robed young Daoist stood alone under the thunderclouds, looking particularly out of place. This person was none other than Zhou Minghao, the ancestor of the Zhou family. Finally, after a period of brewing, the thunderclouds pierced through the air and formed a terrifying pillar of lightning that enveloped Zhou Minghao's body. How terrifying! Beside Chen Daoxuan, Luo Li's pretty face showed a hint of fear. Chen Daoxuan explained softly, there are 3 golden core thunder tribulations in total. This is only the first tribulation of the physical body. Usually, when a cultivator's body cultivation reaches the peak of the flesh and blood derivation, they can withstand it head-on. Moreover, they will be strengthened under the tempering of this thunder tribulation. This was the reason why many golden core cultivators had broken through to the skull-crushing rebirth stage after experiencing the thunder tribulation. He paused for a moment. Compared to the physical body tribulation, the following transcendence energy tribulation, especially the divine soul tribulation, was the most terrifying. When a cultivator reached the Aurous core stage, they had to condense a golden core in their Zifo disciple. The soul would be further nurtured in this golden core, waiting for the moment when the core shattered into the nascent soul. However, before that, the divine soul needed to go through the last golden core thunder tribulation to grasp the vitality to turn into a nascent soul. The golden core lightning tribulation was both a calamity and an opportunity. Although Chen Daoxuan was explaining the way of cultivation to Luo Li and the cultivators of the Chen family, everyone around him heard him, including Zhang Ziwei and Qi Guangxiao, who were both golden cores. Fellow Daoist Chen is indeed worthy of being in the top 3 of the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings. You have a rather thorough understanding of the path of golden core cultivation. Perfected Zhang, you flatter me. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands slightly. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, fellow Daoist Chen said that the golden core lightning tribulation is both a calamity and a chance of survival. You have a deep understanding of the lightning tribulation. Many Zifo disciples feared the lightning tribulation of their Jindan like tigers. They didn't know that without the lightning tribulation of their Jindan, if they didn't ignite the life force of their souls, it would be virtually impossible for them to advance any further in the future. In the surroundings, everyone silently pondered over their words. Some people frowned and pondered, while others looked as if they had gained something. After a long time, when everyone had figured out the crux of the matter, they cupped their hands towards Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Ziyu and said, thank you for your advice, fellow Daoist Chen and Reverend Zhang. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands in return. Zhang Ziwei stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. However, he was a golden core and had a cultivation level higher than almost everyone present. Everyone was quite used to his expression. Just as the two of them were talking, Zhou Minghao, who was bathed in lightning, had already passed the first tribulation of his physical body. Under the thunderclouds, Zhou Minghao, who had been dressed in white, now looked like a beggar. He was in tatters, but his eyes were bright. Zhou Minghao's body refining cultivation was at the peak of flesh and blood derivation, the same level as Chen Daoxuan. It was not surprising for Chen Daoxuan to pass this tribulation. Immediately after, the second lightning bolt followed. However, this time, the lightning was invisible and colorless. Only the slightly distorted space indicated the terror of this magic power tribulation. This time, Chen Daoxuan could clearly see Zhou Minghao's entire body trembling violently, and his body that was standing in the air was on the verge of collapsing. At the side, Zhou Mubai was so nervous that even his breathing quickened. Zhou Minghao had cultivated for hundreds of years, but his great Dao realm was still only at the peak of the second level. He had not broken through to the third level. Forcefully breaking through to the golden core realm was not a small risk. At this moment, transcending the tribulation was a matter of life and death for him. It was indeed heart-wrenching. Fortunately, Zhou Minghao's condition wasn't bad. After his body trembled violently for a while, his aura rose steadily and reached its peak after a few breaths. It's too much. Zhou Mubai clenched his fists tightly. There's still one last tribulation of the soul. At this moment, Zhou Mubai was unprecedentedly nervous. He had been cultivating for nearly 100 years. To him, Zhou Minghao was both a teacher and a friend. The two of them had long formed a deep relationship. Zhou Mubai naturally didn't want him to fail his tribulation. From a dark point of view, if Zhou Minghao failed to transcend the tribulation, Zhou Mubai would instantly gain the greatest power in the family. However, he still did not wish for Zhou Minghao to fail his tribulation. Just like how Chen Daoxuan wouldn't watch Chen Zianhe die just because of his family's power. Cultivators were said to be heartless. In reality, cultivators had only experienced a long period of cultivation and witnessed the death of too many relatives and friends, causing them to become indifferent. In fact, in terms of emotions, cultivators were not much different from ordinary people. They also had emotions. Moreover, the biggest difference between cultivators and mortals was that power belonged to themselves. They were not worried about losing power, because as long as they had strength, they would always hold power. A nascent soul, no matter how down and out, was not someone as if a disciple could ignore. This was because nascent souls could easily crush him like an ant. In the sky, after the thunderclouds had sent down 2 bolts of lightning in a row, the third lightning tribulation had been brewing for an exceptionally long time. Everyone present held their breath. Finally, a bolt of black lightning struck down. This time, in the end, Zhou Minghao did not manage to block it and was sent flying to the ground by the black lightning pillar. Everyone looked down from the sky and saw a bottomless circular hole on a mountain peak. Around the hole, crystals that had been melted by high temperatures could be seen. Chapter 402, Temptation of Benefits, 2. 3 lightning tribulations passed. The thunderclouds immediately dissipated, and sunlight shone on the ground again. Only then did everyone notice that the mountain peak where Zhou Minghao had transcended his tribulation had been shaved off by hundreds of feet. This was only the remnant power of the final divine soul tribulation. Seeing this scene, the vast majority of the Zifu disciples present felt their hearts sink. After reaching the Zifu stage, which cultivator would dare to say that they had no thoughts of breaking through to the Aurous core stage? However, seeing this terrifying golden core lightning tribulation, everyone's confidence in transcending the tribulation was greatly affected. Patriarch. The thunderclouds dispersed, and Zhou Mubai rushed toward the deep pit on the mountain. He could feel a weak aura in the deep pit. If he didn't sense wrongly, that was the aura of his clan leader. I didn't expect Senior Zhou Minghao to actually succeed. Chen Daoxuan muttered, "Let's go." Yes. Luo Li nodded. Chen Fuxian and the others followed closely behind, flying towards the mountain where Zhou Minghao was undergoing his tribulation. The other Zifu disciples also followed after him. Zhang Ziwei and Qi Guangxiao looked at each other and flew over. After a long time, with Zhou Mubai's support, a figure slowly flew out from the deep pit. It was Zhou Minghao, who had successfully transcended the tribulation. However, Zhou Minghao was not in a good state at the moment. Although he had survived the last divine soul tribulation, his divine soul had also suffered significant injuries. He needed to rest for a period of time before he could fully recover. Congratulations, Senior Zhou, for successfully transcending the tribulation and obtaining the perfected One Dao fruit. Congratulations, Senior Zhou. Congratulations. The cultivators of Kangzhou came forward to congratulate Zhou Minghao. Zhou Minghao endured the pain in his soul and returned the greeting with a smile. He did not show any arrogance just because he had successfully transcended the tribulation and became a newly advanced golden core. Fellow Daoist Zhou, congratulations. Zhang Ziwei cupped his hands at Zhou Minghao. Qi Guangxiao did not want to be outdone and quickly cupped his hands at Zhou Minghao. Zhou Minghao returned the greeting with a smile. I'm transcending my tribulation, so I can't personally welcome you two seniors. Please forgive me. No, no. Qi Guangxiao waved his hand and laughed. You're too kind, fellow cultivator Zhou. Yet. Zhang Ziwei smiled and said, since fellow Daoist Zhou has successfully transcended the tribulation, you will be a fellow Daoist from now on. There is no need to call him senior. You can just call him fellow Daoist. Then, fellow Daoist Zhang, fellow Daoist Qi, this Zhou greets you. Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist is too polite. Everyone congratulated and cheered. At this moment, the Zhou family's reputation in the Azure continent had undoubtedly reached its peak. After all, this was the first golden core cultivator from Kangzhou. Although Zhou Minghao's current strength might not be as strong as Zhou Mubai's, to the itinerant cultivators of Azure continent, golden core cultivators were still more famous than Zhou Mubai, a Zifu disciple. even though Zhou Mubai was a Zifu disciple on the Zifu disciple rankings. After Zhou Minghao greeted everyone, he cupped his hands and said, although I've passed the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, I've still suffered quite a few injuries. I'll need to enter seclusion to recuperate for a period of time. Senior Zhou, what are you saying? Of course, of course. The cultivators waved their hands in understanding. When Zhou Minghao saw this, he nodded at Zhou Mubai and flew towards the other peak of sky-piercing peak. Zhou Minghao extended his hand and invited everyone, everyone, my Zhou family has already prepared a banquet for all of you. All right, all right. Brother Zhou is too polite. After saying that, everyone followed behind Zhou Mubai and flew towards the guest hall of sky-piercing peak. As expected, Zhou Minghao's tribulation transcendence. The Zhou clan had already prepared a banquet in the welcome hall. Once Zhou Minghao successfully transcended the tribulation, they would immediately hold a banquet to celebrate. Although the Zhou family's operation was risky, the effect was undoubtedly at its peak. At the banquet, everyone gave the Zhou family a thumbs up and praised them as the #1 family in the Azure continent. Although Zhou Mubai said that he didn't dare to, the smile in his eyes could hardly be concealed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for the clan leader's risky move. After Zhou Minghao successfully transcended the tribulation, inviting the Azure continent passage could also increase the Zhou family's influence. But how could it compare to the shock of transcending the tribulation in front of so many Zifu disciples of the Azure prefecture? If not for that, no one would agree with the Zhou family so much. Zhou Minghao's success in transcending the tribulation had greatly increased the strength of the Zhou clan. On the other hand, with so many Zifu disciples of the Azure continent personally witnessing Zhou Minghao's tribulation, they more or less owed the Zhou clan a favor. And the reputation of the family was accumulated bit by bit in this way. If Chen Daoxuan was said to have turned the tide in the Azure continent immortal city, it was to boost the Chen family's reputation. This time, Zhou Minghao transcended the tribulation in front of everyone, which also boosted the Zhou family's reputation. Regardless of whether it was for the Zhou family or the Chen family. Although strength was the foundation of becoming the #1 large clan in Azure continent, unless the Chen and Zhou families had absolute strength like the Zhang and Ji families, the effect of reputation could not be ignored. The Ye family of Kang Prefecture was a typical example of this. In terms of strength, the Ye family was no weaker than the Zhou family. However, the various families in Kang province did not give the Ye family any face. After some noise, the banquet dispersed. All the cultivators rushed back to their residences in the welcome hall to rest and prepare to leave the Zhou clan. Just as the Chen family members returned to the spiritual residence, 3 streaks of light flew towards the spiritual residence of the Chen family. These 3 streaks of light were bold and unconcealed. They were the 7th elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Ziwei, and 2 cultivators of the Chen generation, Zhang Chenyan and Zhang Chenai. Fellow Daoist Chen. Outside the spiritual residence, Zhang Ziwei cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan stopped in midair and turned around to reply, "May I know why Reverend Zhang is looking for me?" Ancestor Zhang smiled and looked at the spiritual residence without saying anything. He pondered for a moment. Chen Daoxuan said, "I'm sorry for being rude. Daoist Zhang, please." "Yes." Ancestor Zhang nodded with a smile. After entering the spiritual residence and reporting to the crowd, Chen Daoxuan received the 3 members of the Zhang family alone. Other than the fact that this was the Zhou family's land and the outside world was filled with cultivators from the Azure continent, there was another reason why he dared to meet the 3 members of the Zhang family alone. That was because Chen Daoxuan was a bold and skilled person. With the 4th tier upper grade power spiritual armor on him, Chen Daoxuan felt extremely safe. He was confident that a mere late-stage golden core cultivator wouldn't even be able to break the defense of his spiritual armor. However, Ancestor Zhang was not clear about this. When he saw that Chen Daoxuan was only at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he dared to meet him alone. He also admired Chen Daoxuan's courage. "Let me introduce you, fellow Daoist Chen. This is the Dao child of the Zhang family, Zhang Chenai. You've already met him in the source world of true immortals. This is the daughter of the Chenzi generation of the Zhang family, Zhang Chenyan." Chen Daoxuan nodded at the 2 of them. "Adept Zhang, if you have something to say, you can say it directly." "All right, fellow Daoist Chen, you're a straightforward person." He paused for a moment, My Zhang family wants to marry the Chen family and form an alliance of mutual attack and defense. As expected. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. However, he said, the Zhang clan is powerful. My Chen clan is just as if a clan. What qualifications do you have to form an alliance with your Zhang clan? Fellow Daoist Chen, you can't say that. The Zhang ancestor smiled and said, although your Chen family's strength is inferior to my Zhang family, it's definitely a new big family in the Azure continent. In the future, it was only a matter of time before they became the number one family in Azure continent. Perfected Zhang, did you remember wrongly? The number one big family in Azure continent should be the Zhou family, a new golden core family. What does it have to do with my Chen family? Hehe, I think fellow Daoist Chen knows the truth better than I do. Zhang Ziyu said, my Zhang family is very sincere about this marriage alliance. It's up to fellow Daoist Chen to decide. As he spoke. In front of Chen Qian, Zhang Ziyu took out a third-tier superior grade spiritual armor that was glowing with purple light from his storage bag, the purple yin armor. Chen Daoxuan's expression didn't change at all when he saw this grade 3 ling armor. Just as he was feeling that the Zhang family was stingy, Zhang ancestor took out a jade slip and gently tossed it over. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed drastically. The refining method of a third-tier ling armor. That's right. Zhang Ziyi smiled and said, how about this as a gift for our alliance? As he spoke, Zhang Ziyi glanced at Zhang Chenyan. Zhang Chenyan understood and took a step forward. After bowing, she said softly, could it be that young Master Chen is looking down on my willowy appearance? At this moment, beauty and benefits that no Zifa clan could refuse were placed before Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 403, please consider it again, 1. Chen Daoxuan didn't even bat an eyelid at Zhang Chenyan's coquettish gestures. It was the refining method of the third-level high-grade spirit armor that made Chen Daoxuan's heart flutter for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. Chen Daoxuan reacted in an instant. This was a poisonous bait. Not to mention the fact that the Chen family already had the method to refine a level 2 power ling armor, the demand for level 3 ling armor was not that strong for the time being. Even if the Chen family obtained the refining method of the purple yin armor, almost all of it was controlled by the Qian Yuan sword sect and the nascent soul realm because of the right to mine the purple yin spiritual mine. With the Zhang family's methods, if the Chen family wanted to refine the purple yin armor, they would have to be restricted by the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again confirmed his initial thoughts. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still unmoved. Fellow Daoist Chen, you should have heard about the Qi family in Yuzhou, right? Zhang Ziyi said calmly. I've heard of it. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and nodded. Like the Zhang family, the Qi family of Yuzhou was once a nascent soul stage family in the Infinite Star Sea. However, because they were seeking greater development and benefits, they were trampled by the Qian Yuan sword sect. Ancestor Jiang's tone was calm. Fellow Daoist Chen's talent is astonishing. In less than 30 years of cultivation, you've reached the 9th level of the Zifu disciple realm. With your talent, the possibility of you becoming a nascent soul cultivator in the future is very high. May I ask if fellow Daoist Chen wants to stop at the Yuan Ying stage? Upon hearing this, fellow Daoist Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhang Ziyi's words could be said to be quite explicit. He was just short of carving the word rebellion on his forehead. The itinerant cultivators and small families might not know much about the Qi family, but the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea knew it very well. The Qi family had violated the rules set by the Qian Yuan sword sect and had long been disloyal. Otherwise, the Qian Yuan sword sect would not have spent so much effort to eliminate the Qi family. Now, the Zhang family and the Qi family were doing the same thing. In that case, fellow Daoist Chen was slightly shocked. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression change slightly, Zhang Ziyi thought that his persuasion had worked and quickly struck while the iron was hot. However, fellow cultivator Chen, you don't have to worry. On the surface, the disaster of the Qi family seems to be the Qian Yuan sword sect stabilizing its rule, but it has lost the hearts of all the Yuanying stage families. One Yuanying stage family may not be able to shake the ruling position of the Qian Yuan sword sect, but what about 10, he said softly. Oh? Since the Zhang family has so many allies, why do you have to hold on to the Chen family? You When Zhang Ziyu saw Chen Daoxuan's unfazed appearance, he sighed and stood up to bid farewell. TLL be leaving the Zhou clan tomorrow. If fellow Daoist Chen changes your mind, you can come and find me at any time. After saying that, he turned to Zhang Chenai and said, let's go. I won't send you off. After watching the Zhang family leave the spiritual residence, Chen Daoxuan rubbed his head with a headache. Recently, these things have been happening one after another. Fellow Daoist Chen didn't even have the time to calm down. Besides developing his family, there was another important inheritance waiting for him in the Infinite Star Sea. In the last Infinite Star Sea inheritance trial, Chen Daoxuan had only been halfway through when he was summoned by the Qianyuan sword sect. He had no choice but to give up the trial temporarily. After the battle in the source world of true immortals ended, the cultivators of Kang Prefecture were waiting to recover Southern Mountain City. However, before they could recover Southern Mountain City, the Zhang family of Tais who had set their eyes on the weak Kang Prefecture. It's not over. Fellow Daoist Chen said helplessly. The next day, the cultivators from all over the world bid farewell to the Zhou clan one by one. The Chen clan cultivators were among them. Looking at Zhou Mubai and the others who were sending them off, fellow Daoist Chen deliberately glanced in the direction of the guest hall. Zhou Mubai seemed to be deep in thought when he met Chen Daoxuan's gaze. They came to look for you too, right? Fellow Daoist Chen went straight to the point. Could it be, did the Zhang family come to look for you? Zhou Mubai was shocked, but he immediately smiled and said, that's right. With Brother Chen's talent, there's no reason for the Zhang family not to take a fancy to you. I'm curious. What's the price they paid you? Zhou Mubai smiled. Hearing this, I thought the Zhang clan was already stingy enough to recruit my Chen clan. I didn't expect them to be even more stingy when they recruited you, Brother Zhou. Oh. Zhou Mubai's interest was piqued when he heard this. What price will they pay? 3rd level superior grade Ling armor, the refinement method of the purple yin armor. Zhou Mubai's heart shook violently when he heard this. He said in a trembling voice, you actually refused. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Feel that Kangzhou belongs to us Kangzhou cultivators. What do you think, Brother Zhou? Zhou Mubai looked deeply at Chen Daoxuan. What a good Kang prefecture from a Kang prefecture cultivator. I deeply agree. Haha. Fellow Daoist Chen cupped his hands and bowed to Brother Zhou. Goodbye. Please. The southwest sea of the Infinite Star Sea. A large transport ship quickly headed towards Shuanghu Island. It was the Chen family's large spirit cruiser. In the spirit cruiser Grotto Heaven, on the sword practice field, Chen Daoxuan was teaching Chen Fusion close combat techniques. Slow. Too slow. Chen Daoxuan casually sent Chen Fusion, who was wearing a 3rd grade spiritual armor, flying with a sword. He shook his head and said, close combat is different from long-distance sword attacks. You have to make your sword follow your heart and your sword follow your heart. Think carefully about how you feel when you ride your sword. Yes. Chen Fusion got up from the other end of the field and nodded. Bang. Chen Fusion was sent flying again. Bang. Bang. HH. As Chen Fusion was trampled over again and again, his melee skills were improving at a visible rate. Chen Fusion was able to stand out among the tens of thousands of cultivators of the Chen clan not entirely because of Chen Daoxuan's preaching. In fact, Chen Fusion was extremely talented. Chen Daoxuan had known this when he first discovered him, a seedling of the sword path. What was even more commendable was that Chen Fusion knew the principle of not being arrogant or impatient and cultivating diligently at such a young age. Spiritual roots, comprehension, and other talents were important, but as Chen Daoxuan's cultivation deepened day by day, he realized that his Dao heart was equally important. Sometimes, it was even more important. Bang! With a casual slash, Chen Fusion was sent flying again. Fortunately, Chen Fusion had the protection of a 3rd-tier spirit. Even though Chen Daoxuan didn't hold back much, Chen Fusion only felt a heavy blow on his chest. It was not a big deal. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to continue teaching, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. You guys practice on your own. I'm going out for a while. As he spoke, he flew out of the spirit cruiser Grotto Heaven. Chen Fusion immediately felt that something was wrong. He followed Chen Daoxuan and flew out together. What are you following me for? Daoist Chen glared at him. Chen Fuxian pursed his lips and said nothing. Outside the spirit cruiser, a completely green, slender spirit cruiser was placed in front of the Chen family's large spirit cruiser. A silver-haired elder slowly flew out from the green spirit ship. Seeing the person in front of him, Chen Daoxuan's heart sank. Fellow Daoist Chen, what do you think? What? Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes. I didn't agree to your Zhang family's request, and you, perfected Zhang, still want to bully the weak. Are you trying to force me to agree? I'm not very satisfied with this answer. Please reconsider, fellow Daoist. Zhang Ziyu shook his head. Chapter 404, Dumbfounded, 1. High in the sky. Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Ziyi looked at each other across the air, and an invisible aura surged between the two of them. Gulp. Chen Fuxian, who was standing at the side, felt the pressure from the terrifying aura and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. You white-headed fool, you still dare to dream of Kangzhou? Chen Daoxuan sneered. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyu's face trembled slightly. He raised his head and said, "This is your answer." Chen Daoxuan spoke again. He opened his mouth and spat out the flying snow and shadow sword. Then, with a flash of white light, his entire body was wrapped in green spiritual armor. 4th level superior grade Ling armor. Zhang Ziyi's pupils constricted slightly. Is this the confidence you have to resist this old man? However, Chen Daoxuan didn't have any interest in talking nonsense. He immediately merged with his sword and flashed towards Zhang Ziyi. All right, so fast. Chen Fuxian was stunned when he saw this. During this period of time, Chen Daoxuan had been teaching him close combat techniques, but he had never been able to master the technique of chanting the sword in close combat. As a result, even if his body refinement cultivation had reached the realm of flesh and blood derivation, his strength in close combat was inferior to that of long-range sword kinesis. However, close combat skills were the key to unleashing the 3 heads and 6 arms divine power, so Chen Fuxian had to learn it. Originally, he thought that being able to read the sword in close combat was already an extremely high level of close combat. However, after seeing Chen Daoxuan's close combat skills, he realized that reading the sword was very likely just the beginning of close combat skills. In front. When Zhang Ziyu saw Chen Daoxuan coming over with his sword, he immediately sneered in his heart. Close combat? You probably don't know that cultivators only have the confidence to fight in close combat when they reach the golden core stage. As this thought flashed through his mind, Zhang Ziyi's movements weren't slow. Slapping the storage pouch at his waist, a similarly glowing 4th-tier superior grade flying sword flew towards Chen Daoxuan's face. Although his close combat strength was not weak, he still did not choose to fight Chen Daoxuan in close combat. Instead, he carefully chose to attack with his sword. After all, his cultivation and Great Path realm were above Chen Daoxuan's. Since he could crush Chen Daoxuan fair and square, there was no need to fight Chen Daoxuan in close combat. However, clang! Zhang Ziyi's flying sword was sent flying by Chen Daoxuan's dual swords. Chen Daoxuan's light flashed and he could clearly see the other's shocked face. Die! A mysterious fluctuation erupted from the flying snow sword. This sword attack used the space sword intent as the bone and the rain sword intent as the flesh and blood. It instantly erupted with an offensive power that was no weaker than that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. From afar, Zhang Chenai saw this sword and felt his right hand tremble uncontrollably. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Zhang Chenai muttered. He realized that compared to the last time he saw Chen Daoxuan in the source world of true immortals, the current Chen Daoxuan was even stronger. Back in the true immortal source world, Chen Daoxuan didn't use his 6 arms to strike together. The strongest power of each sword was only equivalent to the level of an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. It definitely couldn't reach the level of a middle-stage golden core cultivator. This was the level of power that only Fairy Qi Yao had. In other words, the current Chen Daoxuan's offensive power was comparable to Fairy Qi Yao's. He was only at the 3rd level of the Sword Dao, which was not comparable to Fairy Qi Yao, who was at the 4th level of the Dao domain realm. This meant that the power of the sword scripture that Chen Daoxuan had created was particularly compatible with his own sword Dao. Generally speaking, when a Zifu disciple created a sword art, it was a sword art that was tailored to his own Dao of the sword, so that he could unleash as much of the power of his Dao of the sword as possible. For example, before Zhou Mubai created his own sword technique, his strength was only on par with Zhang Xianling. After he created the Green Lotus sword art, Zhou Mubai's strength increased by leaps and bounds. He directly surpassed Zhang Xianling and reached the top 10 of the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings. It was the same for Chen Daoxuan. After breaking through to the Zifu stage and having his spatial sword intent reach the third stage, he still did not dare to say that he would definitely win against Zhou Mubai. Only after he used the Dao development ability to deduce a sword technique that matched his space sword intent and rain sword intent did his strength surpass Zhou Mubai's and reach a higher level. He was only slightly weaker than Fairy Qi Yao. And now, as the time he had spent breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage grew longer and longer, his Zifu-level magic power was constantly tempered by the 3 layers of spatial sword intent and the Silk Rain sword intent, and was gradually approaching the limit of his Zifu-level magic power. Chen Daoxuan's strength soared once again. This was because basic Qi refinement and body refinement were the foundation of strength. Chen Daoxuan's basic mana would increase, so his strength would naturally increase. Coupled with the soul-setting divine light and the high-grade 4th-tier spiritual armor, he now dared to say that his strength had truly reached the first place on the Purple Prefecture Prodigy roll. Even if Fairy Qi Yao hadn't broken through yet, she should be slightly weaker than him. Of course, once Fairy Qi Yao broke through to the Golden Core stage, she would be able to improve her Dao realm with her inspiration. Then, the middle stage or even higher stage Dao realm of the 4th level Dao domain realm would definitely temper Fairy Qi Yao's dharmic powers to a terrifying level. It was just like how Chen Daoxuan's strength skyrocketed after he broke through from the Qi condensation stage to the foundation establishment stage. If he had encountered Fairy Qi Yao who had broken through to the Golden Core stage, Chen Daoxuan could only rely on the defensive power of the 4th-tier high-grade power spiritual armor and passively take a beating. However, it was obvious that the 7th elder of the Zhang family was not as strong as Fairy Qi Yao, who had broken through to the Golden Core stage. What? Was this the strength of the Zhang family's late-stage Golden Core realm? After Chen Daoxuan knocked away the flying swords that had intercepted him, he was completely entangled with Zhang Ziwei. Chapter 405, Dumbfounded, 2. What surprised Chen Daoxuan was that the 7th elder of the Zhang family was not as powerful as the rumors said. The outside world said that the 7th elder of the Zhang family was only a step away from the nascent soul stage and was atop Golden Core. Now, it seemed like it was nonsense. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be an undeserved reputation. You know what? I was really scared by you. The so-called strongest Jindan of the Zhang family is only at this level. Chen Daoxuan attacked while harassing him verbally. Being hammered by a Zifu disciple in such a way, Zhang Ziwei was so ashamed that his face was bleeding. He knew that Chen Daoxuan was trying to provoke him so that he would reveal his flaws and defeat him in one fell swoop. Chen Daoxuan probably didn't have the ability to kill him. With the 4th-tier superior grade Ling armor, as long as he didn't insist on fighting Chen Daoxuan to the end, he could retreat at any time if he wanted to. But he, a late Jindan stage cultivator, had been defeated and fled by a Zifu disciple like Chen Daoxuan. If word of this spread, not only would he be utterly humiliated, but perhaps even the Zhang clan would be humiliated as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Ziwei was completely ruthless. He no longer defended and exchanged attacks with Chen Daoxuan. His sword and sword were aimed at the weak points of Chen Daoxuan's spirit armor. However, compared to Zhang Ziwei, Chen Daoxuan, who had been trained by the Taoist in white in the Infinite Star Sea, was much stronger. He easily avoided the attack that he thought was extremely clumsy, and with a few casual slashes, he struck the joints of Zhang Ziwei's Ling armor, causing the latter to stagger. No, this can't go on. Zhang Ziwei was completely anxious. I'm not good at close combat to begin with, but this kid seems to be especially good at close combat. Although the power of each sword I attack him can reach the late stage of the Golden Core realm, most of them are dodged by this kid or blocked by his 2 immortal swords. I can't threaten him at all. This kid from the Chen family seems to be able to see through my attacks. Suddenly, Ancestor Zhang thought of the legendary close combat technique. Could it be? Chen Daoxuan, this brat, had reached the level of anticipating the enemy's preemptive strike. However, how could a Zifu disciple master such a close combat technique? In today's cultivation world, low-level cultivators generally did not pay attention to body refinement, so their close combat skills were extremely weak. After a cultivator broke through to the Aurous Core stage, due to the tempering of the Aurous Core lightning tribulation, his body refinement cultivation could quickly reach the realm of rebirth. When one's body refinement cultivation reached the first level, the Golden Core cultivators naturally would not waste their body refinement cultivation in vain. Thus, they began to study close combat techniques. This was also the reason why only Golden Core cultivators had the confidence to fight in close combat. This was because the Purple Mansion stage cultivators had weak bodies and would not normally think of using close combat to fight their enemies. However, this rule was obviously not suitable for a freak like Chen Daoxuan. That's right, in Ancestor Jiang's eyes, Chen Daoxuan was a freak. He was clearly only at the Zifu level, but his close combat skills were stronger than most Golden Core cultivators. I was too careless. Zhang Ziwei was rather annoyed. If he had known that Chen Daoxuan was so strong in close combat, he would never have let him get close to him. But now, it was too late to say anything after being beaten by Chen Daoxuan. As Zhang Ziwei's attack rhythm was interrupted by Chen Daoxuan, more and more sword marks appeared on his Ling armor. Although he could not break through the defense of the Tier 4 spiritual armor in a short time, if this continued, Zhang Ziwei might really not be able to outlast Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan had the 4th grade White Lotus of Fate with him. In terms of consumption, unless a nascent soul came personally, a mere late-stage Golden Core cultivator really couldn't beat him. No, I have to distance myself from him again and use my best soul attack. Zhang Ziyu thought. He was known as the closest Golden Core cultivator to the nascent soul stage of the Zhang clan, so he naturally wouldn't be so weak that he would be suppressed by a Zifu disciple. In reality, 90% of Zhang Ziwei's strength was above divine soul attacks. However, under Chen Daoxuan's close-range attacks, the sword lights were like the water of the 9 heavens' mysterious river, vast and endless. Zhang Ziwei could not free himself to use a divine soul attack at all. In other words, he was already stuck to Chen Daoxuan and couldn't break free. Unless... Zhang Ziyu made up his mind and forced Chen Daoxuan back slightly with his sword. Before Chen Daoxuan could approach him again, he opened his mouth and spat out a lightning bead. Thunder Calamity Pearl. Chen Daoxuan recognized the origin of this object at a glance. Without saying anything, he quickly moved his swords away and spread his arms in front of the head to protect it. Just as he did this, the terrifying power of lightning in the Thunder Calamity Pearl instantly erupted. Boom! The terrifying purple lightning ball exploded between Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Ziwei. Then, the two figures were pushed away by the huge shock wave. By the time Chen Daoxuan regained control of his body, he found that he had been blown away by the lightning ball for dozens of miles. With his speed, he would be able to arrive in a few breaths of time, but Zhang Ziwei would not give him the chance. When Zhang Ziyu saw that Chen Daoxuan was unharmed after taking a blow from the Thunder Calamity Pearl, he could not help but be shocked. He nodded. I was wondering why you weren't tempted by the 3rd-tier Ling armor. So there are better ones. Unfortunately, the Ling armor could defend against normal attacks, but it couldn't block divine soul attacks. Go to hell. Zhang Ziyu's eyes were filled with joy as he opened his mouth and spat out a zither. The zither grew longer in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zhang Ziwei. Zhang Ziwei gently stroked the surface of the zither and looked at Chen Daoxuan. This zither is called Heavenly Melody. Dying under Heavenly Melody is not in vain for your top talent. Even Zhang Ziwei had no choice but to admit that a mere Zifu disciple was actually able to suppress him in a fight. This was an absolutely shocking feat. However, after today, no one would know about this matter. At this moment, Zhang Ziwei even had the intention to kill the Zhang family members behind him. As the strongest Golden Core cultivator in the Zhang family, he was the most powerful person in the family, apart from the 3 nascent souls. But today, he had been forced to such a state by a Zifu disciple. It could be said that he had been utterly humiliated. If today's matter were to spread, he, Zhang Ziwei, would become a laughingstock among the high-level cultivators. He would never allow such a thing to happen. No Golden Core cultivator was willing to become a stepping stone for a Zifu disciple to become famous. Even if this Zifu disciple had the power to be ranked first on the Zifu disciple rankings. Behind Zhang Ziwei, Zhang Chenai was sweating profusely. He regretted coming to Kangzhou with his 7th granduncle. Although he was the Zhang family's Dao child, his position in the Zhang family was worlds apart from Zhang Ziwei's. When Zhang Chenai saw 7th Granduncle's ugly state, it was obvious that he would definitely be hated by 7th Granduncle. If 7th Granduncle's heart was a little darker. Zhang Chenai did not dare to continue thinking. At this moment, he only hoped that 7th Granduncle could kill Chen Daoxuan and completely vent his anger, so that he would not come looking for trouble with him again. At this moment, Zhang Chenai finally realized that compared to the so-called background and potential, only the strength that he had grasped was the most stable. Zhang Chenai had never hated himself so much for being weak. In the distance, Ancestor Zhang looked at Chen Daoxuan and gently plucked the strings. In the next moment, an invisible fluctuation hit Chen Daoxuan's soul in his purple mansion at a speed comparable to teleportation. Boom! A loud sound like a great bell exploded in Chen Daoxuan's divine soul, wanting to tear it apart completely. Even though he possessed the soul-refining divine ability, the sea of divine light, Chen Daoxuan's soul and divine sense far surpassed that of ordinary Zifu disciples. However, Chen Daoxuan could not withstand Zhang Ziwei's terrifying divine soul attack at all. Just when he thought that his soul was about to shatter and die, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and the loud voice in his soul instantly disappeared. In the outside world, Chen Daoxuan's expression was a little stunned. Then, he looked at Zhang Ziwei playing the zither as if nothing had happened. "You're actually fine." Zhang Ziwei was in disbelief, but he immediately thought of something and said in shock, "Soul defensive dharmic artifact. You have a soul defensive dharmic artifact." He looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated gaze. His attack power was comparable to that of a Midori's core cultivator, and he also had a 4th-tier superior grade spiritual armor and a soul-protecting magical artifact. Ancestor Zhang realized that Chen Daoxuan was quite powerful even among golden core cultivators, let alone cultivators of the same level. More importantly, the other party actually restrained him in all aspects. After losing the ability to use divine soul attacks, Zhang Ziwei's strength was reduced by 90%. Thinking of this, how could he dare to continue to tangle with Chen Daoxuan? With a flash of light, he picked up the green spirit ship and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 406, Hot, 1. The speed of the green spirit ship's escape was extremely fast, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the azure spirit ship, Zhang Chenai looked at the gloomy 7th elder and felt a little uneasy. "The matter today?" "7th Granduncle, we didn't see anything today." Yes, we didn't see anything." Everyone agreed. Zhang Ziwei took a deep breath and sighed, "Forget it, a loss is a loss." He knew that even if the Zhang family did not say anything, so many people from the Chen family had witnessed this battle. How could the Chen family let go of such an opportunity to publicize such a thing that would greatly increase the reputation of the Chen family? It was just a self-deceiving idea to ask the Zhang family members present to shut up. When everyone saw Zhang Ziwei's tone, they immediately did not dare to reply. On the other side, when Chen Fuxian and the others saw Chen Daoxuan defeat the most powerful golden core of the Zhang family in a head-on battle, they couldn't help but feel surreal. The speed at which Chen Daoxuan's strength increased was really too fast. Chen Fuxian remembered that before entering the source world of true immortals, the young clan leader's strength was only comparable to that of an ordinary Zifu disciple. However, in less than a year, Chen Daoxuan was able to defeat a late Aurus core stage cultivator. Chen Fuxian had never even heard of such a terrifying speed of improvement, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. It was said that the Seacoming Hall Master was the most talented disciple since the establishment of the Qianyuan sword sect. However, Chen Fuxian felt that even this nascent soul-perfected lord did not have such an exaggerated improvement speed as his young clan leader. Dao profound. 100 miles away, Luo Li saw Zhang Ziwei fleeing in defeat and hurriedly flew toward Chen Daoxuan. The Chen family's large spirit cruiser was about 100 miles away from the center of the battle. In addition, the two of them also wanted to avoid their respective spirit cruisers. Therefore, whether it was the Zhang family or the Chen family's spectators, they were not affected by the battle. Otherwise, the aftershocks of a battle at this level would not have been a problem for the Zifu disciples to die, or for the other party to suffer minor injuries. Seeing his Dao companion flying towards him, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand to stop Luo Li's slender waist. Feeling her slightly trembling body, he said softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Yes." Luo Li replied, but her delicate body was still trembling. She was still afraid. Although she had never seen the terror of golden cores, there were records of this in the clan. Normally speaking, let alone defeating a golden core, it would be quite difficult for a Zifo disciple to even survive against a golden core. However, not only did Chen Daoxuan manage to save his life in the hands of Zhang Ziwei, a late-stage Aurous core cultivator, he even defeated his opponent in a head-on battle. Whether it was Luo Li or Chen Fuxian, he could tell that Zhang Ziwei was no match for Chen Daoxuan. If this continued, Zhang Ziwei might really die in Chen Daoxuan's hands with the terrifying magical power stored in the 4th grade White Lotus of Fate. Chen Fuxian, as the core disciple of the Chen family, naturally knew the power of the White Lotus of Fate, the unique magical treasure of the Chen family. Seeing Chen Fuxian and the others standing at the side with their heads lowered, Luo Li blushed and struggled out of Chen Daoxuan's embrace. Fuxian. Young clan leader. Chen Fuxian raised his head and looked fervently at Chen Daoxuan, the reverence in his eyes lingering. After this battle, the reputation of our Chen family will definitely spread throughout the entire Infinite Star Sea. A Zifo disciple defeating a top-notch golden core like Zhang Ziwei is something that has never happened before in the entire Infinite Star Sea. Chen Fuxian was even happier than when he had defeated Zhang Ziwei. However, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. This matter must be kept a secret. There's no need to publicize it. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian was shocked. This is a great opportunity for my Chen family's reputation to soar. Chen Daoxuan glanced at him, and Chen Fuxian quickly lowered his head. I will obey the decree of the young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan didn't want to reveal this battle to the public. Naturally, the Chen family wasn't ready to step into the Infinite Star Sea, which was a broader stage. The current Chen clan, even if they had him, a Zifo disciple comparable to a golden core, as well as more than 400 ordinary Zifo disciples, in terms of power, they could only contend against the slightly stronger golden core clans. They were far from being comparable to the Zhang family of Taizhu and the Ji family of Jingzhou. In addition, Chen Daoxuan's strength was not as strong as he appeared. He could defeat Zhang Ziwei, but it did not mean that he was really stronger than a top-notch golden core. However, Zhang Ziwei was not good at close combat, but he was good at divine soul attacks, which was why Chen Daoxuan won in one go. If it was another top-notch golden core adept at close combat, Chen Daoxuan would definitely not be a match for him. It would be good enough if he could rely on the 4th-tier superior grade spirit armor on him to survive. This was also the main reason why Chen Daoxuan did not want Chen Fuxian to reveal the details of this battle. Chen Daoxuan wasn't as strong as Chen Fuxian had thought. The reason why he could beat Zhang Ziwei was because he had used a trick, not because he had surpassed Zhang Ziwei in terms of actual strength. However, Chen Fuxian didn't know all of this. He only saw Chen Daoxuan defeat Zhang Ziwei and flee. He couldn't even see the details of their fight clearly. After all, regardless of whether it was Chen Daoxuan or Zhang Ziwei, the speed at which the two of them exchanged blows was too fast. 6 hours later, the large spirit cruiser was docked at the port of the sea-viewing Immortal City. Everyone from the Chen family leaped out of the spirit cruiser and flew in the direction of the Chen family's Shuanghu Island. As he flew past the sea-viewing Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan scanned the city with his divine sense and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 407, Hot, 2. What's wrong? Luo Li looked at Chen Daoxuan. Nothing much. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and smiled. I just found something interesting. Nai Zhong was one of the earliest batch of itinerant cultivators in the Seaview Immortal City. Back when the Guang'an Prefecture's Western Coalition Army had yet to disband, he had been a member of the Cultivator Army. Later on, with the destruction of the Corpse Tide, the various large families in Gang Prefecture naturally would not maintain a large number of allied forces. After all, every day the allied forces existed, the various expenses of the army were astronomical. As time passed, no one could bear it. As such, the Kangzhou Coalition Army began to disband. The Guang'an Prefecture West Coalition Army was also a part of the Kangzhou Coalition Army, so it was naturally disbanded by the Chen family. As a member of the Western Alliance Army, Nai Zhong retired and became a rogue cultivator again. To be honest, when Nai Zhong had just retired, he was not unhappy at all. Instead, he was very happy. Because compared to other loose cultivators, Nai Zhong is a ling plant farmer with quite a bit of experience. Although his level of ling plant cultivation wasn't high enough to plant precious spirit herbs, it wasn't difficult for Nai Zhong to plant level 1 spirit rice, jade crystal rice. Adding on the fact that the spirit islands near Guanhai Immortal City were absorbing ling plant farmers, Nai Zhong went with the flow and stayed in Guanhai Immortal City. In less than a year, Nai Zhong relied on his spiritual plant planting techniques to achieve a surplus of spirit stone coins. In a year, Nai Zhong had earned 297 spiritual stones from the 100 mu of spiritual land he was responsible for. This level of income was already quite high. One had to know that the average member of the Zhou clan's patrol team only had an annual salary of 500 spirit stones. The income of the members of the Zhou clan patrol team was definitely considered high among the Zhou clan cultivators of the same rank. From this, it could be seen how exaggerated Nai Zhong's income was. After cultivating the ling fields for several years, Nai Zhong's cultivation improved rapidly with the help of a large number of spirit stones. Soon, he reached the 9th level of the Qi layer. Now that he had reached the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, the next thing he needed to consider was the matter of the foundation establishment realm. Once one became a foundation establishment cultivator, not only would one's status in the immortal cultivation world advance, but more importantly, a foundation establishment cultivator would have a lifespan of 200 years. Longevity was the greatest motivation for cultivators to cultivate. Building a foundation was naturally something worth celebrating. However, building a foundation wasn't that simple for itinerant cultivators. The first big problem placed in front of itinerant cultivators was the foundation building pill. The foundation establishment pill was something that required a lot of restrictions, from the spirit herbs used to concoct it to the method of concocting it, to the qualified alchemist. It was destined that rogue cultivators could only obtain this kind of spirit pill by purchasing it. Wanting to refine it by themselves was too difficult for itinerant cultivators. Of course, things like the foundation building pill were naturally something that the Chen family, a newly advanced large family, had the ability to refine. In fact, the current Chen family could not only refine a second-grade spirit pill like the foundation establishment pill, but they could even refine it on a large scale. In Kangzhou, more than 80% of the market for foundation establishment pills was eaten by the Chen family. They almost monopolized the market for foundation establishment pills. The Chen family's monopoly on the medicinal pill market in Kang Prefecture was not only reflected in the foundation establishment pill. Most of the rank 1 and rank 2 spiritual pills were now monopolized by the Chen family. The Chen family had not been involved in the production of pills of the 3rd rank and above. However, even though the price of grade 3 spirit pills was high, in terms of market size, it might not be comparable to grade 1 and grade 2 spirit pills. This was because the users of level 1 and level 2 spirit pills were Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. These two types of cultivators accounted for the largest proportion of the group of cultivators, more than 99%. As a result, the market size of grade 1 and grade 2 spiritual pills was naturally not inferior to that of high-grade spiritual pills. After the Chen family entered the foundation establishment pill market, the price of the foundation establishment pill in Kang Prefecture had dropped by more than half. From the previous 50,000 spirit stones, it could be bought for 20,000 spirit stones now. However, for a rogue cultivator like Nai Zhong, 20,000 spiritual stones was still an astronomical price. Based on Nai Zhong's annual income of 300 spiritual stones, even if he saved all his spiritual stones and did not spend a single cent, it would still take him 66.6 years to save up this huge sum of money. However, Nai Zhong had been cultivating for nearly 4.0 years. If he couldn't pass the foundation establishment pill within 20 years, it would mean that he had no fate with the foundation establishment realm in this life. Nai Zhong couldn't afford to wait for more than 60 years. Even an itinerant cultivator like Nai Zhong, who had a skill, could not afford the foundation building pill, let alone an ordinary itinerant cultivator. Faced with the sky-high price of the foundation establishment pill, they could only feel even more despair. In the past few days, a few places similar to primary schools had appeared in the vast ocean Immortal City and were recruiting students. Sectless cultivators were not unfamiliar with learning from a small family. This was because they had learned from a small family when they were mortals. However, these itinerant cultivators had never seen a school run by an immortal cultivator before, especially when the conditions offered by the other party were so excellent. "Senior, what do you mean by the graduation bag distribution?" Nai Zhong looked at the 20-year-old foundation building cultivator in front of him with confusion. If Nai Zhong hadn't recognized that this person was a foundation building cultivator of the Chen family from his uniform, he wouldn't have believed his nonsense. What did the other party say just now? After going through the system, the monthly salary of the students who graduated would be at least 100 spirit stones? They could even help students take out interest-free loans to purchase foundation establishment pills. Especially the second one. Nai Zhong felt that the other party was crazy. Even though the Changping Central Bank of Guanhai Immortal City had launched a loan service, Nai Zhong was very clear that the loan department of Changping Bank was not a charity. They lent money to outsiders because they looked down on others. They had to ensure that the rogue cultivators had enough collateral and the ability to repay before they lent money to them. Because Nai Zhong had good ling plant planting techniques, his income was relatively stable. He was lucky enough to get a loan from Changping Central Bank. However, the loan limit was only 200 spirit stones. It was the starting capital for him to rent the spirit fields and purchase the spirit seeds. Of course, he repaid the loan in less than a year. From then on, Nai Zhong never borrowed money from the Changping Central Bank again. Because he didn't need a small loan. As for the loan to buy the foundation building pill, Nai Zhong didn't have the qualifications at all. 20,000 spirit stones. Even if Nai Zhong was sold, it wouldn't be worth this price. Chen Fuzhou looked at the 9th Chi-layer rogue cultivator in front of him and explained with a smile, "Fellow Daist Nai, the so-called graduation bag distribution means that after you study in our school for a year, you can get a job with a monthly income of no less than 100 spirit stones. A year." Nai Zhong couldn't believe it. The learning time was too short. Moreover, in the cultivation world, any valuable knowledge was firmly controlled by the sects and families. No family was willing to take the initiative to leak it. The Chen family, was this crazy? Yes, 1 year. Chen Fuzhou nodded. Of course, if you progress quickly, you might be able to graduate in a few months and be qualified for this job. Gulp. Nai Zhong swallowed hard. In just a few months, he could get a job that was several times more profitable than before. More importantly, he could even buy a foundation building pill with an interest-free loan. After Nai Zhong asked all these questions, he nodded his head furiously. "Tm willing to sign up." Seeing this, Chen Fuzhou smiled and nodded. "All right." In the past 2 days, too many rogue cultivators like Nai Zhong had come to Chen Fuzhou's enrollment registration office. Compared to Nai Zhong, who was hesitant because he had a special skill, the other rogue cultivators went crazy when they heard that he could earn more than 1,000 spirit stones a year. After all, the person who said this was not an ordinary rogue cultivator, but a cultivator from the Chen clan. The Seaview Immortal City, including all the major spiritual islands within a radius of 10,000 miles, were all properties of the Chen family. It was impossible for a big family like this to deceive wandering cultivators who had nothing. After all, what was there to deceive a penniless rogue cultivator? With the good reputation that the Chen family had built up, the enrollment offices of various schools were extremely popular, and there was an endless stream of itinerant cultivators coming and going. As this wave rose, gradually, the Spirit Day City, which was closest to the Seaviewing Immortal City, began to spread this news. "Have you heard? The Seaview Immortal City was actually recruiting itinerant cultivators, and their annual income was more than 1,000 spirit stones." 1,000 spirit stones? Is that true? That's right, Brother Wang. These big families are all ruthless. Why would the Chen family be so kind? I don't know about that, but I won't lose out if I go and take a look. Brother Wang is right. Whether it's true or not, let's go and take a look. Chapter 408, The Choice of Dumping Market, 1. Shuanghu Island. In the meeting hall, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolan and said with his hands behind his back, "You've already started recruiting rogue cultivators in the Seaview Immortal City." Young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan nodded. "If you want to successfully implement the Industrial Immortal City plan, remember to protect the interests of the itinerant cultivators. You must not lose everything for a small profit." Hearing this, Chen Daolan quickly promised, "Young clan leader, I will remember this." "How is the recruitment of itinerant cultivators now?" Chen Daoxuan asked. When talking about the recruitment of freelance martial artists, Chen Daolan immediately became spirited. "Young clan leader, the recruitment of rogue cultivators by the various schools has been unprecedentedly smooth. Because of the good reputation our Chen family has established in the Seaview Immortal City since we issued the Spirit Stone coins, all the freelance martial artists believe in the high salary our Chen family offers and are willing to study in the school our Chen family has established. We estimate that it will take about a year to train the first batch of rogue cultivators into qualified special armament masters and alchemists. In other words, after 1 year, our Guanhai Immortal City will have more than 200,000 armament masters and pill masters. With these alchemists and blacksmiths, we can turn the entire Seaview Immortal City into an industrial immortal city. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's expression was extremely excited. The Chen family's Shuanghu Island industrial zone only had 3 magical equipment factories and 2 elixir factories. The total number of alchemists and blacksmiths in the factories was only about 8,000. On average, there were only about 1,600 people in each factory. Once these 200,000 pill refiners and artifact refiners were trained, at least 125 factories of the same scale would be built. At that time, the Chen family's production of medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts would be more than 26 times that of now. This was only the first batch of students that had been nurtured. As the Chen family paid the salaries of these students truthfully, there would be more and more students in the future. This was because the benefits the Chen family offered were too great. Cultivators were all people who pursued benefits, and benefits would tell them what to choose. Spirit Day City and Guang'an Prefecture City used higher returns to attract the freelance martial artists of Guanhai Immortal City. Guanhai Immortal City could also use the same method to attract these freelance martial artists. On the surface, the major families of Kangzhou were united, but the competition behind the scenes had never stopped. Back then, Lingzhou City and Guang'an City were like this. Now, Guanhai City and the other families' immortal cities were also like this. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's confident look, Chen Daoxuan said, "I'm not worried about whether you can turn the Seaview Immortal City into an industrial city, but have you ever thought about where to sell the magic tools and pills produced by our Chen family after turning the Seaview Immortal City into an industrial city?" It was similar to the problem he encountered in the process of industrialization in his previous life. While the industrial process brought about an explosion in productivity, it would also face the problem of insufficient sales. Although there were no specific statistics, there were only a few million itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture, no more than 5 million. Even if Guang'an Prefecture had 5 million cultivators, there were a total of 13 prefectures in Kangzhou. By rough estimation, the cultivator population was about 65 million, no more than 100 million. There were so many rogue cultivators, but most of them were at the low level of the key condensation and foundation establishment stages. There were very few Zifu disciples. Don't think that just because 100 qi condensation cultivators could give birth to a foundation establishment cultivator, that the 65 million cultivators of the Azure continent could give birth to several thousand Zifu disciples. In truth, before the trip to the source world of true immortals, the Azure continent only had a few hundred Zifu disciples at most. The reason why there were so few high-level cultivators was that Kangzhou was not as resourceful as Taizhou and Jingzhou. In terms of area, Taizhou was the largest, more than 3 times larger than Kangzhou. Even Jingzhou was more than 2 times larger than Kangzhou. The smaller the land area, the fewer the resources, and the fewer high-level cultivators that could be born. This was also the biggest reason why no nascent souls were born even during the heyday of the Azure continent. Of course, with the resources of Kangzhou, if it had not experienced the rebellion of God extinction back then, it should have been able to give birth to 1 or 2 nascent souls. This was also one of the reasons why the Zhang family wanted to plot against Kang Prefecture. The strength of Kang Prefecture was weak. Although its resources could not compare to Tai Prefecture, it could still allow the Zhang family's strength to soar. More importantly, once they took down the Azure continent, the Zhang family's strength would grow. It would be easier for them to take down the Yuanchen Immortal City and the Jing province. The Zhang family could already sense that an earth-shaking undercurrent was brewing under the calm surface of the infinite star sea. Once this undercurrent erupted, the world would be turned upside down in an instant. As for the fuse that caused this undercurrent to erupt, the Zhang family was definitely unwilling to be the one to do so. However, the Zhang family knew what the fuse was. The Qingwei Daoist sect was about to give birth to an essence soul Dao Lord. Obviously, this was a terrifying strategic force that could change the balance of power between the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League. Once a nascent divinity Dao Lord was born in the Qingwei sect, the Zhang family, including all the nascent soul stage families in the Infinite Star Sea, would have to make a choice that would determine the rise and fall of the family. Would he die with the Qian Yuan sword sect, or would he soar with the new master of the Xianqing Dao alliance? It was not a difficult choice. The Ginger family had obviously made their choice. And all of this was still too far away from the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan didn't even know about this. This wasn't a secret among the nascent soul families. In other words, the current Chen family did not even have the qualifications to be roped in by the Xianqing Dao alliance. Chapter 409, The Choice of the Market, 2. For a family that didn't even have a golden core cultivator, no matter how talented Chen Daoxuan was, he wouldn't be taken seriously by the major forces. In order to be regarded seriously by the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League, it was at least necessary for the family to have a nascent soul. Other geniuses and monsters would not be taken seriously by forces at the level of the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League. This was because the so-called genius could only prove that the cultivator had potential. Whether it was the Qian Yuan sword sect or the Xianqing Dao League, they did not lack disciples with potential. Why would they care about a genius from the outside world? Moreover, you are a genius now. Can you be sure that you will not encounter any obstacles in comprehending the great Dao in the future? Are you sure you can safely survive the various tribulations on the way to Jindan and even Yuanying? No. Therefore, a small clan like the Zhou clan of Guang'an Prefecture might invest in a so-called genius swordsman. However, for forces like the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao alliance, they only looked at strength. If Chen Daoxuan had the strength of the Sea-Calming Palace Master, he would definitely be roped in by the Qian Yuan sword sect. Honorary elders and honorary elders were all thrown at Chen Daoxuan's head. High-grade Ling armor crafting methods, high-grade Ling armor crafting materials, and all kinds of benefits that he could not wait for would automatically be sent to the Chen family. To the current Chen clan, they were powerless to interfere in matters at the level of nascent souls. However, they had the ability to build the industrial immortal city successfully. The key was that the benefits of building the industrial immortal city were no less than the benefits of a Yuanying stage family. Hearing Chen Daoxuan mention the problem of the sales market, Chen Daolan immediately frowned. The sales market, this is a problem. She thought for a moment. The medicinal pills and magical equipment markets in Kangzhou are almost all monopolized by the major families in Kangzhou. Although we can use our price advantage to occupy all the markets, this will undoubtedly push all the families in Kangzhou to the enemy's side. As he spoke, Chen Daolan looked at Chen Daoxuan cautiously. Although with my Chen family's current strength, we are not afraid even if we become enemies with all the immortal cultivation families in the entire Kang province, but the southern mountains city is about to be recovered, it's not wise to have internal strife now. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Hearing this, Chen Daolan bit her lower lip and felt a little distressed. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think that in the history of his previous life, those countries that were the first to realize industrialization used the method of developing colonies to consume the huge production capacity brought about by industrialization. But for the current Chen family, where should they develop the colony? Infinite Star Sea? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The Infinite Star Sea was under the rule of the Qian Yuan sword sect, and there were many big immortal cultivation families in Hezhu. If the Chen family wanted to interfere, it would undoubtedly be an enemy of the big families. Although the Chen family could use the method of developing agents to sell medicinal pills and magical artifacts to the large immortal cultivation clans in various provinces at a low price, and then find them to buy the raw materials for refining medicinal pills and magical artifacts. In this way, they could develop each state into their own product dumping ground without bloodshed. However, this matter was extremely difficult. This was because the cultivation clans in the various states were not fools. They could definitely see how terrifying it was to hand over the production rights of magical artifacts and medicinal pills to outsiders. Although in a short period of time, these families would be able to gain more benefits from this, once the Chen family cut off their supply of pills and magic tools, it would cause a heavy blow to these families. One had to know that medicinal pills and magic tools were not only used for cultivation during ordinary times. Once war came, the demand for medicinal pills and magic tools would skyrocket. The two forces were fighting. One side had sufficient supply of pills and magic tools, while the other side had none. As long as the difference in strength between the two parties was not too great, the party with sufficient supply of pills and magic tools would be able to suppress the other party. Therefore, the cultivation clans in the various states would definitely not allow the Chen family to wantonly encroach on their medicinal pills and magical equipment markets. Seeing Chen Daoxuan frowning, Chen Daolan stood there quietly, not daring to disturb him. It was obviously impossible for the Infinite Star Sea to be the dumping ground of the Chen family's products. Then, what about the places outside the Infinite Star Sea? For example, the Celestial Cloud State, and even, True Demon Realm. Chen Daoxuan suddenly recalled the two spirit pets, Qi Tong and Qi Ling, that he had sent to the Qingqiu Fei Kingdom as spies. His thoughts became active for a moment. Chen Daolan saw the happiness on Chen Xian's face and knew that the young clan leader must have an idea. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Regarding the sales market of magic tools and pills, we can temporarily cooperate with Yuanchen Immortal City. He paused. There are tens of millions of itinerant cultivators in Yuanchen Immortal City, and they have a great demand for celestial devices and elixirs. Although Yuanchen Immortal City doesn't have much land, the itinerant cultivators in the city come from all the states in the Infinite Star Sea. These itinerant cultivators themselves can bring the resources of all the states in the Infinite Star Sea. I think that if we cooperate with True Lord Yuanchen and turn Yuanchen Immortal City into our Chen family's external sales window, True Lord Yuanchen will definitely agree. Hearing this, Chen Daolan couldn't help but swallow. Did the Chen clan have the strength to cooperate with a nascent soul? With the future productivity of the Chen family in the industrial Immortal City, they were qualified to do so. However, the Chen family was only a Zifa family and didn't even have a golden core in the family. How could a nascent soul face such a family? Cooperation was built on the basis of equal strength. Otherwise, it would not be cooperation, but one party becoming the vassal of the other. Chapter 410, The Choice of Dumping the Market, 3. Clearly, Chen Daoxuan understood this logic. He smiled. Of course, the cooperation with Yuanchen Immortal City will have to wait until I break through to the Golden Core stage. Hearing this, Chen Daolian's heart trembled. She didn't expect Chen Daoxuan to consider breaking through to the Golden Core stage less than a year after he broke through to the Purple Mansion stage. But thinking about it carefully, it was not just Chen Daoxuan. The trip to the origin world of true immortals had saved many cultivators from the three states hundreds of years of hard work. Chen Daoxuan was already at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. It didn't seem like a big deal for him to consider breaking through to the Golden Core realm. 9th level of the Zifu Disciple realm. Every time Chen Daolan thought of the young clan leader's cultivation, he felt like he was in a dream. She was even more aware that Chen Daoxuan's most terrifying aspect was not his cultivation at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. After all, with the essence Qi, anyone could quickly advance to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. There was nothing to be proud of. What shocked Chen Daolan the most was Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao realm. According to the outside world, Chen Daoxuan had already reached the 3rd level of the Sword Dao, the realm of sword intent transforming into stars. Furthermore, he had even walked quite a distance in the Star Transformation realm and had already reached the middle stage of the Star Transformation realm. From the perspective of matching cultivation and Great Dao realm, a cultivation at the 9th level of the Purple Prefecture realm should correspond to the high stage Star Transformation realm. Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao realm was still slightly behind his own cultivation. However, there was nothing he could do. During his trip to the origin world of true immortals, his cultivation level had increased too quickly. It was as if he was riding a rocket, directly rising from the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm to the late-stage Zifu Disciple realm. Even with the help of the primordial Dao Enlightenment scripture, he could not let his Great Dao realm catch up to his cultivation. With Chen Daoxuan's personality, since he said that he wanted to break through to the Golden Core stage, he must be confident that he could raise his Great Dao realm to the same level as his cultivation in a short period of time, or even surpass his cultivation. Chen Daolan didn't know that the confidence of her young clan leader came not only from the primordial enlightenment scripture but also from the mysterious inheritance at the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea. Yes, after so many twists and turns, Chen Daoxuan finally had time to accept the inheritance of the Infinite Star Sea. Go to the Infinite Star Sea for closed-door cultivation. When Chen Daoxuan said that he was going to the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea for closed-door training, Chen Daolan gave him a strange look. Breaking through to Jindan is no small matter. Of course I have to go into seclusion. Chen Daoxuan took it for granted. Then, is big sister Luoli going? Hearing this, he finally understood why Chen Daolan's gaze was a little strange. Thinking of this, he gently knocked Chen Daolan's little head and threatened her, "It seems that you are quite concerned about your cultivation companion. In that case, how about I help you find a suitable husband?" Hearing this, Chen Daolan's expression changed drastically. She quickly grabbed Chen Daoxuan's arm and said coquettishly, "Young patriarch, Daolian knows his mistake. I won't dare to do it again." There won't be a next time. Chen Daolan immediately reacted and shook her head like a rattle drum. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile when he saw her fearful expression. Naturally, he was just trying to scare her by saying that he would marry Chen Daoxuan off. With Chen Daoxuan's nurturing of her, even if she wanted to become a cultivation partner with a male cultivator in the future, she could only do it by inviting him to marry her. There was no way he would marry Chen Daolian off. This wasn't just because of Chen Daoxuan's emotional reluctance, but also because of the actual benefits and dangers. Chen Daolan knew too much about the Chen family's secrets. Chen Daoxuan was practically using her as the next clan leader of the Chen clan to nurture her. How could he possibly marry her off? Chen Daolan carefully sized up Chen Daoxuan. Seeing that the anger on his face had dissipated, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Actually, she herself didn't know why she would suddenly joke about Chen Daoxuan, but every time she thought about how Luoli had already become Dao companions with the young clan leader, Chen Daolian's heart would always feel an inexplicable pain. Chapter 411, Comprehension Tea Tree, 1. Golden Crow Island, the Yang family's territory. In front of a vast spiritual lake, an old man stood facing the lake with his hands by his side. Behind the old man, a young and beautiful woman with fair skin and a slim figure bowed and said to the old man/grandfather, "Yes, I'm here." Yang Linyuan chuckled as he turned around. He sized up Yang Gongwan, whose cultivation level had already reached the late-stage Zifu disciple realm, and sighed. The essence of Yuan Qi is truly wondrous. Unfortunately, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators that my Chen clan sent to the source world of true immortals were still too weak. The essence of Yuan Qi that we obtained could only help the clan gain 3 more Zifu disciples. Hearing this, Yang Gong was confused. "Grandfather, you and I have both advanced to the late Zifu stage, and with the addition of the 3 new Zifu disciples, the Yang clan alone has 5 Zifu disciples. In addition, our Guang and Immortal Alliance has produced 4 new Zifu disciples. In total, our Guang and Immortal Alliance now has 9 Zifu disciples. In terms of numbers, we have already caught up to the Zhou clan, the former number 1 clan of Guang'an Prefecture. Our strength has increased so much, but why is it that you, grandfather, are still somewhat unhappy?" Hearing this, Yang Linyuan shook his head and thought, "That's true, but compared to the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, the strength of the Zhou clan, especially the Chen clan, has improved a lot." Chen family. Yang Gongwan was quite puzzled. Yang Gongwan could understand the shocking growth of the Zhou family's strength. After all, the Zhou family had given birth to the only golden core cultivator in the Azure continent and became the second golden core family after the Ye family. In Yang Gongwan's opinion, although Guang'an Prefecture had the Zhou, Chen, and Yang families in name, in reality, the Zhou family had far surpassed the Chen and Yang families. They were unrivaled in the entire Kang Prefecture. Seeing Yang Gongwan's expression, Yang Linyuan could roughly guess what she was thinking. He shook his head and said, "The Zhou clan is indeed powerful, but the Chen clan is probably hiding even deeper." He paused for a moment. "Last time, when Patriarch Zhou underwent his Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, did you notice how many Zifu disciples the Chen clan sent?" Hearing this, Yang Gongwan thought for a moment and frowned, including Chen Daoxuan, there are a total of 12. However, according to the clan's intelligence, there was no information on the woman beside Chen Daoxuan. Yang Linyuan nodded. "I can see that you are very attentive to the situation in Guang'an Prefecture." "That's right. That woman is not from the Chen family. She is the princess of the mermaid race. Her name is Luoli." "Luoli?" Yang Gongwan muttered softly. He merfolk race was a vassal race of the Chen family. This was not a secret in Kang Prefecture. He transactions between the Chen clan and the merfolk clan were no longer secretive, they were carried out openly. When one's strength reached a certain level, the trade that once required caution and fear of being discovered by outsiders was now a normal thing in the eyes of the Chen family. Of course, with the growth of the Chen family's strength, the merman trade that could once bring them great profits gradually became somewhat useless now. If it wasn't for the fact that the water spirit pearl was extremely helpful to the cultivation of the Chen family's low-level cultivators, especially qi condensation cultivators, the Chen family would have given up on trading with the merfolk. After all, the annual trade volume of several million spirit stones was not even a drop in the ocean compared to the net profit of more than 1 billion spirit stones in the Chen family. It was indeed a waste of energy to work hard to trade with the merfolk clan. However, the merfolk race was the only vassal race of the Chen family after all. Compared to the benefits it brought to the Chen family, its political propaganda effect was greater. The Chen family had never abandoned the Merman tribe. They were also using this method to tell the various races in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea that the Chen family was a trustworthy and reliable family. They welcomed everyone to join them. In front of the Spirit Lake. But, what does a purple mansion stage merman have to do with the Chen family's terrifying strength? Even if the Chen clan has 11 Zifu disciples, the number of Zifu disciples of our Guang and Immortal Alliance is only slightly lower than the other parties. Even if Chen Daoxuan himself is astonishingly powerful, rogue cultivators don't understand this. They only see how many Jainden and Zifu disciples each clan has. You're right. Yang Linyuan nodded, but do you still remember the Merman race invading Guang'an City? Yang Gongwan's frown deepened, but she still nodded and said, I remember. Back then, when the Merman invaded Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, I clearly remember that the woman named Luoli was beside the leader of the Merman race. At that time, her cultivation level was only at the late-stage foundation establishment realm. What was the reason for her cultivation to break through from the late-stage foundation establishment realm to the late-stage purple prefecture realm in less than 20 years? Hearing this, Yang Gongwan was shocked. She looked at Yang Linyuan and said in horror, essence of primordial qi. Yang Linyuan nodded and turned to look at the lake. It's the essence of Yuan qi. For the Chen family to be able to give the incomparably precious essence of vitality to their vassal Merman race to use, one could imagine how much essence of vitality the Chen family had. Yang Linyuan was incomparably certain. As a result, the number of Zifu disciples that the Chen clan has hidden is far greater than any of us can imagine. Hearing this analysis, Yang Gongwan couldn't help but be enlightened. But then she felt a chilly in her heart and couldn't help but argue, could it be that Chen Daoxuan took a fancy to the mermaid princess and secretly gave this incomparably precious essence of vitality to Luoli to use? I remember that Luoli's face is absolutely beautiful. However, before Yang Gongwan could finish her words, Yang Linyuan looked at her quietly, making her unable to say anything. Chapter 412, Comprehension T-Tree, 2. Seeing her grandfather's dissatisfaction, Yang Gongwan lowered her head and said, Grandfather, I know I'm wrong. Wan you have to remember that as the decision-maker of the family, it's not scary for us to make mistakes. What's scary is that we don't admit our mistakes and continue to walk further and further down the wrong path. Yang Linyuan said meaningfully, the cooperation between Spirit Day City and the Zhou family to suppress the Chen family's vast ocean immortal city can be stopped. Also, he agreed to let the Chen family's bank branch enter the Spirit Day Immortal City and agreed to let the Chen family promote Spirit Stone coins in the Spirit Day Immortal City. Grandfather. Yang Gongwan raised her head in shock, as if she couldn't believe Yang Linyuan's decision. The big families in Kangzhou were very clear about what Spirit Stone coins represented. In fact, Chen Daoxuan was not the only smart person. More than one nascent soul stage cultivator in the Infinite Star Sea had thought of using other currencies or contribution points to replace the spirit stones as a general equivalent, but they all failed. The reason for the failure of these families was not complicated. It was the oversupply of currency that caused the currency to overflow and depreciate. After all, faced with the temptation of plundering a large amount of wealth with just a flick of a finger, few families could resist it. This was also the fundamental reason why all the major families in the Infinite Star Sea failed to issue currency. At present, it seemed that in the entire Infinite Star Sea, only the military merit system created by the Qian Yuan sword sect was more successful. The battle merits of the Qianyuan sword sect could be exchanged for spirit stones without any hindrance. There were also many items that were traded between high-level cultivators using the merits of the Qianyuan sword sect. It could be said that the Qianyuan sword sect had taken a solid step forward in replacing the spirit stones as a new currency. However, there was a fatal problem with the military merit system, and that was that it was not widely used. In the Infinite Star Sea, most of the foundation building cultivators and high-level cultivators above the foundation building realm had ways to obtain the military merits of the Qianyuan sword sect. However, for most of the low-level refinement stage cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, the proportion of them on the battlefield was very small. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000. The vast majority of these low-level Qi condensation cultivators who had never been to the battlefields of the Yun nation naturally had no way to earn battle merits. As for exchanging with high-level cultivators, this was no joke. With the disdain of the cultivation world, few high-level cultivators would look at low-level cultivators in the eye, let alone the 3 melons and 2 dates exchanged by low-level cultivators. Chen Linyuan noticed Chen Gongwan's worry and smiled. Don't worry. The new currency introduced by the Chen family has also been tried by the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, but none of them succeeded. In the short term, letting Spirit Day City use Spirit Stone coins seems to be handing over the control of our Spirit Day City's trade to the Chen family. However, as long as the Spirit Stone coins depreciate in the future, the current situation will return. Yang Gongwan heaved a sigh of relief. Spirit Day City was the lifeline of the Yang family. Once this lifeline was handed over to the Chen family, it would be equivalent to the Yang family becoming a vassal family of the Chen family. This was unacceptable to the proud Yang family. Yang Linyuan thought for a moment and continued, this is not enough to make up for the rift between our two families. Yang Linyuan raised his hand. An ancient tea tree seedling with specks of spiritual light appeared in front of Yang Gongwan. Dao Comprehension Tea Tree. Yang Gongwan didn't know how many times she had been shocked today. She said in a trembling voice, this is for the Chen family. If there's a chance, I want you to hand it over to Chen Daoxuan personally. Yes. Yang Gongwan suppressed her pain and lowered her head. High above Shuanghu Island, a streak of light flew toward Shuanghu Island and approached the island's defensive array. The light stopped, revealing the figure of a graceful woman. It was Yang Gongwan. Yang family patriarch Yang Gongwan requests an audience with Chen Daoxuan, fellow Daoist Chen. Yang Gongwan looked at the defensive array in front of her and knew that this was definitely a high-grade defensive array of the 3rd rank or above. Very quickly, a young figure flew out of the defensive formation. It was the Chen family army's chief, Chen Fuxian. Fairy Yang, the young patriarch asked me to invite you over. Fellow Daoist Chen, thank you for your trouble. Yang Gong bowed and said gently. You're welcome. After saying that, the two of them flew into the defensive array of Shuanghu Island, one after the other. Moments later, in front of the 2 spiritual lakes in front of the discussion hall of Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan looked at how the female cultivators in the clan were cultivating their spiritual shells and couldn't help but laugh. If your improved freshwater spirit seashell cultivation method succeeds, our human cultivators will be able to cultivate spirit seashell in large quantities in the future. The low-level cultivators of Kang Prefecture will have to thank you. At the center of the spirit lake, Luo Li turned her head and smiled shyly. Chen Lang always makes fun of me. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to speak, he sensed 2 streaks of light flying toward the spirit lake. He couldn't help but raise his head and look up into the sky. 2 streaks of light descended from the sky. It was Chen Fuxian and Yang Gongwan. Clan leader Chen, this concubine greets you. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Yang Gongwan bowed to him with a charming expression. Fellow Daoist Yang, there's no need to be so polite. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand slightly. Yang Gongwan raised her head. He looked at the man in white robes standing with his hands behind his back. His handsome face was filled with confidence. Yang Gongwan couldn't help but feel dazed. She could still vividly remember how cautious this young Daoist was when he attended her grandfather's Zifa feast. But how long had it been? Less than 20 years. In less than 20 years, a top family in Guang'an Prefecture and even the entire Kangzhou Prefecture had quietly risen. One must know that the rise of a cultivation force was 100 times or even 10,000 times more difficult than the rise of an ordinary cultivator. Ordinary rogue cultivators would still have a chance if they cultivated to the nascent soul stage. In the past 400 years, there were far more than 10 itinerant nascent souls born in the infinite star sea. However, none of them had a force like the Chen Yuan sword sect. Perhaps some people would say that with the existence of the Chen Yuan sword sect, it was impossible for the infinite starseed to produce a second such big force. However, by the same logic, how could any spirit vein or spirit mountain in the cultivation world be without an owner? To establish a cultivation force, it was necessary to have a vast territory. It was also the most basic. Apart from that, cultivators were also required to know how to manage, how to earn resources, and how to nurture disciples. After completing a series of matters in the sect or family, in order to ensure that the big circle would not fall, he had to ensure that his strength would always be in the first echelon of the cultivation force, or even the first. Only by completing all these could he ensure the rise of a major cultivation force. As for ordinary itinerant cultivators, they could not even satisfy their own cultivation resources. How could they expect him to solve the cultivation resources of a large faction? Therefore, Yang Gonghuan felt incredulous when she saw Chen Daoxuan. In the infinite star sea, the rise of an individual was much easier than the rise of a family. There were many qi condensation cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture who were lucky enough to break through to the foundation establishment stage on the battlefield in the Yun nation. Logically speaking, his family should have become a foundation establishment family. However, in reality, other than having a foundation establishment cultivator, the foundation of the family wouldn't be much different from before. The reason was that in the infinite star sea, the qi refinement stage cultivators were low-level cultivators, and the foundation establishment stage cultivators were also low-level cultivators. In fact, even Zifu disciples couldn't be considered high-level cultivators. In the cultivation world, strictly speaking, only after passing the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation and reaching the Golden Core stage could one be considered a high-level cultivator. As for cultivators becoming nascent souls and developing their clans, it would indeed allow them to develop rapidly. However, under normal circumstances, how many years would it take for a nascent soul to be born? The chances of ordinary cultivators becoming nascent souls were too slim. Not to mention, even if a nascent soul supreme were to replace Chen Daoxuan, he probably wouldn't do any better than Chen Daoxuan. Not everyone, even nascent souls, could build a terrifying immortal city like true Lord Yuan Chen. Fellow Daoist Yang. Seeing Yang Gonghuan's dazed expression, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but remind her. I'm sorry. Yang Gonghuan's face turned slightly red. I can't help but feel a little emotional when I recalled the first time I met fellow Daoist Chen. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan knew the reason why she couldn't control her emotions, so he didn't blame her. He just smiled and said, could it be that fellow Daoist Yang's purpose for this trip is to catch up with me? Of course, it's not just to catch up with fellow Daoist. Yang Gonghuan said seriously, actually, I'm here to represent Spirit Day City to apologize to the Chen family's sea-viewing immortal city. Chapter 413, Challenging the Trial Again, 1. Apologize. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yang Gonghuan with interest. What crime does Spirit Day City have? Seeing this, Yang Gonghuan smiled bitterly. Chen Daoxuan, please don't kill me. The matter of the Lingzhou city joining forces with the Zhou family to suppress the Seaview Immortal City was indeed handled by the Yang family inappropriately. Before Yang Gonghuan could finish, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and interrupted her. What you said is a legitimate competition between the three immortal cities. Since you didn't violate the laws of the Qian Yuan sword sect, nor did you violate the morality of the Kangzhou sect, what crime did the Yang family have? Hearing these words, Yang Gonghuan found it hard to believe. She looked at Chen Daoxuan seriously and found that he didn't seem to be perfunctory. Could it be, was this his true thoughts? For some reason, this thought suddenly appeared in Yang Gonghuan's mind when she saw the faint smile on Chen Daoxuan's face. However, there was no such thing as fair competition in the cultivation world. Wasn't it always the one with the bigger fist who had more say? Thinking of this, Yang Gonghuan was a little confused. If Fairy Yang is here for this matter, please rest assured and return to your family. My Chen family will never use underhanded methods against your Yang family because of this matter. Even if the Seaview Immortal City takes action, it will only be within the scope of legitimate competition. Hearing this, Yang Gongwan couldn't help but clench her fingers. She suddenly thought of something and stepped forward. Fellow Daoist Chen is so magnanimous. My Yang family has judged a gentleman with a petty heart. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. In that case, my Spirit Day City wants to cooperate with the Sea-Viewing Immortal City. What do you think, fellow Daoist Chen? Yang Gongwan paused and continued. Oh? I wonder how Fairy Yang wants to cooperate. Immediately, Yang Gongwan recounted all the conditions that Yang Linyuan had mentioned. Chen Daoxuan listened silently, a faint smile on his face. Isn't this condition too harsh for the Yang family? I don't think this is a cooperation, but more like the terms of the Yang family vassal to my Chen family. Seeing Chen Daoxuan speak so bluntly, even with Yang Gongwan's temperament, she couldn't help but feel resentful. But on her way to Twin Lakes Island, Yang Gongwan had paid a bit of attention and discovered several dozen Zifu disciples. Obviously, the Chen family's strength was exactly the same as his grandfather's speculation. It was truly unfathomable. In the current Kang prefecture, the strongest family was not the Zhou family, but the Chen family in front of her. How could Yang Gongwan be angry when facing the patriarch of the number one family in Kang prefecture? No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only endure it. Chen Daoxuan didn't care about Yang Gongwan's mood. To him, the small Yang family was no longer in his eyes. What he saw now was the Zhang family, Ji family, and other overlord families that occupied a province. As for the Yang family and the Zhou family, the new Golden Core family in Azure Continent, they were no longer in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. As long as all the cultivators in Kang Prefecture did not join forces to become enemies with the Chen family was not afraid of any family in Kang Prefecture. With Chen Daoxuan's reputation in the city, as long as the Chen family didn't do anything outrageous, they wouldn't encounter such a situation. Yang Gongwan calmed herself down and said gently, if fellow Daoist Chen insists on thinking this way, it is not impossible. Before Yang Gongwan could finish, Chen Daoxuan said, Fairy Yang, I took your words seriously. All. I said I meant it. Your Yang family is willing to be a vassal family of my Chen family. Chen Daoxuan's actions caught Yang Gongwan off guard. She wanted to retort, but she was afraid of the Chen family's power and was extremely aggrieved. In the end, Yang Gongwan gritted her teeth. Forget it. If this Azure Continent was not in the Zhou family, it would be in the Chen family. In any case, they would have to take sides in the end. It was better to make a decision earlier today. Yang Gongwan admitted that she was a little impulsive after being provoked by Chen Daoxuan. However, in this world, it was impossible to have absolute confidence in everything. Moreover, the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Now, the other families in Kangzhou had probably placed their bets on the Zhou family, a new Golden Core family. Not many families could discover the potential of the Chen family. If her Yang family got on the bus early, she would be able to make a name for herself in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Gongwan's uneasiness disappeared. She recalled her grandfather's words. Those who do great things must not be timid. As the Yang family patriarch, she had to be responsible for the rise and fall of the family, but she also had to bear the pressure. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yang Gongwan's determined expression and said, Can Fairy Yang be the leader of the Yang family? Hearing this, Yang Gongwan didn't show any anger on her face, only calmness. After the corpse tide in Kang Prefecture, I took over the position of Yang family patriarch. I can naturally make decisions for the Yang family. Good. Chen Daoxuan nodded and turned to Chen Fuxian. Go to your aunt and get the clan seal. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Fuxian cupped his hands and flew towards the meeting hall. Fairy Yang, do you have a clan seal? Chen Daoxuan turned his head. Of course I did. Yang Gongwan nodded and took out a small purple seal from her storage pouch. It was the seal that symbolized the power of the Yang family patriarch. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. After a while, Chen Daolan and Chen Fuxian flew toward the crowd. Young clan leader. When Chen Daolan saw Chen Daoxuan, he immediately bowed. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and immediately told him about the matter of the Yang family vassal to the Chen family. When Chen Daolan heard this, her pretty face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 414, Challenging the Trial Again, 2. The Yang family was the leader of Guang'an Immortal Alliance and one of the three major families in Guang'an Prefecture. Although the current strength of the Yang family was far inferior to the other two major families in Guang'an Prefecture, it was not to the extent of being vassal to other families. Unless Chen Daoxuan glanced at Chen Daoxuan, wondering what tricks the young patriarch had used to trick Fairy Yang. After discussing the details of the vassals, Chen Daoxuan held a contract made of talisman paper and looked at Yang Gongwan. Fairy Yang, are there any problems with these agreements? Yang Gongwan read through the terms of the Chen and Yang clans 3 times in a row. The terms of the Chen and Yang clans were quite generous. Apart from the fact that they had to obey the Chen clan's orders in terms of grand strategy, they also guaranteed the Yang clan considerable autonomy. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but the vassal clause signed by the Chen family and the Yang family only involved the Chen and Yang families, not the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. Didn't this mean that the Chen family had no interest in the small families in the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, and that the Guang'an Immortal Alliance would still listen to the Yang family's orders in the future? It had to be said that this was good news. After all, a mosquito's leg was still meat, and the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, which the Chen family looked down on, could bring a lot of benefits to the Yang family every year. After Yang Gongwan checked the terms and conditions and confirmed that there were no problems, both sides took out their clan seals and stamped them on the terms and conditions. Suddenly, the talisman paper flew into the air and self-ignited, eventually turning into ashes. At this moment, a faint connection appeared between Chen Daoxuan and Yang Gongwan. Just like how Chen Daoxuan subdued the merfolk clan back then. A vassal clause or vassal oath was different from a great Dao oath. Its binding power was far inferior to a great Dao oath. It was a fool's dream to rely on such a thing to make another faction completely submit to him. The vassals between forces relied on the all-round influence and constraints of military power, economy, and even culture. Just by relying on vows and terms, that thing was no nobler than the paper in the toilet. Both parties signed the supplementary terms. A complicated look flashed across Yang Gongwan's face. She formally knelt down and bowed to Chen Daoxuan, "Greetings, Master." After Yang Gongwan finished her bow, Chen Daoxuan stepped forward and helped her up. He said gently, "We're all family. There's no need to be so polite in the future." "Thank you, Master." Yang Gongwan lowered her head. Noticing that Yang Gongwan was somewhat uncomfortable, Chen Daoxuan took out an unused bottle of essence of vital qi from his storage bag and handed it over. "Take this as my gift to your Yang family." "Master, you must not, this." Yang Gongwan was still rejecting him a second ago, but when she realized that Chen Daoxuan had taken out the essence of vitality, she forcefully swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yang Gongwan's blushing face. Yang Gongwan took a deep breath and took out a sapling from her storage pouch. "This item was originally a gift that my grandfather told me to give to my master. Since my master has forgiven my Yang family's sins, this item will be my Yang family's congratulatory gift to my master for breaking through to the Zifu disciple realm." Dao Comprehension Tea Tree. Before Chen Daoxuan could recognize the tree, Chen Daolan exclaimed. "You recognize this tree?" Chen Daolan nodded. The Comprehension Tea Tree produces a single leaf every 10 years. A single tree can produce at most 9 leaves at once. Each leaf can greatly increase a cultivator's comprehension for about an hour. It's truly miraculous. Speaking of this, Chen Daolan couldn't help but recall the effect of the young clan leader's sermon and immediately came back to his senses. The comprehension tea was indeed a treasure that could strengthen the foundation of other forces, but to the Chen clan, it was just icing on the cake. As long as the young clan leader took some time to preach to the elite disciples of the clan, the effect would be many times better than this Dao comprehension tea. Chen Daoxuan naturally understood this principle, but this item was a token of the Yang family's goodwill, so he naturally accepted it. Even if the disciples of the Chen family did not need the comprehension tea, it would be good to trade or give it to others in the future. In a good mood, Chen Daoxuan brought Luoli along and personally sent Yang Gongwan to the outside of Shuanghu Island's defensive array. "Fairy Yang, have a pleasant journey." "Thank you for your good words, Master." Yang Gongwan bowed once more before disappearing in front of Chen Daoxuan. Seeing Yang Gongwan fly away, Luoli raised her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan's side profile. "Chen Lang, are you going to subdue the various large families in Kang Prefecture next? Chen Daoxuan shook his head, it's just a passing thing. Even if the Yang family doesn't agree today, it's fine. For my Chen family, the most important thing is always our own strength. The vassals of external forces are just icing on the cake. Moreover, if the Chen family was not strong enough, what was the use of having more vassal forces? Hearing this, Luo Li nodded thoughtfully. She could not help but think of her own merfolk clan. To the current Chen family, the merfolk clan was too weak. Her identity as the merfolk's princess was becoming more and more incompatible with Chen Daoxuan. Even though Luo Li knew that Chen Daoxuan never cared about this, other than Chen Xianhe, no one else in the Chen family dared to point fingers at Chen Daoxuan's Dao companion. However, Luo Li didn't want to become a useless vase. Having had a difficult survival experience in the Infinite Star Sea, she understood that if they wanted to go further together, they had to do their best to keep up with Chen Daoxuan's pace. At least, she wanted to catch up with Chen Daoxuan in terms of cultivation. From the looks of it, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level was the same as hers, both at the 9th level of the Purple Prefecture. However, the 9th level of the Purple Mansion Realm was different from the 9th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. With Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao Realm, he could break through to the Golden Core Realm at any time. And to Luo Li, the Golden Core stage was still an unattainable realm. In particular, in order to transform in advance, she had wasted an opportunity to advance her bloodline god art. In the future, the resistance to breaking through to the Golden Core stage would be even greater. What's wrong? Chen Daoxuan turned around and asked as if he had sensed the strange expression of the beauty beside him. It's nothing. Luo Li shook her head and smiled. Where are we going next? All the spiritual shells were already in the spiritual lake. Whether they could succeed or not would depend on heaven's will. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and smiled. Since the clan's matters are temporarily settled, why don't we go and see father-in-law? Ah! Luo Li was a little at a loss. She gently rubbed the hem of her dress with her hands. This. What this and that? There's no time like the present. Let's leave now. Luo Li only felt her small hand tighten. It turned out that Chen Daoxuan had grabbed it. Immediately after, there was a flash of speed. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, the nervousness in Luo Li's heart gradually dissipated, and she felt a wave of sweetness. This feeling was like the first time she held Chen Daoxuan's hand and swam to the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea. Just as Luo Li was reminiscing. We're here. Hearing the words in her ear, Luo Li raised her head. Sure enough, it was the sea area of the Devil Ape Mountain. Chen Daoxuan smiled at her and then dove into the sea with her. Compared to when they were in the Lianqi stage, their speed underwater was many times faster. In less than the time for an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at the Devil Ape Mountain. Chen Daoxuan came to the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea to meet his father-in-law. His real purpose was to accept the inheritance trial of the Infinite Star Sea again. Moreover, he planned to break through to the Golden Core stage in the Devil Ape Mountain. Similar to breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage and the Purple Mansion stage, breaking through to the Golden Core stage also had a requirement for the Spirit Meridian. The reason why Chen Daoxuan did not require a spirit vein to break through to the Purple Prefecture stage in the Source World of True Immortals was because the consumption of his breakthrough to the Purple Prefecture stage was all provided by Yuan Qi Essence. When he broke through to the Golden Core stage in the future, there would be no more Essence Qi for him to squander. Yuan Qi Essence could only be preserved for a few months at most. It had to be said that this was truly a pity. Of course, there were not many regrets. The most important thing to break through to the Golden Core stage was not the core formation, but the Golden Core Thunder tribulation after the core formation. In the immortal cultivation world, it wasn't that many Zifu disciples didn't have the confidence to reach the core formation stage, but rather that they didn't have the confidence to overcome the Golden Core lightning tribulation. This was especially true after Chen Daoxuan had personally witnessed the terror of the Golden Core tribulation lightning. He now understood even more clearly why all Zifu disciples feared the Golden Core tribulation lightning. Even the current him did not dare to say that he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation without any accidents. Among the three tribulations of the Golden Core lightning tribulation, Chen Daoxuan was the least confident in the simplest tribulation of the physical body. This was because his body-refining cultivation had only reached the lowest limit of the golden core lightning tribulation, the peak of the flesh and blood derivation realm. Chapter 415, Tong Tien Tower, 1. Devil Ape Mountain. Chen Lang, the infinite star sea inheritance trial you mentioned is the sea of stars above our heads. Luoli tilted her head and asked curiously. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The infinite star sea inheritance trial shouldn't be a secret among the major forces. As far as I know, the Zhang family and the Qian Yuan sword sect both know about this inheritance. Ah! Luoli covered her small mouth, then wouldn't this inheritance have been obtained by someone else? It's not that simple. Chen Daoxuan shook his head with a smile. The inheritance of the infinite star sea has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't think anyone has obtained it completely. The reason Chen Daoxuan made this judgment was because he had an unparalleled advantage in comprehension compared to the other cultivators. Even so, Chen Daoxuan still did not obtain this inheritance. As for the other cultivators like Ye Wudao and Zhang Chenai, they wore a divine pattern on their foreheads all day long, fearing that others would not know their identity as the cultivators of the infinite star sea inheritance. Then, Luoli didn't know what to say, and she suddenly felt a sense of urgency in her heart. In her heart, she naturally hoped that her beloved would obtain such a top-notch inheritance. However, she couldn't help Chen Daoxuan at the moment, so she could only be anxious. Seeing the anxiety in Luoli's eyes, Chen Daoxuan gently stroked her hair and said, "Don't worry. I'm here to completely obtain this inheritance." From his words, he was very confident in this inheritance. However, when Luoli heard this, a crafty look flashed across her eyes and she said, "Didn't you say, ls this trip to see my father?" Hearing that, Chen Daoxuan was stunned and instantly speechless. Seeing this, Luoli's eyes turned into crescent moons as she covered her mouth and laughed. As the two of them spoke. Soon, they arrived at the valley where Chen Daoxuan had been in seclusion. After entering the array, the seawater immediately disappeared. At the center of the canyon, the passage to the true demon realm that was like a black hole visibly became much larger. In the past, only one person could pass through the Jinyao realm's passageway while curling up. Now, the passageway was nearly 30 feet in diameter, several times larger. In front of the true demon realm's passageway, a black-robed deist sat on the ground. The black-robed deist looked very familiar. He looked somewhat similar to Chen Daoxuan. When Luoli saw this, she looked at Chen Daoxuan strangely. She could clearly sense that the cultivation of this black-robed deist in front of her was not high. He was only at the second layer of the foundation establishment realm. His body refinement cultivation was quite high. Just like Chen Daoxuan, he had reached the peak of the flesh and blood transformation realm. Chen Lang. Before Luoli could finish her sentence, the black-robed deist stood up and turned around. Seeing the black-robed deist's appearance, Luoli couldn't help but cover her small mouth and said in surprise, "Clone." "That's right." Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. This black-robed deist was none other than the black-robed clone he had left behind to guard the passageway between the clan and the true demon realm. After nearly a year, the chi refining cultivation of the black-robed clone had only increased to the second level of the foundation building realm. However, with the help of the blood crystals, his body refining cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the flesh and blood derivation realm, which was equivalent to the peak of the foundation building realm. In addition to the second level of the Sword Dao, the black-robed clone also had the combat strength of a Zifu disciple. Of course, Zifu disciple battle prowess was nothing to the current Chen Daoxuan. The black-robed clone's strength was far inferior to the main bodies. Apart from the difference in Great Dao realm, there was a huge difference in cultivation, magical artifacts, divine powers, and so on. The two of them were not on the same level. Back then, Chen Daoxuan had refined his black-robed avatar to explore the true demon realm. Even though he had considered the potential of his clones and used his own flesh and blood to refine the black-robed clone. However, Chen Daoxuan's improvement speed was too fast. No matter how many resources the black-robed clone had, it could not keep up with Chen Daoxuan's progress. There was no way to do this. The primordial enlightenment scripture could only be used by the main body alone. Even Chen Daoxuan's avatar could not use it. In addition to the various opportunities he had obtained in the source world of true immortals, it would be strange if the black-robed clone could keep up with him. The black-robed clone stopped in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and synchronized their memories. Through the memories of the black-robed clone, Chen Daoxuan knew what he had experienced during this period of time. All in all, the black-robed clone had spent most of his time cultivating while he was in Taizhu and the source world of true immortals. Every day, he would either refine spiritual energy or use the blood crystal to refine his body. As for comprehending the Great Dao, Chen Daoxuan finally saw the true speed of his comprehension of the Great Dao without the help of the primordial enlightenment scripture. For nearly a year, the black-robed clone had been cultivating day and night. He had spent almost half of the time comprehending the Great Dao, but even so, the other party's Great Dao realm had barely improved. At least in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, he could not sense any improvement in the black-robed clone's Great Dao realm. Before he left for Taizhu, the black-robed clone's Great Dao realm was probably at the upper stage of the second stage of the tangible realm, only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the tangible realm. However, after cultivating for nearly a year, his Great Dao realm was still a step away from the peak of the corporeal realm. Chen Daoxuan finally understood why Zhou Minghao was still stuck at the peak of the form realm after cultivating for hundreds of years. Without a cheat, it was too difficult to comprehend the Great Dao by himself. As his cultivation grew higher and higher, Chen Daoxuan became more and more aware of the perverse nature of the golden scriptures in his sea of consciousness. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know the origin of this golden scripture, the help this golden scripture provided to his cultivation was simply too great. Chapter 416, Tongtian Tower, 2. Without the golden scripture, Chen Xian would probably still be on Shuanghu Island worrying about the little bit of cultivation resources, let alone being invincible in the Purple Mansion. It is really difficult to guess the fortune of life. Sir Chen, what did you say? Luoli turned her head. It's nothing. Chen Daoxuan smiled and glanced at the black-robed clone. During this period of time, the only thing that Chen Daoxuan was satisfied with about his clone was that he had successfully cultivated the soul-setting divine light and successfully opened up a sea of divine light in his sea of consciousness. Although the sea of divine light of the black-robed clone was far from comparable to the original body, it was still more than 30 miles in radius. Although they couldn't compare to Zifu disciples, they were much stronger than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. When Chen Daoxuan was in the foundation establishment stage, his sea of consciousness had reached a radius of 100 miles. It was not because of the sea of divine light, but because of the help of the golden scriptures. Unfortunately, when Chen Daoxuan broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, the golden scripture did not help him open up his sea of consciousness. He didn't know what was so mysterious about it, so he could only think of the opening of his sea of consciousness when he was in the foundation building realm as the golden characters complaining that the house he lived in was too small and simply wanted to make it bigger. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan had a premonition that this might be the true purpose of the golden scripture to help him open up his sea of consciousness when he was building his foundation. It was very simple to verify it. When he broke through to the golden core stage, he would see if it would help him expand his sea of consciousness. If he didn't help, Chen Daoxuan's guess might be the truth. Putting away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Chen Daoxuan patted the storage pouch at his waist and took out a treasure tree that was overflowing with spiritual light. It was the comprehension tea tree that Yang Gongwan had given to the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan gently plucked the remaining 3 leaves from the tea tree and then put it away. The next moment, he took out a teacup from his storage pouch and placed 3 tea leaves into it. He poured the water from the spiritual spring into it and used his magic power to boil it. After a while, the fragrance of the tea filled the air and shook people's hearts. Try it. This is the first time I've made tea for someone. Chen Daoxuan handed over the teacup in his hand. This is, for me. Luoli was at a loss. You and I are Dao companions. It is our duty to support each other. There is no need to be polite with husband. Upon hearing the word husband, Luoli's face flushed red. She took the teacup, lowered her head, and quickly took a sip before downing it in one gulp. After drinking the Dao comprehension tea, Luoli's eyes immediately became blurry. Chen Daoxuan hurriedly transmitted his voice, Luoli, look up. In a trance, Luoli raised her head and looked at the stars at the bottom of the infinite star sea. Success or failure could only depend on heaven's will. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Luoli, then sat down beside her and closed his eyes. As Chen Daoxuan closed his eyes, the divine pattern between his brows instantly lit up. His consciousness flew higher and higher until he arrived at the sun-like stars. "You're here." Amidst the sun-like stars, a white-robed deist stood in front of a palace. A laurel tree stood beside the palace. "Senior." Seeing the white-robed Taoist, Chen Daoxuan bowed respectfully. After many interactions, Chen Daoxuan realized that this white-robed Taoist was not an unconscious program as he had imagined. The other party was conscious, but his emotions were extremely indifferent compared to ordinary cultivators. To the white-robed deist, who had been guarding the inheritance for hundreds of thousands of years, a year was just a snap of his fingers. "Have you learned the 6 arms combined attack?" The white-robed deist looked at Chen Daoxuan. Hearing that, Chen Daoxuan did not waste any time and immediately displayed 3 heads 6 arms. Then, 6 tier 4 immortal swords automatically appeared in his hand. 6 arms combined attack. Chen Daoxuan shouted softly. Then, the 6 sword lights fused into one and pointed at the white-robed deist. "Not bad." The white-robed deist nodded slightly, a rare trace of satisfaction appearing on his face. He stretched out his right index finger and pointed forward. Instantly, the sword light shattered. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised to see his attack easily broken by the white-robed deist. From the memories of the deceased celestial, it was very likely that this inheritance came from the legendary immortal world. It was not surprising that the white-robed deist had such strength. Moreover, this inheritance was an existence similar to the sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan was only here as a consciousness. After breaking through Chen Daoxuan's sword light, the white-robed deist smiled. "Congratulations! In the past 3 Yuanhui, you are the 971st cultivator who has reached this stage. However, if you want to obtain this inheritance, this is just the beginning. You have to be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but remember that he was the 19,769th cultivator to receive this inheritance. From the sound of it, the 3 Eons Association had produced more than 10,000 cultivators in the past 380,000 years. It could be said that the number was extremely small. On average, there would only be one more legacy cultivator in this world every few decades. But in fact, the inheritance of the infinite star sea had been here for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was only discovered by the outside world after the Qian Yuan sword sect was defeated in the infinite star sea. In other words, this inheritance had only appeared for a few thousand years. In a few thousand years, nearly 20,000 legacy cultivators had appeared. This frequency could be considered quite high. If it wasn't for the threshold of this inheritance and the extremely abnormal talent requirements for the inheritors, the cultivators would probably queue up to the Qian Yuan sword sect. Even though the threshold was so high, there were still many people who tried to pass down this inheritance. People like Ye Wudao and Zhang Chenai. If the 2 of them relied on their own comprehension abilities, they would not be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the trial. The reason why the 2 of them obtained the qualifications for the trial was similar to the Dao comprehension tea that Chen Daoxuan gave Luo Li to drink, using a trick. In reality, Chen Daoxuan was able to obtain the qualifications for the trial by trickery. However, this trickery that he took was something that almost no one in the world could take. Out of 20,000 cultivators, only 971 could reach Chen Daoxuan's level. The elimination rate had reached more than 95%, which could be said to be very high. One had to know that under normal circumstances, those who could obtain the qualifications for the inheritance trial were already extremely talented. If he didn't use any cheating methods, he would at least have to be in the top 3 or even first place on the Zifu disciple rankings. Even so, there was still a 95% elimination rate. It could be seen how harsh this inheritance was. As soon as the white-robed deist finished speaking, he waved his sleeve lightly, and the scene in front of Chen Daoxuan instantly changed. In the next moment, a towering tower appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. "This is the Tower of Babel." As the white-robed deist spoke, a hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. "This is a small test to accept our sex inheritance." Chen Daoxuan had walked step by step in the space of inheritance to where he was today. He didn't believe in the so-called small test mentioned by the white-robed deist. One had to know that without the primordial enlightenment scripture to help him cheat, Chen Daoxuan might not even pass the first test. The white-robed deist did not know what he was thinking and continued, "Before you enter the Tower of Babel, you need to make a choice. Choice? Chen Daoxuan's face immediately revealed an interested expression. He was very curious as to what the white-robed Daoist's choice was. The white-robed Daoist did not keep him in suspense. He waved his sleeve again. Immediately, 3 treasures appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. The first treasure was a small pagoda. This small pagoda had a plain appearance, but it emitted a charm that suppressed the heavens. Even an ordinary person who had not cultivated could see that this small pagoda was extraordinary. The second treasure was a small banner. Different from the dust banner in Chen Daoxuan's hand, when he saw this small banner, he felt as if his soul had left his body. However, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness shook slightly, and the feeling of his soul leaving his body immediately disappeared. One had to know that Chen Daoxuan was only at the purple mansion stage right now. His divine soul had yet to take form and was still nurturing in the purple mansion. At this moment, his soul was out of his body, and in less than a few moments, it would turn into ashes. For cultivators, having their souls leave their bodies before reaching the nascent soul stage was no different from courting death. Even if one had reached the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul could not be exposed to the outside of the body for a long time. If he wanted his soul to roam the world for a long time, he had to reach the primordial soul stage. As a result, essence soul Dao lords were also known as the leaving aperture stage in certain cultivation records. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to look at the small banner anymore. He turned to look at the third treasure, which was also the last treasure. Chapter 417, Stellar Sword Dao Diagram, 1. This is. Chen Daoxuan looked at the third treasure, and his gaze focused. The third treasure had the appearance of a picture. This picture was dotted with starlight and was extremely beautiful. However, Chen Daoxuan felt an extremely familiar aura on this map, as if there was something that connected him to this star map. The white-robed Daoist saw Chen Daoxuan's hesitation, but he didn't say a word and let him choose. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the white-robed Taoist and knew that he could not get any hint from him. He pointed his finger at the third treasure, which was the star map. "Senior, I choose this treasure." The white-robed Daoist nodded. "This painting is called the Stellar Sword Dao painting. It's a copy of a supreme treasure that directly points to the essence of the great Dao." He paused and looked at Chen Daoxuan with a strange expression. "You chose this treasure probably because you felt that this painting gave you the most intimate feeling, right?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart shook violently. Although he was shocked, the expression on his face did not change at all. He said calmly, "This is the first time Junior has seen this diagram. Why does Senior think that I feel the most intimate with it?" The white-robed Daoist smiled and pointed to the direction he was pointing at. "Because you have cultivated the most basic spiritual cultivation method in our sect, the Sea of Divine Light." Sea of Divine Light? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. "Isn't it the soul-setting divine light?" The white-robed Daoist looked at him with a smile and did not explain. Chen Daoxuan frowned. He carefully recalled the origin of this soul-setting divine light. Chen Daoxuan was able to obtain the divine power of the divine light of the soul because of the help of the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness. Speaking of which, this was the second time he had seen the golden scripture teach him cultivation technique knowledge. The first wondrous technique that the golden scripture taught him was naturally the primordial enlightenment scripture that Chen Daoxuan relied on. To Chen Daoxuan, this cultivation method was simply his greatest reliance in his cultivation until now. It could be said that 90% of his current achievements were due to this cultivation technique. The second cultivation technique was the soul-setting divine light, which was also the sea of divine light that the white-robed Daoist had mentioned. However, compared to enlightenment, sea of divine light was much more mediocre. Although it could theoretically expand a cultivator's sea of consciousness infinitely, the expansion of the sea of divine light was not something that could be done overnight. It required the accumulation of time and effort of the cultivator. In theory, there was no upper limit to the expansion of the sea of divine light, but Chen Daoxuan found that the cultivation of a cultivator would restrict the expansion of the sea of divine light. For example, Chen Daoxuan was currently at the Zifu disciple stage. Normally speaking, the sea of consciousness of a Zifu disciple was roughly 100 kilometers in diameter. And Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness had now reached a terrifying diameter of more than 700 miles. The biggest credit was due to the expansion of the sea of divine light, which brought about the expansion of the sea of consciousness. However, as the Sea of Divine Light continued to expand, Chen Daoxuan found that its expansion speed was slowing down. When he had just broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, his Sea of Consciousness, or rather, the Sea of Divine Light, was only 500 miles in diameter. After cultivating for nearly a year, his Sea of Consciousness expanded to a diameter of 700 miles. After the Sea of Divine Light expanded to 700 miles in diameter, although Chen Daoxuan was still practicing hard every day, his progress was unusually slow. At this speed, if Chen Daoxuan wanted to expand the diameter of the Sea of Divine Light to 1,000 miles, it would take him more than 100 years of hard work. As for expanding to a diameter of 2,000 kilometers or even wider, he did not know how long it would take. Chen Daoxuan felt that with his cultivation, even if his lifespan was exhausted, he might not be able to expand to a diameter of 2,000 miles. Because the expansion of the Sea of Divine Light was getting more and more difficult. Therefore, even though the Sea of Divine Light was a powerful spiritual cultivation technique, and once it was activated, it could temporarily freeze the soul of others. However, compared to the primordial enlightenment scripture given to him by the Golden Scripture, the difference between the two was too great. Or rather, the difference between the bright moon and the firefly. Logically speaking, with the nature of the Golden Scripture, if the Sea of Divine Light was really that weak, the Golden Scripture in his consciousness would never have taken the initiative to teach it to Chen Daoxuan. In other words, Chen Daoxuan looked at the star map in front of him. The real function of the Sea of Divine Light is not just to expand the Sea of Consciousness and to stimulate a beam of light that can control a person's soul. Thinking about it carefully, he had obtained the Sea of Divine Light cultivation method from Reverend Shenji through the Golden Scripture. Later, he learned from the memory fragments of the fallen immortal that the Sea of Divine Light was a technique created by the latter. But now, it seemed that the fallen immortal had lied. Perfected Shenji's understanding of the Sea of Divine Light might not be as much as Chen Daoxuan's, so his memory had no reference value. And why did that fallen immortal lie? This technique was clearly not created by him, but he said that he created it, and he was not stingy with passing down this technique. Unless, this cultivation technique was not complete. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan felt that many things that couldn't be explained were instantly solved. This cultivation technique, it couldn't be a basic cultivation technique that some big force in the upper realm chose for their disciples, right? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart pounded. He looked at the star map in front of him and his gaze became fervent. All along, Chen Daoxuan had the primordial enlightenment scripture. However, the qi refining technique he cultivated was only the Qian Yuan sword scripture of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Chapter 418, Stellar Sword Dao Diagram, 2. After all, it was a qi refining cultivation method that pointed directly to Mahayana genuine immortals. However, compared to Chen Daoxuan's primordial enlightenment scripture, this cultivation technique was too inferior. But then, Chen Daoxuan thought. The Sea of Divine Light was a cultivation method. Even if it was complete, would it involve the cultivation of qi? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan became somewhat nervous. The current him was like a poor man standing in front of a treasure mountain, fantasizing about what treasure was inside. Little did he know that if he wanted to obtain the treasures in the treasure mountain, he had to first open the door to the treasure. In a trance, the white-robed Daoist's voice woke Chen Daoxuan up. Are you sure you want to choose this treasure? Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses and nodded. Good. The white-robed Daoist nodded. He then waved his hand gently, and the small pagoda and small banner in front of him instantly disappeared, leaving only a star map. Go! The white-robed Daoist shouted softly. The star map turned into a speck of light and drilled directly into Chen Daoxuan's danshan. Chen Daoxuan was shocked. He first touched his danshan and thought that he was now a consciousness body. This was the space of consciousness. How could something enter his danshan? However, Chen Daoxuan did not notice that in reality, a scroll was slowly unfolding above his danshan. Soon, the scroll covered the entire sky above his danshan. In the end, this blank picture directly absorbed the two stars above his danshan, one big and one small. These two stars were formed by Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent and the silk rain sword intent. In the trial space, the white-robed Daoist looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was checking his danshan, and said, "Since you've chosen your treasure, let's go and challenge the heaven-connecting tower. I hope you can enter this lineage." Over the countless years, the white-robed deist had seen too many geniuses in the endless immortal realm. In his mind, a talent like that of Chen Daoxuan couldn't even be considered average. He had seen people become immortals in a day, and he had even seen people who were born as golden immortals. Compared to these extremely talented existences, Chen Daoxuan, a seeker who had risen from a mortal, was really no different from an ant. Hearing the white-robed deist's words, Chen Daoxuan could not be bothered to check any more. After cupping his hands at the white-robed deist, he walked straight towards the Tongtian Tower. Watching Chen Daoxuan slowly walk into the tower, the white-robed deist muttered, "Hope that you can join the sect." In the empty and quiet trial space, his voice was almost inaudible. Stepping into the first level of the Heaven Ascension Tower, the scene in front of Chen Daoxuan changed. Shaking his dizzy head, Chen Daoxuan realized that he was in a forest. However, this world was exerting a terrifying pressure on him. Chen Daoxuan discovered that even the circulation of mana in his body had become extremely sluggish. Chen Daoxuan tried to release his magic power, but to his horror, he found that the restrictions on him were too great. He couldn't even release his magic power. Chen Daoxuan's heart sank. He once again released his divine sense. His divine sense could extend out of his body, but it could only extend to 7 meters. That's right, it was 7 meters, definitely less than 8 meters. One had to know that in the outside world, Chen Daoxuan could extend his divine sense to more than 700 miles outside his body. What kind of perverted world is this? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. Just as he was feeling extremely uncomfortable, he heard a strange shout. "The king asked me to patrol the mountain." "Oh, oh, oh, oh. After patrolling the southern mountain, I'll patrol the northern mountain." The sharp and ear-piercing sound made Chen Daoxuan's scalp tingle. It was dangerous. Chen Daoxuan's alarm bells rang loudly in his heart, and he immediately wanted to use the 3 heads and 6 arms state. It was a pity that he could easily use the 3 heads and 6 arms technique in the outside world and could transform into a Dharma idol that was 100 feet tall. At this moment, he could not even use the 3 heads and 6 arms technique that was of normal height. Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about this. He hurriedly summoned the flying snow sword. Fortunately, he could use his intrinsic flying sword. Chen Daoxuan held the flying snow sword in one hand and looked at the demon in front of him with rapt attention. The demon in front of him had yet to take human form. Although it was in human form, its head was indeed that of a strange beast. Based on the experience of the outside world, demons that had yet to transform were not even as strong as human nascent soul cultivators. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, he should not be afraid of them at all. However, Chen Daoxuan felt a fatal threat from the other party. Even the golden scripture that had been calm all this time began to tremble. "Who are you?" Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The little demon in front of him did not answer. He tilted his head and said, "Little deist, who are you?" Then, he waved his hand casually. "Forget it. No matter who you are, I'll catch you and eat you first. Look at your fair and tender appearance. You must be delicious." As he spoke, saliva actually flowed out of the monster's mouth. Chen Daoxuan couldn't resist the sudden impulse of the crazy warning, and he raised his sword and stabbed at the demon. Although he was suppressed by this world, Chen Daoxuan's speed was still very fast. To outsiders, it was just a flash of a shadow. However, in the eyes of the monster, Chen Daoxuan was surprisingly slow. It gently used the iron staff in its hand to push away Chen Daoxuan's flying snow sword, and then hit Chen Daoxuan's head with the staff. Chen Daoxuan only felt his vision turn black before he completely lost consciousness. When Chen Daoxuan regained consciousness again, he was already outside Tongtian Tower. The white-robed deist stood in front of him and looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was panting heavily. The white-robed deist chuckled and said, "How do you feel?" Chen Daoxuan panted a few times and said unwillingly, "The world inside the Heaven Ascension Tower suppresses me too much. I can't even use 1% of my strength." Hearing this, the white-robed deist shook his head and said, "The suppression of all living beings in that world is the same. In that world, you can't defeat the other party." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the difference in strength between him and the little monster patrolling the mountain was too big. The other party had only used a light stick, and his head had been shattered. Chen Daoxuan didn't even see how the other party attacked. All this while, Chen Daoxuan had always been in a crushing position when it came to dealing with enemies. This was the first time he had been beaten up so badly that he couldn't even fight back. More importantly, the feeling of death in Heaven Ascension Tower was too real. Although the illusion of the family's 9 ruins exquisite pagoda could simulate similar illusions, it was definitely not as real. With the golden scripture, Chen Daoxuan's immunity to illusions was quite high. However, he really felt the threat of death in the Heaven Ascension Tower. Otherwise, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness wouldn't have warned him crazily. Could it be, was the world inside the Heaven Ascension Tower real? Chen Daoxuan was shocked by his own thoughts, but he immediately denied it. But, how is this possible? I entered it as a consciousness, how can I have a real body? Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan stopped thinking about it. This time, Tong Tian Tower's attack on him was indeed a big blow. After entering, he had only exchanged a single move and his head had been smashed. Senior, that demon is too powerful. With my current strength, I can't pass the first level of Heaven Ascension Tower at all. The white-robed deist nodded. It's very normal. That's not something you should be challenging with your cultivation. Chen Daoxuan was speechless. This was the first time he realized that this white-robed deist, who had always been cold, could joke. And it was such a vulgar joke. Perhaps this person had stayed in the inheritance trial space for too long and was indeed bored. The white-robed deist seemed to have read Chen Daoxuan's mind. He waved his hand and said, "Go. Focus on the stellar sword diagram you've chosen." Senior. Chen Daoxuan still wanted to say something, but he suddenly woke up. He looked at the pitch-black passage of the true demon realm not far away. It turned out, his consciousness had already returned to his body. Beside him, the black-robed clone was protecting him. Luoli was sitting cross-legged, her pretty face frowning. Chen Daoxuan knew that she must be the same as him, comprehending the basic sword scriptures given by the white-robed deist. However, Luoli did not have the help of the primordial enlightenment scripture. With just 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, she did not know if she could pass the first round of the white-robed deist's test and obtain the right to the trial. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan focused his attention on his danshan. At this moment, he finally noticed the changes in his danshan. Before he could exclaim in surprise, a vast flow of information directly drowned his consciousness. Chapter 419, A Big Money Spender, 1. Chen Lang. Chen Lang. In a trance, Chen Daoxuan heard an anxious call. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan gradually regained consciousness. His blurry vision gradually became clear. A few feet away from his face, a beautiful face entered Chen Daoxuan's eyes. However, her beautiful face was filled with worry and anxiety. Looking at Luoli's tearful appearance, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and rubbed his aching temples, comforting her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was conscious, Luoli immediately broke into a smile. She used her fair and tender hand to touch Chen Daoxuan's forehead and then his chest, saying anxiously, "You are as if a cultivator, and your divine sense is extremely powerful. How did you fall unconscious?" Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, "Maybe, it's just that this cultivation technique I just obtained is a little complicated." Cultivation technique. Chen Daoxuan didn't explain much and asked, "How was it? Did you obtain the qualifications to participate in the trial?" As he spoke, his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. If Luoli couldn't even obtain the qualifications to participate in the trial with 3 Dao comprehension tea leaves, it would be difficult for him to cheat Luoli even if he used the Dao preaching function. After all, to teach Dao to outsiders, one needed to accumulate 10 days of experience before they could increase their comprehension in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, 3 tea leaves could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability for an hour. Even if the effect of the comprehension tea on increasing comprehension might not be as good as the effect of preaching, it was better in that it lasted for a long time. To obtain the legacy trial qualification requires long-term comprehension, not a fleeting epiphany. This was because the white-robed deist taught sword scriptures one after another, and there was a long time interval between them. Luoli looked at Chen Daoxuan's concerned gaze and her rosy lips slightly pursed. Her pretty face carried a touch of pride as she said, "Look." A golden divine pattern appeared between Luoli's fair eyebrows. It was the symbol of the Infinite Star Sea Inheritance Trial Taker. Looking at Luo Li's little expression that was asking for praise, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but use his hand to scratch her delicate nose and said dotingly, "My wife is the most capable, beautifully done." This was the first time Luo Li heard Chen Daoxuan call her wife. For a moment, she felt extremely sweet in her heart. This feeling was thousands of times happier than when she had obtained the qualification for the Infinite Star Sea Inheritance Trial. Looking at Luo Li's happy appearance, Chen Daoxuan also felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Luo Li's current cultivation level was the same as his, at the 9th level of the Zifu disciple realm. Normally speaking, a 9th level Zifu disciple should be considering core formation. However, Luo Li had not even reached the first level of the formless realm. Now that she had formed her Azoth core, Luo Li would definitely fail. Although with the help of Chen Daoxuan's preaching, Luo Li would definitely be able to reach the 3rd level of the astral transformation realm in a few decades or 100 years. However, what realm would Chen Daoxuan reach in a few hundred years? It must be understood that Chen Daoxuan had only trained for less than 30 years. To spend 100 years forming his core was something that most Zifu disciples could only dream of. But to Chen Daoxuan, it was simply unacceptable. Thus, Chen Daoxuan wanted to find another shortcut for Luo Li. This shortcut was the inheritance trial in the Infinite Star Sea. For others, the inheritance trial in the Infinite Star Sea required too much comprehension. However, Chen Daoxuan had the Dao preaching function of the primordial Dao comprehension scripture and the assistance of treasures such as Dao comprehension tea leaves. Compared to other legacy cultivators, Luo Li had a much greater advantage. As expected, the result was just as Chen Daoxuan had expected. Luo Li successfully obtained the qualification to participate in the inheritance trial. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that the initial qualification for the inheritance trial was only the lowest, with only a few trials. If one did not pass the trial within the stipulated number of trials, they would be disqualified. Right now, Luo Li's qualification to participate in the trial was this type. After hearing Chen Daoxuan's explanation, Luo Li hurriedly nodded. "Lt seems so. The divine inscription on my forehead tells me that I only have the qualifications to participate in 2 trials. Twice." Chen Daoxuan was rather surprised. "You actually obtained the qualifications to participate in 2 trials on your first try." This time, Chen Daoxuan was really shocked by Luo Li. When he first participated in the inheritance trial here, he had only obtained the qualifications to participate twice. In the end, Chen Daoxuan was able to obtain the qualifications to enter the inheritance trials indefinitely because the World Abyss Pearl had provided him with a vast amount of comprehension stars, allowing him to remain in a state of enlightenment. Could it be, this inheritance had different assessment standards for different races? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think that Luo Li was from the merfolk race. Although she had human blood in her, she was no longer from the same race as the human race. "Sir Chen, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Chen Daoxuan smiled. "You're able to obtain the qualifications to participate in 2 trials on your first try. Wifey, you're much more powerful than I imagined." Looking at Chen Daoxuan's sincere praise, Luo Li lowered her head and said shyly, "I'm not as powerful as you say." Seeing Luo Li's shy appearance, Chen Daoxuan was in a good mood. He pulled her into his embrace and kissed her delicate face. He said firmly, "Of course wifey is so powerful. In the future, you have to accompany me to become an immortal and become that immortal couple." Hearing this, Luo Li, who was lying in Chen Daoxuan's arms, raised her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan's side profile. She muttered, "Immortal ascension? Can we really become immortals?" There had been no Mahayana true immortals in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Chen Daoxuan lowered his head and looked at the beauty in his arms. Then, he looked up at the starry sky above him and said confidently, "Yes. Definitely." Chapter 420, A Big Money Spender, 2. Sensing Chen Daoxuan's unwavering conviction, Luo Li buried her head deep in his embrace. At this moment, she felt that even if she died here, she would have no regrets in this life. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Luo Li was thinking. At this moment, his heart was unprecedentedly high. Although he had supported the Chen clan cultivators, in the eyes of the clan cultivators, Chen Daoxuan was the clan leader, an omnipotent god. However, Chen Daoxuan knew very well that whether it was the Chen family or himself, their foundations were very weak. Not to mention a big sect like the Qian Yuan sword sect, the Chen family was far from the Yuanying stage clans that ruled a state. Could such a clan really give birth to a Mahayana true immortal? Even if Chen Daoxuan had the golden scripture, he would not be able to do so. However, if this world could no longer give birth to another Mahayana true immortal, what should he do? The limitations of the world were the most fatal. This was the principle that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended on the first level of Tongtian Tower. In this world, he could easily extend his divine sense to 700 miles, but on the first level of Tongtian Tower, he could only extend his divine sense to 7 meters outside his body. He couldn't even release his magic power. A dignified Sifu disciple had been forcibly transformed into a martial arts expert. Although Chen Daoxuan had never tried it before, he doubted if he could ride a sword and fly in the first level of the Heaven Ascension Tower. The reason why Chen Daoxuan was so arrogant now was because of this inheritance in the infinite star sea. Through the various events in the legacy trial, Chen Daoxuan was now 100% sure that this legacy trial was a selection of disciples by a top force in the upper realm. Perhaps. To this top-notch faction, such inheritance trials were spread throughout the myriad worlds. In any case, it was not just the world that Chen Daoxuan was in. Especially after he obtained the treasure, the Stellar Sword Doctrine, he was even more certain of this. Strictly speaking, the Stellar Sword Dao diagram was a special pure Yang fairy weapon. It was a pure Yang immortal artifact that was copied from a supreme treasure that pointed directly to the Great Dao. Of course, compared to a normal pure Yang fairy weapon, the Stellar Sword Dao diagram was more like a growing pure Yang fairy weapon. Although its power was still far inferior to ordinary pure Yang immortal weapons, this treasure had unlimited possibilities. Through the information sent by the Stellar Sword Dao map, Chen Daoxuan learned that if he could improve the map to the extreme, he would be qualified to use that supreme treasure. As for the name of the treasure, the inheritance of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram did not reveal it. He only knew that it was a treasure owned by this top-notch force. Forget it. The matter of the supreme treasure is still too far away from me. I'm afraid that even if I become an immortal, I won't be qualified to come into contact with this information. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. He knew how terrifying a power was to be able to casually give away a pure Yang immortal weapon. After all, Chen Daoxuan was not a disciple of this top force yet. Moreover, according to the white-robed deist, there were already more than 900 people in this world who had reached Chen Daoxuan's level. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was impossible for all 900 cultivators to survive. But even so, it meant that this top force had already given away more than 900 pure Yang immortal weapons with a growth rate like the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. In the entire universe, how many pure Yang immortal weapons should this faction give away? And to pay such a huge price, it was just to select disciples. Every time Chen Daoxuan thought of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Just what kind of force was this? You have more pure Yang immortal weapons than our Chen clan has spirit stones? Tisk tisk. Sir Chen, what did you say? Nothing much, said Chen Daoxuan with a smile. Luoli didn't mind. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly offered her treasure. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I've stepped into the first level of the Great Dao realm and comprehended sword intent. Really? Chen Daoxuan looked pleasantly surprised. What sword intent is it? It's the water element sword intent. Water element sword intent. Chen Daoxuan thought of how much effort and energy he had spent to comprehend the sword essence of the rain of threads. And the sword essence of rain was just a branch of the sword essence of water. There's a huge difference between having an inheritance and not having one. Yet, Luoli was deeply moved by this point. When a rogue cultivator is compared to a disciple of a large faction, other than the difference in cultivation resources such as spirit stones and spirit veins, they don't have any inheritance at all. Of course. Chen Daoxuan nodded. There are many itinerant cultivators in the cultivation world who stumble onto the path of cultivation with just an ordinary qi refining technique. Speaking of which, the rogue cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea were lucky. At least the Qian Yuan sword sect gave them a glimmer of hope. Just for this glimmer of hope, many itinerant cultivators had left their lives in the Yun nation. However, if these scattered cultivators were given another chance, they would still choose to do so. That was because, the cultivation world had always been cruel. One had to fight with all their might or wait for the end of their lifespan to come. In order to give the countless itinerant cultivators in the infinite star sea a chance, the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect had paid a huge price. Back then, Chen Daoxuan's status was low, so he couldn't see this clearly. As the Chen family became stronger and stronger, his status became higher and higher. He felt more and more admiration for the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect. After all, there was only one person in the entire infinite star sea who dared to risk universal condemnation and fight for a chance for countless itinerant cultivators. Even there was only one person in the entire cultivation world. The two of us have been warm for a while. Chen Daoxuan helped Luoli up and said, let's digest what we've obtained from the inheritance first. Now is not the time for us to enjoy ourselves. Chapter 421, A Big Money for Money, 3. Hearing this, Luoli was shocked. She knew what Chen Daoxuan meant. It was not just Chen Daoxuan's goal of becoming an immortal. It would take him a few years at the fastest and 10 years at the slowest. The Qian Yuan sword sect would definitely take back the southern mountains city, and the Kangzhou cultivators would do so. Main force. If he wanted to be absolutely safe, then he had to break through to the Oris core stage before he could succeed. Thinking of this, Luoli couldn't care less about the warmth and hurriedly stood up. Chen Lang, you can cultivate in peace. I will protect you. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and smiled. There's no need to protect me. I have him. He tilted his head and looked at the black-robed clone sitting not far away. Wife, you should cultivate in peace. You just comprehended the water element sword essence, so you should consolidate it. Luoli glanced at the black-robed clone and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. This was the first time she called Chen Daoxuan husband, and her ears couldn't help but turn red. Chen Daoxuan looked at her beautiful appearance and his heart shook violently. Then he stopped his impulse and nodded to continue his seclusion. Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion for the treasure, the stellar sword Dao diagram. Chen Daoxuan had fainted because the stellar sword diagram had sent him too much information at once. His sea of consciousness couldn't take it and fainted. Of course, there was no danger. After all, Chen Daoxuan had the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness. He was still very confident in this old man in his sea of consciousness. As he sorted out the information in his sea of consciousness bit by bit, Chen Daoxuan finally knew what kind of treasure the stellar sword doctrine was. According to his own understanding, the stellar sword Dao illustration was a sword nurturing illustration. This diagram emphasized that the diagram nurtured the sword, and the sword nurtured the diagram, so that the two could mutually enhance each other to the extreme. First, it was the Tuyang sword. The sword here did not just refer to ordinary immortal swords, but also sword intent. That's right, it was the space sword intent and the rain sword intent that had been taken into the stellar sword doctrine. Not only could this picture nurture a real immortal sword, but it could also fuse sword intent into the immortal sword. By nurturing the immortal sword, it could directly increase sword intent. Doesn't this mean that I don't even have to comprehend the great Dao in the future and can directly cultivate the immortal sword through this picture? Chen Daoxuan was a sword cultivator, and the realm of the sword was the realm of the great Dao. As for the realm of the sword, it went from the first level of the formless realm, the second level of the corporeal realm, the third level of the astral realm, the fifth level of the nomological realm, and the sixth level of the world realm. He was referring to the changes in the sword intent. Only the fourth level Dao domain realm did not have much of a change to the sword intent itself. As he continued to comprehend, Chen Daoxuan finally understood what the Tuyang sword meant. Simply put, the cultivator only needed to put an immortal sword and the corresponding sword intent into the stellar sword Dao diagram. Then, the diagram would merge the invisible sword intent with the immortal sword in reality. In the future, if he increased the grade of the immortal sword, he would be able to increase the level of the sword intent. You can cultivate like this. Chen Daoxuan was stunned. Originally, he thought that the primordial enlightenment scripture increasing comprehension was already abnormal enough. In the end, something even more abnormal came. After comprehending this, Chen Daoxuan impatiently summoned the two-colored immortal sword from his purple mansion. Then, he summoned the stellar sword Dao diagram in his danshan. As the stellar sword doctrine slowly unfolded, Chen Daoxuan saw the two sword essences he had comprehended outside his body for the first time. The two stars, one big and one small, were shining on the sword doctrine. Chen Daoxuan couldn't be bothered to exclaim and directly threw the flying snow sword and the Cheng Ying sword into the picture. As the stellar sword principal picture devoured the two swords, the two stars in the picture slowly swam towards flying snow and Cheng Ying sword. The space sword intent merged with the Cheng Ying sword, and the rain sword intent merged with the flying snow sword. As the owner of the flying swords, Chen Daoxuan could clearly sense that his connection with the two swords had disappeared. At this moment, flying snow and Cheng Ying became a special existence that had both form and no form. The sword intent is the immortal sword, and the immortal sword is the sword intent. Chen Daoxuan muttered. But then, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. He thought of a serious question. Raising the grade of the immortal sword can raise the level of the sword intent? Wouldn't my Chen family go bankrupt? Chapter 422, Dao Domain Realm, 1. In the legacy trial space. The Taoist in white looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had just gone offline for less than a day, and frowned. Why are you here again? As I said, with your current cultivation, you're still far from being able to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. Even if it's the first level of the Heaven Ascension Tower, you'll have to at least have a nascent soul cultivation before you can try. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Senior, I'm not overestimating myself. I came here to challenge the Tongtian Tower. I'm just confused. Confused? That's right. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. Up until now, I've always believed that there is no shortcut to comprehending the Great Dao laws. But today, the star map that I obtained made me feel a little confused. If raising the grade of the immortal sword could raise the level of the sword intent and the Great Dao, what was the point of the younger generation and thousands of cultivators painstakingly comprehending the Dao? You came here for this. The white-robed Daoist chuckled. Why do you think that your bitter cultivation must be meaningful? You are just a mortal. You have worked hard to comprehend the Dao for hundreds or thousands of years, but you can't even compare to a cultivator with a slightly better cultivation. What's more, they were born to be Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. What's the point of your efforts compared to such existences? Chen Daoxuan frowned deeply. To you, the Stellar Sword Doctrine only gave you a shortcut. In the past, you had to work hard to comprehend the Dao in order to improve your Great Dao realm. Now, you can improve your Great Dao realm by comprehending Dao and refining treasures. It seems that your Dao path is much smoother, but compared to those extraordinary creatures who were born with primordial spiritual treasures, what are you? Brat, it's important to recognize yourself. Don't think too highly of yourself, and don't look down on yourself. These words were like thunder, exploding in Chen Daoxuan's heart. It had to be said that everything had been smooth sailing for him. Although Chen Daoxuan did not show it on his face, he always felt that he was a hotshot and a proud son of heaven. Transmigration, Golden Scripture, Golden Finger. All of this showed that he was the main character in the novel. However, the moment he obtained the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, Chen Daoxuan felt like he had suffered a huge blow. He could use the primordial enlightenment scripture to increase his comprehension and quickly comprehend the Dao. Other cultivators could also use treasures like the Stellar Sword Dao diagram to refine treasures while increasing their Great Dao realm. Which of these two was higher or lower, Chen Daoxuan could not judge for a moment. However, it was obvious that this method was the same as the primordial enlightenment scripture. It was extremely unbelievable. What was even more terrifying was that the faction that the white-robed Daoist belonged to could actually replicate this method in batches. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan took a step back and bowed deeply to the Taoist in white. He said sincerely, Junior, please enlighten me. Go ahead. The white-robed Daoist waved his hand gently. Seeing Chen Daoxuan disappear in front of him, the white-robed Daoist's calm face revealed a smile. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness returned to his body again. He felt the rapidly transforming sword intent and stood up. Luoli, I'm going into seclusion. Good. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan continued, before I go into seclusion, do something for me. Luoli hurriedly nodded, just tell Chen Lang to stay. Chen Daoxuan took out a token from his storage pouch that symbolized the identity of the Chen clan's clan leader and handed it over to Luoli, saying, take this token and go to the Chen family to get enough spirit stones to upgrade the spirit vein of the Demon Ape Mountain to the 4th grade. All. When Luoli heard this, she was stunned. One had to know that the spirit vein of Twin Lake Island was only a level 3 spirit vein. The new few hundred Zifu disciples of the Chen clan had relied on the essence of their ki to advance. Otherwise, if they relied on their spirit veins, the Chen clan would have to wait for an unknown period of time before they could produce so many Zifu disciples. However, Chen Daoxuan no longer had any extra essence qi in his hands. Even if he did, it would be useless. After extracting the essence qi, it would dissipate in a few months at most. Therefore, he had to rely on the 4th grade spirit meridian to break through to the golden core realm. And the spirit vein of the Devil Ape Mountain was only of the 3rd grade, which was not enough to support Chen Daoxuan to break through to the golden core. Luoli was also decisive in her decision. She knew that this matter was related to Chen Daoxuan's Dao path, so she didn't dare to be negligent. After a short moment of surprise, she immediately nodded, "Don't worry, Chen Lang, leave this matter to me." "Yes." After watching Luoli leave, Chen Daoxuan ordered the black-robed clone to go into seclusion in the cave dwelling next door. He also walked into the cave dwelling that he had opened up back then. Inside the cave, as soon as Chen Daoxuan sat down, his body shook. He focused his attention on the stellar sword Dao diagram in his danshan. He realized that the space sword intent on the sword Dao diagram had reached the upper stage of level 3. So fast! Chen Daoxuan muttered. His space sword essence and rain sword essence were originally only at the middle stage of the 3rd level. Under the nurturing of the stellar sword Dao diagram, his 2 sword essences improved rapidly and soon reached the upper stage of level 3. My flying snow sword and Cheng Ying sword are both high-grade 4th tier. In that case, I will be able to step into the Dao domain realm very soon. Feeling the way to increase his great Dao realm faster than the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture, Chen Daoxuan found it difficult to adapt. There are actually more than 900 people in this world who have obtained this inheritance. It seems that the water in this world is deeper than I imagined. Chen Daoxuan guessed. Even if hundreds of thousands of years have passed and a large number of people have passed away, those who are still alive are definitely the most powerful beings in this world. Although the inheritance of the Infinite Star Sea became known to everyone after the Qianyuan sword sect entered the Infinite Star Sea, there were very few people who could reach Chen Daoxuan's level in the past thousands of years. Chapter 423, Dao Domain Realm, 2. Those who could truly reach Chen Daoxuan's level were still geniuses that had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The reason was simple. The inheritance of the Infinite Star Sea hadn't been exposed in the early years, and those who were qualified for the trial were all true geniuses. After the Qianyuan sword sect entered the Myriad Star Sea, although the inheritance here was exposed, the people who came to accept this inheritance trial were of a much lower level. For example, Luoli. Normally, it was impossible for Luoli to obtain the qualifications for the trial. However, she managed to obtain the qualifications for the trial by relying on a treasure like the Dao Comprehension Tea Leaves. The elites of the other forces in the Infinite Star Sea, such as Yangudao and Zhang Chenai, were the same. However, using such a cheap method to obtain the qualifications for the trial was destined to not go far. After all, treasures that could temporarily increase one's comprehension were extremely precious. Even if one was a powerful faction, one could not let the disciples of the clan use them all the time. This was also the reason why Yangudao and Zhang Chenai were wandering around with the inheritance trial's Shen glyphs, but did not dare to accept the inheritance trial again. Because they knew that with their talent, once they accepted the trial again, it was very likely that they would be eliminated. Only those who had reached Chen Daoxuan's level could be considered as the seed contestants of this legacy. There are more than 900 people in this world. No, there shouldn't be 900 people. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. I don't know how many seeded contestants there are in the Infinite Star Sea. In fact, as long as the other party did not expose themselves, no one would know who had obtained one of the 3 treasures in the Infinite Star Sea. Just as Chen Daoxuan was sighing, his body shook again. Dao Domain Realm, you broke through just like that. Chen Daoxuan was dumbfounded. If I had known earlier, I would have spent all my clan's assets to buy a 5th-tier immortal sword. That way, won't my great Dao realm reach the low realm very quickly? Of course, Chen Daoxuan didn't even have a moment to regret. A 5th-tier immortal sword was a treasure that only nascent souls were qualified to possess. Even if the Chen clan had enough spirit stones, they would never be able to purchase such a treasure unless they could use the Sea Calming Hall Master's favor. Usually, nascent soul cultivators would not use spirit stones to trade for treasures suitable for nascent souls. Instead, they would use the power of creation as an ordinary equivalent. They would only use spirit stones to trade for treasures that were not of use to nascent souls. If one wanted to use spirit stones to purchase a 5th stage immortal sword used by a nascent soul, they would only be able to do so if the nascent soul was in dire need of a large number of spirit stones. This kind of situation could only be encountered by luck. Now that the Stellar Sword Dao diagram has been fused with the 2-colored level 4 superior grade immortal sword, theoretically, my great Dao realm can be directly raised to the upper stage Dao domain realm. This great Dao realm had surpassed Fairy Qi Yao. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, now that I've broken through to the golden core stage, I only need to make up for the lack of body refinement cultivation. As long as one's body refinement cultivation broke through to the skull-crushing rebirth realm, one could form a core. As Chen Daoxuan sorted out the items, he unleashed his Dao domain. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain expanded to a radius of 700 miles. In the next moment, 2 stars, one big and one small, suppressed the Dao domain. They were the 2 sword intents that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended. When I saw Fairy Qi Yao use her time Dao domain, I didn't see her time sword intent. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and was struck by a stroke of luck. The 2 stars, one big and one small, instantly disappeared from his doctrine domain and returned to the Stellar Sword Dao diagram in his danshan. I see. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Without the sword intent filling it, the power of the Dao domain immediately decreased by a large margin. Following that, he tried to summon the spatial sword intent. The power of his Dao domain had reached 80% of its peak. With the addition of the Silk Rain sword intent, the power of his Dao domain was immediately pulled to the maximum. This suppression is even stronger than Fairy Qi Yao's time Dao domain. Chen Daoxuan was not too surprised. After all, Fairy Qi Yao's time Dao domain was only at the early stage Dao domain realm, which was on par with his. However, Fairy Qi Yao had only comprehended 1 sword essence, so she couldn't compare to Chen Daoxuan, who had comprehended 2 sword essences. Although the power of the Rain sword essence was far inferior to that of the Time sword essence, his Space sword essence was not inferior at all. What about summoning the Stellar Sword Dao diagram? For some reason, Chen Daoxuan's heartbeat sped up. He felt that the Stellar Sword Dao diagram seemed to be particularly compatible with the Dao domain. Just do it. This time, Chen Daoxuan directly summoned the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. All of a sudden, a scroll that stretched across the world unfolded at the bottom of the infinite star sea. Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain was completely covered by this scroll. Devil Ape Mountain Range. Luo Yuanshan, who was in seclusion to break through to the Golden Core realm, suddenly raised his head. A fear that came from the depths of his soul suddenly surged into his heart. It's a Dao domain. Luo Yuanshan sat up in shock. May I know which Supreme is driving? I'm Luo Yuanshan, the clan leader of the Merfolk clan, a subsidiary clan of the Chen family in Kang Prefecture. Please forgive me for offending you. Luo Yuanshan bowed and placed his head under his arms in a submissive manner. The other merfolk were even more frightened by this heavenly might until they trembled. When the Stellar Sword Dao diagram appeared for the first time, Chen Daoxuan was unable to control it perfectly. Just a trace of its power was enough to scare the entire merfolk. Chen Daoxuan was not in the mood to pay attention to the merfolk clan. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly testing the power of this treasure. Speaking of which, this was Chen Daoxuan's true trump card. Since it was a trump card treasure, it would be a joke if he did not know its power and the time it could be used. If the power limit of Chen Daoxuan's doctrine domain was 1, then after he unleashed the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, the power instantly soared to more than 100. Under the Stellar Sword Dao diagram's amplification, the power of his Dao domain had increased by more than 100 times. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan's magic power was quickly sucked dry. One breath. Chen Daoxuan looked at his danshan, which had been drained of all his magic power in a breath, and his face turned a little green. Fortunately, his 4th-tier superior grade natal spiritual armor was releasing water and continuously injecting magic power into his danshan. However, the 4th grade White Lotus of Fate could only store over 100 times the magic power. He could only use the Stellar Sword Dao diagram for 100 breaths. 132 breaths, a little more than 2 minutes. After the spiritual light dissipated, Chen Daoxuan's face turned pale as he looked at the natal spiritual armor that had shrunk back into his danshan. Without the support of his mana, the stellar sword Dao diagram turned into a light spot and entered his danshan. That feeling just now. Chen Daoxuan clenched his fists. Far beyond golden core cultivators. Chen Daoxuan had only seen the Sea-Calming Temple Master attack a few times, but he felt that the power of the stellar sword chart was no less than the Sea-Calming Temple Master's attack. Nascent Soul Realm. Just now, the power of the stellar sword Dao diagram was comparable to that of a nascent soul. Although it was only a short 2 minutes, it was enough for him to sweep away all the golden core cultivators. A trump card. This was his true trump card. In the past, although the soul-setting divine light, 3 heads, 6 arms, and other divine powers allowed his strength to far exceed that of cultivators of the same level, he could only dominate those of the same level. If he encountered a high-level cultivator, it would be good enough if he could match him. Chen Daoxuan might have defeated the 7th elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Ziwei, but that was due to Zhang Ziwei's carelessness. In addition, his opponent's abilities were completely countered by Chen Daoxuan. Otherwise, once Zhang Ziyu understood Chen Daoxuan's weakness, it would be hard to predict the outcome of the battle. But now, even if Zhang Ziwei was 10 times stronger, Chen Daoxuan could easily suppress him. After stepping into the precept domain realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. At the very least, he was a genuine nascent soul during the 132 breaths when he used the stellar sword Dao diagram. Inside the secret chamber. Even though Chen Daoxuan's danshan was empty and his face was as pale as paper. But his eyes were exceptionally bright. Now, my Chen family has been dormant for a long time. It's time to amaze the world. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was full of motivation. He patted the storage pouch on his waist and a large pile of blood marrow piled up in front of him. This blood marrow was obtained from the true immortal origin world. Although the blood marrow was not as effective as the vital chi essence, it was much more helpful to a cultivator's body refinement than the blood crystal. Chen Daoxuan estimated that with this pile of blood marrow in front of him, he would definitely be able to raise his body refinement cultivation to the skull-crushing rebirth realm in 3 years at the longest, or 1 or 2 years at the shortest. Chapter 424, Killing Demons with a Thought, 1. Devil Ape Mountain Range. In a secret chamber of a cave abode. A young man with a naked and muscular body. Next to the man, there was a pile of fist-sized blood-colored stones. Compared to the blood crystals, these blood-colored stones were not only darker in color, but they were also filled with a chaotic will that could confuse people's minds. It was as if countless mournful wails had gathered together. Kill! 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 Die! I want you dead! Chen Daoxuan's face darkened as he merged the blood marrow into his body. His Dao heart was like a knife, cutting off all the chaotic wills. After an unknown amount of time. Phew! Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. I've reached my limit. Feeling the terrifying strength of his physical body, Chen Daoxuan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Compared to Ziphodharmic powers, the strength of his physical body brought about by his body-tempering cultivation seemed more real. This feeling of being able to pierce a hole in the sky with a single fist was more real and powerful than the intangible power of magic power. Is this the skull-shattering rebirth state? Such terrifying power is actually only equivalent to the purple prefecture chi refining stage. As Chen Daoxuan's divine soul circulated, he quickly grasped the power that had soared after his body refining cultivation broke through. It seems that not only can spirit cultivation make one's spiritual sense stronger, but it can also allow cultivators to better control their own strength. As a wave of enlightenment surged into his mind, Chen Daoxuan instantly had a deeper understanding of body refinement, chi refinement, and spirit refinement. Chen Daoxuan stood up from the futon after his body refinement cultivation broke through. As he stood up, the futon that he was sitting on turned into ashes. This. Chen Daoxuan shook his head as he looked at the futon that was affected by the breakthrough in his body refining cultivation. It seems that my control over my physical strength isn't as perfect as I imagined. Although compared to Qi refining, Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation was only at the first level of the Zipho disciple level, and was still very immature. However, in an environment where the majority of the people in this world did not place much emphasis on body refinement, it was already very rare for Chen Daoxuan to have a body refinement cultivation base that could allow him to break his skull and be reborn at the Purple Mansion stage. Even the direct disciples of many large sects were inferior to Chen Daoxuan in terms of body refinement. My body-tempering cultivation has reached the skull-shattering rebirth realm, and my great Dao realm has reached the high-stage precept domain realm. My Ziphodharmic powers have also been tempered to the limit, and I can break through at any time. After hibernating in Devil Ape Mountain for 3 years, Chen Daoxuan had done his best to prepare for the core formation. Thinking of this, he swept his divine sense and felt the aura of the 4th grade spirit vein of the Devil Ape Mountain. He nodded in satisfaction, not bad. To raise this spirit vein to grade 4 in 3 years, it seems that it has cost more than 100 million spirit stones. The consumption of a few spirit stones was nothing in the eyes of Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family. Now, with the process of industrializing the Seaview Immortal City, the Chen family's annual profits had soared by several times or even dozens of times. Even Jingzhou and Taizhou, which were next to Kangzhou, were paying attention to the Chen family's newly promoted Kangzhou clan, let alone Kangzhou. In the past few years, the 2 states and Yuan Chen Immortal City had sent people to the Chen family to seek cooperation. However, Chen Dalian rejected them because the patriarch was in seclusion and didn't care about worldly affairs. However, this matter could not be delayed forever. Other than matters in other provinces, there were also matters in Kangzhou. The Qianyuan Sword Sect's expedition to Zhenyi's Pass was imminent. As the main force of this battle, Kangzhou had to choose a commander in the state. Originally, this commander should have been Zhou Minghao, the patriarch of the new Golden Core family in Gang Prefecture. However, as the Chen family's development momentum became more and more rapid in the past few years, there were gradually different voices within Kangzhou. After all, the scene of Chen Daoxuan turning the tide in the source world of true immortals was still fresh in everyone's mind. Although Chen Daoxuan was not a Golden Core, he was not necessarily weaker than Zhou Minghao, who had advanced to the Golden Core stage. Everyone knew that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was inferior to Zhou Minghao's, but he was clearly stronger. Coupled with the rapid development of the Chen family, it was no wonder that everyone was wavering. It was easy to side with the Zhou family now, but who could guarantee that the Chen family would catch up later and not settle scores later? With this thought, there were naturally different voices in the inner circles of the Kangzhou continent. To everyone's surprise, the Yang family, one of the 3 major families of Guang'an Prefecture, stood on the Chen family's side. Although Yang Linyuan's strength was average, he was a scheming person and had always been famous. Countless people guessed that the Yang family might know something that no one knew. Just as the outside world was in chaos, Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough had reached a critical period. Outside the cave, Luo Li stood not far away from Chen Daoxuan's cave abode, pacing back and forth anxiously. Beside her, a robust middle-aged merman comforted her, "Don't be anxious. With Dao Profound's foundation, breaking through to Golden Core is just a piece of cake." Although Luo Xiaoyuan did not know what level Chen Daoxuan's great Dao realm had reached, he knew Chen Daoxuan's battle records. Chen Daoxuan's reputation had long since spread among the Zipho disciples of the origin world of true immortals, and he had been able to suppress all of them. At that time, the outside world had guessed that the Qianyuan Sword Sect would definitely place Chen Daoxuan in the top 3 of the Purple Prefecture's Sons of Heaven roll. As expected, after the trip to the source world of true immortals, the Qianyuan Sword Sect redetermined the ranking of the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings. Chen Daoxuan was in 2nd place, and Fairy Qi Yao was in 1st place. Fairy Qi Yao had reached the 4th level Dao domain realm, which was indeed a level higher than Chen Daoxuan, who had only reached the 3rd level Dao realm. But now, Chapter 425, Killing Demons with a Thought, 2. Sensing the increasingly oppressive atmosphere around him, Luo Xiaoyuan, who had tried to break through to the Golden Core stage several times, immediately understood what was going on. He turned to Luo Li and shouted, "Li Er, retreat quickly. Father, this is... It's the Golden Core lightning tribulation." Luo Xiaoyuan's gaze was solemn. All. Upon hearing the Golden Core thunder tribulation, Luo Li's expression was both surprised and worried. She was pleasantly surprised that her lover had successfully formed his Aurous Core, but she was worried that the might of the Aurous Core lightning tribulation would hurt her lover. Seeing his daughter's worry, Luo Xiaoyuan pulled Luo Li back and said, "Don't worry. If he can't pass the Golden Core lightning tribulation, who else in the world can reach the Golden Core realm? Even though that was the case, Luo Li still had to worry. Just as Luo Xiaoyuan had predicted, Chen Daoxuan's core formation was unprecedentedly smooth. Rather than calling his breakthrough this time, it was better to call it overflowing. Because compared to the other Zifu disciples, Chen Daoxuan's accumulation of experience was simply too much. He had a high-stage Dao domain realm, a skull-shattering rebirth realm body-tempering cultivation, and a soul that was close to that of a golden core. It made Chen Daoxuan unable to advance at the Purple Mansion stage. This terrifying accumulation caused Chen Daoxuan to activate the Book of the Qianyuan Sword and prepare to break through to the Golden Core stage. Countless magic power surged into his Danshan and formed around Golden Core at lightning speed. As the Golden Core condensed, his Dharmic powers transformed once again. From the extreme Zifu level Dharmic powers, it officially transformed into Golden Core Dharmic powers, and its power increased by a level. Not only that, but his Golden Core Dharmic powers were also being further refined and strengthened under the 4th level high-stage Dao domain. However, this kind of tempering could not be done overnight. It was estimated that it would take a few years for the tempering to be completed. In other words, these few years, Chen Daoxuan's strength would keep increasing. All in all, Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage this time was even easier than the last time he broke through to the Purple Prefecture. As for the fact that ordinary cultivators needed medicinal pills to help them break through, it didn't exist for Chen Daoxuan at all. His accumulation already completely did not require him to use medicinal pills this kind of thing anymore. If he hadn't deliberately suppressed it and wanted to stabilize his cultivation base, he would have become a Golden Core cultivator 2 or 3 years ago. Boom! Chen Daoxuan directly soared into the sky, using his head to drill a large hole in the cave abode, and directly drilled out from the mountain. Standing in the air, Chen Daoxuan saw Luo Li and the others who had retreated 100 miles away. He nodded at Luo Li and transmitted his voice to the two of them, retreat another 500 li. What? Before Luo Li could react, Luo Xiaoyuan immediately pulled Luo Li and retreated, run. To the two Zifu disciples, the distance of 500 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Seeing Luo Li and Luo Xiaoyuan retreat 500 miles away, Chen Daoxuan calmed down. He could feel that the power of his Golden Core lightning tribulation was much stronger than Zhou Minghao's. But Chen Daoxuan was not afraid at all. Compared to Zhou Minghao, his accumulation was more than 100 times that of the other party. If even he could not pass the Golden Core lightning tribulation, no one in this world could. Just as Chen Daoxuan had expected, the tribulation cloud directly enveloped a radius of 500 miles. Within a radius of 500 miles, Chen Daoxuan stood naked under the tribulation clouds, as tiny as an ant. However, it was this ant that emitted a terrifying aura that even the lightning tribulation clouds trembled. As if angered by Chen Daoxuan's arrogant attitude, the first lightning tribulation struck down on Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan's entire body was bathed in the lightning pillar. Just this. After reaching the skull-crushing rebirth realm, Chen Daoxuan felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring when facing a mortal body tribulation that was fatal to ordinary cultivators. He even felt that the temperature of the hot spring was not enough, let alone hurt him. He shook his head. This level of physical calamity doesn't have any effect on tempering my body. It's better not to waste time. As he spoke, his body trembled slightly. The lightning pillar was actually shattered by his terrifying physical strength. When Luo Xiaoyuan saw this unbelievable scene, he could not help but open his mouth and mutter, the lightning tribulation was dispersed. That's great. Seeing how relaxed Chen Daoxuan was, Luo Li's heart finally calmed down. Next was the second Dharmic Powers Tribulation and the third Divine Soul Tribulation. Under Chen Daoxuan's magical power and Divine Soul, which were comparable to or even surpassed that of a Golden Core cultivator, they all passed easily. Luo Xiaoyuan watched as Chen Daoxuan went through the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. It did not look like he was in a life and death situation as recorded in the clan's ancient books. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't been topless, he would have thought that he was here to play. This is too easy. Luo Xiaoyuan was still in disbelief. Luo Xiaoyuan wasn't the only one in disbelief. Hundreds of miles away, a purple mansion stage jade water ape was hiding at the foot of a mountain, secretly watching Chen Daoxuan transcend the tribulation. As it saw it, no matter how powerful this Zifu disciple was, he wouldn't be able to discover it from several hundred kilometers away. This purple mansion Jade Water Ape was none other than the Merman race's neighbor, the chief of the Jade Water Ape race, who was entrenched on a grade 3 spirit vein near the Demon Ape Mountain. Back then, when Chen Daoxuan was in the foundation establishment stage, he had met this purple mansion stage Jade Water Ape clan's patriarch. However, the other party was frightened away by Chen Daoxuan pulling the flag of the sea suppressing hall. He did not expect that this person was actually attracted by the commotion of the Devil Ape Mountain this time and rushed up to die. In the eyes of the Jade Water Ape chief, it was hundreds of miles away from Chen Daoxuan. The other party had yet to successfully transcend the tribulation. With the other party's divine sense, it was impossible for him to discover it. Little did they know that before Chen Daoxuan broke through to the Golden Core stage, the range of his divine sense had already reached 700 miles. After breaking through to the Golden Core stage, his soul was nurtured in the Golden Core, and his divine sense immediately doubled, reaching a distance of 1,500 miles. The chief of the Jade Water Apes thought that Chen Daoxuan would not be able to discover him from hundreds of miles away. He was simply ignorant to the extreme. Humph, you're courting death. Hundreds of miles away, the Jade Water Ape chief heard a clap of thunder and his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, a golden light flashed back. It was the Chengying sword that Chen Daoxuan had fused with the stellar sword Dao diagram. After fusing with the spatial sword intent, the Chengying sword had undergone a strange transformation. It became an existence that was between reality and illusion. Right now, Chen Daoxuan's sword intent's level wasn't considered high. When his sword intent transformed into nomological laws in the future, this Chengying sword would be a sword of spatial nomological laws. Immortal swords were the embodiment of spatial laws. Chen Daoxuan killed the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan with a single thought. Luo Xiaoyuan and Luo Li did not even have time to react. It was only when he withdrew the Chengying sword that Luo Li realized that her Zifa-staged neighbor had died. Was that the chief of the Jade Water Apes? It seems so. Luo Li nodded. A mid-stage Zifa disciple died just like that. Even though Luo Xiaoyuan knew that Chen Daoxuan was powerful, it was his first time seeing Chen Daoxuan fight at such a close distance. Never mind that. Luo Li said anxiously, I'll go and see Chen Lang first. Seeing his daughter's anxious look, Luo Xiaoyuan couldn't help but shake his head. Li Er. Clan leader Luo. In front of her father, Chen Daoxuan was too embarrassed to call her wife directly. Instead, he addressed her as Luo Li Er. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyuan also knew the relationship between Chen Daoxuan and Luo Li. The original title of Lord was also somewhat difficult to call out. Just as he was feeling troubled, Chen Daoxuan quickly said, Clan leader Luo, just call me by my name. Luo Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated expression and nodded. Dao profound. Yes. Dao Xian, congratulations on successfully forming your core. From now on, my Merman race can be a vassal race of a Golden Core family. Luo Xiaoyuan said with a hint of joy on his face. Compared to the relationship between Chen Daoxuan and Luo Li, in Luo Xiaoyuan's opinion, the relationship between the Merfolk clan and the Chen family was more important to him. The Chen family had become a Golden Core family. With the power of the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan's strength, the Chen family was very likely to become an overlord of the Azure continent in the future. At that time, the Merman race would have a strong backing and a foothold in the cruel underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea. Clan leader Luo is too polite. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to speak, the transmission talisman in his storage bag rang. Chapter 426, Leaking the Secret and Coveting, 1. Azure Continent, Seaview Immortal City. It had been 5 years since Chen Daoxuan went to the Devil Ape Mountain range to break through to the Golden Core. In these 5 years, the Seaview Immortal City had changed greatly. Originally, the Seaview Immortal City was an unfinished immortal city. At the beginning of the construction of this immortal city, considering the future development, a large empty area was reserved. Now, these empty areas had all become the industrial land of Guanhai Immortal City. See Viewing Immortal City Chengdong District, 7th Industrial Zone. This was one of the magical equipment production bases of the Seaview Immortal City. In the industrial zone, large magical equipment factories stood here. Nizhong, are you off work? Nizhong, who was wearing a brand new blue factory uniform, had just walked out of the factory when a young man wearing the same blue factory uniform greeted him with a smile. However, Nai Zhong's expression turned stiff when he heard these words. He coughed and said, "You're so rude. Call me Department Director Nai." Hearing this, the young man immediately walked forward and slapped Nai Zhong's head. He shouted, "You little brat, I call you showing off. Hey, 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 don't move. My new clothes." Nai Zhong dusted off his new uniform, his face full of pride. Nai Zhong and the young man beside him were the first batch of students who entered the Chen family to open a technical school 5 years ago. Nai Zhong entered the school run by the Chen family. With his steadfast and studious personality, he successfully graduated from the technical school in less than a year. After that, he was assigned to this magic tool factory and worked there for more than 4 years. In the past 4 years, Nai Zhong had not only relied on the interest-free loan from Changping Industrial and Commercial Bank to obtain a foundation establishment pill. He also obtained a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage in the main spirit eye of the spirit vein of the vast ocean immortal city through more than 4 years of work insurance. In the past, rogue cultivators like Nai Zhong, who had no background or resources, would only have a chance to build their foundation if they risked their lives on the battlefield in the Yun nation. And now, there were countless itinerant cultivators like Nai Zhong in Guang'an Prefecture. They did not need to risk their lives on the battlefield in the Yun nation to obtain a good future. Nai Zhong and the others were a typical example. From a wandering cultivator with nothing, he successfully built his foundation. Now that Nai Zhong had successfully built his foundation, he had made a new breakthrough in his weapon refining skills. He could already refine a second-level lower-grade magic weapon with the help of the harmonious spirit stove. In this way, Nai Zhong's income would not only soar, but his status in the factory would also be further improved. In the 7th industrial zone in the east of the city, the 5th factory of the Sea Viewing Artifact Manufacturing Factory had built a new workshop. Nai Zhong was promoted to be the person in charge of the workshop, which was also the workshop director. From then on, Nai Zhong could be considered to have an official position. If it had been during the time when he had just entered the factory, a mere workshop director who was in charge of mortals and itinerant cultivators would not have been taken seriously by a cultivator like Nai. However, as Nai Zhong spent more and more time in the factory, he witnessed the rapid development of the factory and the significant increase in the income of the secret practitioners in the factory. Nai Zhong, the workshop director, had a lot of gold in him. Along the way, when others saw Nai Zhong's brand new uniform, their eyes were filled with envy. "Old Nai, don't show off. Let me tell you, I've already applied to be transferred to the 9th industrial zone." As expected, when Nai Zhong heard this, he immediately pricked up his ears and hurriedly said, "Brother Situ, quickly tell me what happened. How did you end up in the 9th industrial zone? Wasn't that the industrial zone that only the direct descendants of the Chen family could enter?" Even though Chen family wanted to turn the city into an industrial immortal city, the degree of confidentiality was different. For example, the production of level 1 and level 2 magic tools, which required relatively low technology, was carried out in the 8 industrial zones in the east of the city. As for those with higher technical requirements, such as the Chen family's mysterious spiritual armor manufacturing and automatic spiritual talisman manufacturing, they were placed in the 9th industrial zone, which had the highest level of confidentiality. Although there was only one industrial zone in the 9th industrial zone, its actual area was much larger than the 3 industrial zones in the east of the city combined. The 9th industrial zone was located in the outer ring of the north of the city. In the past, only the direct descendants of the Chen family and their vassal families could apply to join this industrial zone. Furthermore, the application conditions were extremely strict. Not only did one have to go through multiple identity checks, but one also had to swear a Great Dao oath before entering. It could be said that the 9th industrial zone was filled with the Chen family's core assets. Logically speaking, the Chen family would not allow an outsider to enter such a place. Situ Jun saw the incredulous look on Nai Zongpu's face and chuckled. "Married into the Chen family? You?" Nai Zhong pointed at Situ Jun, his face twitching. "You're such a shameless guy. You can be jealous. My wife is not only beautiful, but also gentle and considerate." Situ Jun pursed his lips. "There are countless itinerant cultivators who want to marry into the Chen family. You people are just jealous." Nai Zhong looked at the smug Situ Jun and expressed that he did not want to talk to him. "Sigh, Nai Zhong, don't go. We haven't finished chatting. Don't bother me." Sigh, at the end of the day, it's still jealousy. Get lost. Qinxi District, this was the Lokang district of the Seaview Immortal City. There were all kinds of shops, inns, banks, and other buildings in the Qinxi district. In an independent courtyard of a high-class inn, a few cultivators of the Ji family were staying here. The one in the lead was actually a golden core elder of the Ji family. Yan Yuan, what did that junior from the Chen family say? Chapter 427, Leaking the Secret and Coveting, 2. In an independent courtyard, an old man in a grey robe was lying on a chair with his eyes closed. The old man sensed the young cultivator approaching and opened his sharp eyes. Third elder. The young cultivator named Ji Yunyuan, who was wearing a blue Daoist robe and had a reserved expression, said respectfully, the Chen family said that their patriarch is in seclusion and is not available to receive guests. Humph! When the third elder of the Ji clan heard this, his thick eyebrows shot up fiercely. A mere Zifu disciple, yet you're so arrogant. What, did he think that he could treat all the golden core cultivators in the world as nothing just because he defeated Zhang Ziwei, that trash? There was no wall in the world that could not leak air, even though Chen Daoxuan had warned his clansmen not to leak the results of his battle with Zhang Ziwei. The result of this battle was still known to the outside world. Perhaps it wasn't the Zhang and Chen family members who leaked the news, but some other cultivators who were watching the battle. After all, the battle between Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Ziwei had taken place in the Infinite Star Sea. At that time, the Zhou clan was holding a Jindan festival, and there were many Zifu disciples passing by. It was possible that some Zifu disciple might have seen it and spread the news. After the incident, neither the Zhang family nor the Chen family stepped forward to refute the rumor. Obviously, the tacit agreement of the Chen and Zhang families confirmed the fact that Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Ziyu had a slight advantage. Now, not only Kangzhou, but the entire Infinite Star Sea was spreading Chen Daoxuan's name. To be able to defeat a late-stage golden core cultivator with a cultivation level of the Zifu disciple stage, this sort of battle record was something that even the previous number 1 on the Zifu disciple rankings would find difficult to achieve. Zhang Ziwei was not an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator. However, in terms of strength, he was much stronger than ordinary late Taurus core cultivators. If not for this, Zhang Ziyu would not have been known as the closest cultivator to the nascent soul stage of the Zhang family. However, from the tone of the third elder of the Ji family, it was obvious that he did not take the Zhang ancestor seriously. Ji Yunyuan saw that his third elder was furious and did not dare to say anything. He immediately knelt down and buried his head deep into the ground. Ji Yunyuan knew that although the third elder of the family was powerful and ranked on the Golden Core ranking list, he had a weakness. He was jealous and cruel, or rather, he was extremely bloodthirsty. Ji Yunyuan didn't understand why the family would send such a killing god to seek cooperation with the Chen family. The full name of the third elder of the Ji family was Ji Sui. His name was bright, but the way he handled things was completely different from his name. Not to mention outside, even within the Ji family, Ji Sui was a vicious person who could make children stop crying. Now that Ji Yunyuan was following behind this master, rather than saying that he was here to cooperate with the Chen family, it would be more appropriate to say that he was here to cause trouble for the Chen family. The people of the Ji family had only stayed in the sea viewing Immortal City for less than 3 days. When the Chen family said that Chen Daoxuan had broken through to the Golden Core realm in seclusion, Ji Sui looked extremely unhappy as if he had been greatly wronged. Ji Yunyuan dared to guarantee that if it wasn't for the fact that Chen Daoxuan had the Sea Calming Hall master backing him, Ji Sui would have dared to wash this Immortal City in blood because of this matter. This Ji Sui had done a lot of things in the Yun nation to cleanse an Immortal City with blood. Even it was rumored that the other party had done such evil things in the Infinite Star Sea. However, the Qian Yuan sword sect did not have any evidence, and because of the Ji family's background, they did not investigate further. Seeing that Ji Sui's anger was getting more and more intense, Ji Yunyuan hurriedly knelt down and said, "Third elder, although Chen Daoxuan is in seclusion, I have investigated the large workshop opened by the Chen family in the sea viewing Immortal City in detail these few days and have made a shocking discovery." "Oh!" Ji Sui raised his eyebrows. "What did you find?" Ji Yunyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and took out 3 items from his storage bag. They were a grade 2 flying sword, a grade 2 spirit recovery pill, and a grade 2 lightning gathering talisman. "Third elder, please take a look. This is what I found in the Seaview Immortal City these few days." Ji Sui casually flipped through them and found that they were all low-grade magic tools and pills. He immediately lost interest. They are all trash. What's the point of using them? After saying that, Ji Sui threw it on the ground in disgust. Seeing this, Ji Yunyuan braced himself and picked up the 3 items one by one. He said patiently, "Third Elder, these things are indeed difficult to catch your eye, but for Foundation establishment cultivators, they are all indispensable good things." He paused for a moment. In the market of Jingzhou, an upper-grade level 2 magic tool is worth at most 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones. How could the Chen family mass-produce such a magic tool? Hearing this, Ji Sui's interest was piqued. "Did you just say mass production?" "That's right, I once cast a bewitching spell on a wandering cultivator in the Chengdong district, and the other party personally revealed the production of this kind of level 2 magic tool. According to the other party, the most ordinary magic tool factory in Guanhai Immortal City could produce thousands of grade 2 magic tools per day. In the Chengdong district, there were many magic tool factories like this. Not only were there a lot of them, but there were also all kinds of magic tools." Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Ji Sui stood up abruptly. He grabbed Ji Yunyuan's shoulder and stared at him with a look of extreme excitement. "A workshop can produce thousands of level 2 magic tools in a day? Do you know what their cost is?" Ji Yunyuan endured the pain in his shoulder and gritted his teeth. "I'm not sure. That rogue cultivator doesn't know much. Other than the speed at which he personally refines magic tools and the number of people in the factory, he roughly estimates the daily production of magic tools." Chapter 428, Leaking the Secret, 3. Seeing Ji Yunyuan's pained expression, Ji Sui gently released his hand and said, "Oh, this magic tool was refined by him." "Exactly." Ji Yunyuan nodded. "According to him, he can refine a grade 2 magic tool in 6 hours. "Impossible." Ji Sui shook his head and said, "Although I'm not an artifact craftsman, I've personally observed the artifact refinement of the clan's artifact craftsmen. It's impossible for it to be so fast. This is also what I don't understand. How can the blacksmiths trained by the Chen family be so fast?" Hearing this, Ji Sui laughed. "Looks like the Chen family made the right choice to come. Originally, when the ancestor saw that the Azure continent was becoming more and more chaotic, he wanted to forcefully intervene. Although he did not know how the Chen family could refine a magic weapon in such a short time, Ji Sui had a hunch that the Chen family was hiding a huge secret. Perhaps, this was the real reason why the Chen family had risen so quickly. Although Ji Sui didn't care much about low-grade magic tools, the significance of having more low-grade magic tools was very different. Even nascent souls and essence soul Dao lords could not live without spirit stones, let alone Ji Sui. Because of the power of creation contained in the spirit stone, it could not only be used as currency among low-level cultivators, but it could also be used by nascent soul cultivators and even higher-level cultivators. The only troublesome thing was that it was very tedious to extract the power of creation from the spirit stones. Fortunately, there was no simple way to extract the power of creation from spirit stones. Otherwise, this kind of thing would have long been monopolized by high-level cultivators. It was impossible for low-level cultivators to trade with each other. Seeing that third elder was deep in thought, Ji Yunyuan did not dare to disturb him. After a while, Ji Sui suddenly stood up. "Let's go to the factory of the Chen family." "Third elder, are we just going to barge in like this?" "Hey!" Hearing this, Ji Sui smiled and turned around. "I really don't know how the family teaches the younger generation. Kid, let me teach you a lesson. Any treasure in this world belongs to the stronger one. Do you understand? I think you juniors have been brainwashed by the people of the Qian Yuan sword sect." Although he did not agree with the third elder's words, Ji Yunyuan still felt a little embarrassed to be pointed at by the elders of the family and scolded for being heartless. He immediately said, "Third elder, please." "That's right." Ji Sui nodded in satisfaction. "With me around, what are you afraid of?" "Third elder is right. Seaview Immortal City. City Lord Manor." Ever since 5 years ago, the Chen family had made the Guanhai Immortal City into an industrial immortal city. The core of the Chen family's work was transferred from Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone to Redwood Island. It had to be said that with the foundation of Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone, the process of industrializing Guanhai Immortal City was progressing smoothly. The only obstacle was that the Seaview Immortal City had too much production capacity and the current market could not digest it. Chen Daoxuan was obedient. She stored all the excess magical equipment and pills she produced. When Chen Daoxuan successfully formed his aura's core, she would solve the problem of the sales market. Even so, Chen Daoxuan was still a little frightened as he looked at the increasing number of pills and magic tools. After all, compared to the industrial zone of Shuanghu Island, after the sectless cultivators were pulled into the Chen family's industrial system, the production capacity of Guanhai Immortal City was more than 100 times that of the past. If it wasn't for the problem of the sales market, the industrial scale of Guanhai Immortal City would have expanded 10 times faster. In the city lord's mansion, Chen Daoxuan was focused on reading various documents. Suddenly, a shocking aura erupted from the Chengdong district side of the city. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my Chen family? Chen Daoxuan stood up abruptly. In the past 5 years, although Chen Daoxuan's strength did not improve much, as he controlled the huge machine of the Chen family, the power of Chen Daoxuan's body increased day by day. At this moment, when he was angry, it really made others tremble in fear. Chapter 429, Starry Sword Array. Seaview Immortal City, Chengdong District. Who is it? How dare you spy on my Chen family's secrets? A loud shout resounded throughout the entire Chengdong district. Immediately after, a streak of azure light soared into the sky and crashed toward Chengdong district of the city. Boom! With an explosion, a figure wearing green Ling armor stood in front of the 3G family cultivators. The Chen family has said that the young patriarch is in seclusion and is not welcome. The Ji family has trespassed into the Chen family's territory. Are you trying to stir up a dispute between the Kang prefecture and the Jing prefecture? Although he was covered in green Ling armor, he could still tell from his voice that he was Chen Fuxian, the head of the Chen family army. In these 5 years, Chen Fuxian's cultivation level did not change much. He had only advanced to the middle stage of the Purple Prefecture realm. Chen Fuxian's cultivation progress was extremely slow when the Chen family had so much essence of vitality. However, compared to 5 years ago, his strength had changed drastically. 5 years ago, Chen Fuxian could barely make it onto the Purple Prefecture Prodigy roll with his level 3 high-grade mobility armor. In addition, his ranking on the Zifu Disciple rankings wouldn't be too high. However, in 5 years, Chen Fuxian's Great Path realm had not only broken through the 3rd level of the Astral Transformation realm, but he had also created a sword technique that suited his Great Path realm. One had to know that there was a huge difference between a cultivator who created a sword scripture and a cultivator who did not. Before Zhou Mubai had created his own sword art, his ranking on the Zifu Sons of Heaven ranking was just below average. However, after he had created the Azure Lotus sword art, his ranking on the Zifu Disciple roll had skyrocketed, and he had leapt into the top 10, becoming the most elite Zifu Disciple in the Infinite Star Sea. Zhou Mubai's strength was comparable to a golden core who had just broken through. At this time, Chen Fuxian and the others belonged to this kind of situation. It was true that Chen Fuxian's Great Dao realm was only at the beginning stage of the 3rd level, which was slightly inferior to Zhou Mubai. However, Chen Fuxian had learned the close combat divine power of 3 heads and 6 arms, which was enough to make up for the difference in Great Dao realm. In addition, Chen Fuxian had a high-grade level 3 power armor. If the two of them were to fight, Zhou Mubai might not be Chen Fuxian's match. It had to be said that although Chen Daoxuan's improvement was shocking in 5 years, the improvement of the younger generation of the Chen family was not slow either. Other than Chen Fuxian, the remaining 9 sword cultivators of the Chen clan could basically fight against the cultivators ranked at the bottom of the Zifu Disciple rankings with their low-grade 3rd-tier mobility armor. In addition, Chen Daoxuan had broken through to the Golden Core stage, so his strength was so strong that even he himself could not figure it out. In this way, the Chen family's current strength was really not weak. Chengdong District. Not long after Chen Fuxian stopped the cultivators of the Ji family, streaks of light flew over at high speed. The Zifu disciples moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, 300 figures appeared behind Chen Fuxian. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the 300 or so Zifu disciples behind Chen Fuxian were all wearing high-grade mobility armor of the 2nd stage. The dozens of people standing in front were even wearing low-grade Tier 3 power spiritual armor. Seeing so many Zifu disciples, and all of them wearing the same type of Azure Ling armor, the contempt on Ji Sui's face was slightly restrained, and he became a little more serious. Outsiders say that the Azure continent doesn't even have a decent clan of cultivators. I didn't expect that this old man would see so many Zifu disciples here today. Ji Sui looked around and smiled. Interesting, very interesting. He paused. However, do you think that the difference between the Purple Prefecture and the Golden Core can be eliminated by just the number of people? Chen Fuxian's face was cold. He cupped his hands and said, My Chen family has no intention of offending you, senior. However, this is a place of great importance for my Chen family. If senior takes another step forward, don't blame my Chen family for being rude. Ha ha ha. Ji Sui laughed wildly. Rude? A mere junior at the mid-stage Purple Prefecture realm dares to say such arrogant words? It seems that the outside world has already forgotten my name, Adept Shui Tu, after not taking action for all these years. After saying that, the old man's eyes flashed with lightning. However, Chen Fuxian and the others reacted even faster. Although this group of Zifu disciples only had 300 or so people, they were all members of the Chen clan's military headquarters. The Chen family's military headquarters was established by Chen Daoxuan himself to protect the family. Although the power of a cultivator belonged to oneself, as long as one's cultivation was high, their strength would not be weak. However, there were always people who were good at fighting and people who were not good at fighting at the same cultivation level. For example, some cultivators were good at alchemy, weapon refinement, array formations, and other immortal cultivation techniques. They were not good at fighting with others. No matter how high the cultivation of such cultivators was, no cultivation force would normally push them out to fight. Therefore, for any large cultivation force, it was necessary to establish a specialized military department. Ordinary small families might not pay much attention to these, but slightly larger Golden Core families and even nascent soul families would have divisions that focused on production and martial arts. The Chen family's military headquarters was the Chen family's military department. As the military department of the Chen family's military headquarters had been prepared for all kinds of combat situations since its establishment. It was a compulsory course for the cultivators of the military department to fight with high-level cultivators as low-level cultivators. In the eyes of itinerant cultivators, a low-level cultivator fighting a high-level cultivator was no different from courting death. However, it might not be the case for the Chen family's military cultivators. When a low-level cultivator fought against a high-level cultivator, one of the magic treasures that could defeat the enemy was a formation. Formations were one of the compulsory subjects for all the cultivators in the Chen family's military. Set up the formation. Chen Fuxian shouted when he saw that there was no way for both sides to reconcile. Instantly, more than 300 streaks of light spread out from all directions, surrounding Ji Sui in the center. This was the most powerful joint attack formation of the Chen family's military headquarters. It was called the Starry Sword Formation. This formation took the meaning of the people who formed the formation as the stars and surrounded the enemy like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, trapping and suppressing were only the most basic functions of all group attack formations. The main reason why this Starry Sword Formation was favored by the Chen family army cultivators was that it could share the attack power. Once the Starry Sword Formation was formed, as long as the enemies trapped by the formation could not break the upper limit of the formation, his attacks would be shared by the people who formed the formation. The attack of a single Jin would definitely be fatal to a Zifu disciple, but if it was split among several dozen Zifu disciples, it would be very difficult to do anything to them. If there were more than 300. Ji Sui was skilled and bold. As a cultivator on the list of Daoist masters of Jin stage, the name of Daoist master Bloody Massacre was very famous even among the Daoist masters of Jindan stage in the Celestial Cloud state, let alone in the Infinite Star Sea. If a mere few hundred Zifu disciples were to be found here, they would most likely be terrified by ordinary late-stage Golden Core cultivators. But the number of Zifu disciples he, Shui Tu, had killed in his entire life far exceeded this number. Therefore, when he saw Chen Fuxian and the rest surrounding him, Ji Sui didn't take the opportunity to destroy them. Instead, he waited calmly on the spot and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. During this period, Ji Sui did not forget to educate the younger generation cultivators in the clan. Take a good look. In the face of absolute strength, all arrays are trash. Even though Ji Yinyuan and the others were surrounded by more than 300 Zifu disciples and were currently trembling in fear, when they heard their third elder's words, they still nodded and said, "Third elder is right." Humph. Ji Sui could tell that Ji Yunyuan and the others did not mean what they said, so he snorted coldly and did not bother to argue with them. His body flashed, and his entire body was covered in lightning as he threw a punch at Chen Fuxian. Chapter 430, Suppressing with a Flipping Palm, 1. Bang! A dull explosion sounded in Chen Fuxian's chest. In the next moment, a circle of white light spread out with Chen Fuxian as the core. Then, the spiritual armor of every cultivator in the starry sky sword formation flickered like stars in the night sky. Seeing this scene, Ji Sui's indifferent expression became serious. A formation to disperse attacks. In front of them, Chen Fuxian wielded his immortal sword and said coldly, "Perfected Ji, retreat now. My Chen family can pretend that nothing has happened. Perfected Ji, please don't make a mistake. Cut the crap. Do you think a mere array formation can stop this old man? One had to know that any array formation had its limits. If one broke this limit, the array formation would break itself." Hearing this, Chen Fuxian waited with rapt attention. He knew that what Ji Sui said was true. Although the starry sword array was a sword array that the Chen family's military cultivators mainly cultivated, the extreme pressure that this sword array could withstand was only at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Once the opponent's attack surpassed the peak of the Golden Elixir realm, the remaining pressure would be transferred to the center of the array, which was Chen Fuxian. As a top Golden Core cultivator on the Golden Core rankings, Ji Sui's maximum attack power must have surpassed the peak of the Golden Core realm. In other words, the key to winning this battle was whether Chen Fuxian could withstand the remaining power of the starry sword formation. After a simple exchange of words, Ji Sui did not waste any more time. The white daoist robe on his body exploded. His body, which was emitting golden light, was filled with lightning. Outside the arena, after Chen Fuxian and the others arrived, Chen Daolan's face was filled with anxiety. When Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion, although Chen Daolan was the acting clan leader of the clan, his cultivation level had also reached the early stage of the Purple Prefecture realm. However, Chen Daolan's own power as a Zifu disciple wasn't very strong. Even if Chen Daoxuan had specially used the power of creation to forge a level 3 superior grade Ling armor for her in order to protect her safety. However, it could only defend against the attacks of ordinary Golden Core cultivators. For a top-notch Golden Core like Ji Sui, Chen Daolan was not qualified to attack him at all. At this moment, seeing the anxious situation, Chen Daolan could not help but feel anxious. Because she knew that regardless of the outcome of this battle, it would not be a good thing for the Chen family. If they won, they would offend the Ji family of Jing state after offending the Zhang family of Tai state. This was undoubtedly inconsistent with the Chen family's strategic goal of low-key development. If the Chen family's military cultivators were defeated, they would let Ji Sui break into the Chen family's industrial zone and let the Ji family's cultivators discover all the secrets of the Chen family's industrial production. It was bound to be coveted by the Ji family, a nascent soul realm family. Even if the Ji family wouldn't openly rob the Chen family because of the sea-suppressing hall master, they would definitely have many dirty tricks up their sleeves. Being targeted by a behemoth like the Ji family of the Jing state would certainly be a great hindrance to the Chen family's development. It was no wonder that Chen Daolan was anxious. At this moment, Chen Daolan couldn't help but blame herself. The young clan leader had only handed the clan to her for 5 years, and she had already encountered such a huge problem. It was hard to imagine how they managed to survive the crisis when the clan was still weak and the young and old clan leaders were weak. In the past, Chen Daoxuan had always sheltered the cultivators of the family from the wind and rain. When Chen Daolan took over the family, she realized how difficult it was for a family to survive in the cultivation world. As far as the eye could see, each of them was well dressed. However, beneath their courteous appearance, they hid their naked interests and wild ambitions. This point had never changed whether the Chen family was weak or strong. Just as Chen Daolan was frowning, a voice that almost made her cry sounded in her ear. "Looks like I came back just in time." Hearing this, Chen Daolan quickly turned her head and saw a pair of young cultivators standing behind her. The young cultivator was wearing a spotless white robe. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. The female cultivator next to him had a beautiful appearance that could topple a country. Her figure was graceful, and her waist could only be held in one hand. However, the female cultivator's eyes were completely focused on the male cultivator beside her, as if she had turned a deaf ear to the battle not far away. These two people were Chen Daoxuan and Luoli, who had rushed back with the dense dust banner after receiving Chen Daolan's message. Young clan leader. Chen Daolan was so excited that she immediately threw herself into Chen Daoxuan's arms, looking like she was about to cry. Chen Daoxuan held Chen Daolan's shoulder and rubbed her head. He smiled and said, "You're such a grown-up, you're still crying. I remember that you were the most tenacious when you were young, and you never cried." Chen Dalian blushed. Chen Daoxuan teased the other party and did not say anything more. He stood with his hands behind his back and cast his gaze onto the battlefield. In front, the battle between Ji Sui and the Chen family's military cultivators had reached its climax. Chen Daoxuan took a glance and discovered that apart from having a profound aura refining cultivation base, Ji Sui was actually an individual cultivator. Blood rebirth realm. Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. One had to know that even with his current body tempering cultivation, he was only at the realm of skull shattering and rebirth. Compared to Ji Sui's blood droplet realm, he was a whole level lower. The blood droplet stage of a body refining cultivator was equivalent to the golden core stage of a chi refining cultivator. In other words, Ji Sui was a top perfected being who had reached the golden core level in both body and chi refinement. Chapter 431, Suppressing with a Flipping Palm, 2. On the battlefield, lightning and golden light flashed continuously. This lightning was the result of Ji Sui's lightning Dao domain augmenting his body, while the golden light was a phenomenon unique to blood droplet realm body tempering cultivators. After a body refinement realm cultivator advanced to the blood droplet realm, the blood in their entire body would transform from an ordinary red to a golden color. Once he used all his physical strength, his body would flash with golden light. Therefore, there were also cultivators who called it the golden body. Of course, the golden body was just a facade. This was because only blood droplet realm cultivator's blood had transformed into a golden color. The rest of his body didn't undergo any transformation. The true transformation of a body tempering cultivator's body was when they reached the nascent soul stage of a chi refining cultivator and fused the true meaning of indestructibility into their body. However, although there were no obvious changes to the body of a blood droplet realm cultivator, the recovery ability of a body tempering cultivator at this cultivation level had reached an abnormal level. This could be seen from the name of this cultivation realm. The blood droplet realm was called the blood droplet rebirth realm. In theory, a cultivator of this cultivation level could recover as long as there was a drop of blood left. It was extremely abnormal. Compared to the pure Auras core stage cultivators, their survival ability was many times stronger. For an ordinary Auras core stage cultivator, even if they still had their Auras core, let alone a drop of blood, they would have to use the possession technique as soon as possible to find a new body to survive. Unlike blood droplet realm cultivators, they were not afraid even if their bodies were smashed into pieces. Of course, if someone could really crush this cultivator into pieces, he wouldn't mind turning his bones into ashes. On the battlefield. At this moment, Ji Sui was no longer as relaxed as before. Right now, other than not using any desperate secret techniques with great side effects, he could be said to be going all out. The lightning Dao domain and his body tempering cultivation base were the two techniques he relied on to dominate the golden core stage. He used all of them. But none of them seemed to work. Indeed, with the enhancement of the lightning Dao domain and the blood droplet realm body tempering cultivation base, his offensive power had surpassed the peak of the golden core realm and directly entered a special level between golden core cultivators and nascent souls. This was also the reason why he could be on the golden core rankings. When the power of his attacks reached this level, even an ordinary late gold core cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand a few rounds of his full power attacks, much less as if a disciple. This was also why Ji Sui was so arrogant in the Chen family. But now, although his attack had broken through the limits of the Starry Sky Sword formation, the excess power was unable to break through the defenses of this Zifu disciple. Ji Sui couldn't help but be somewhat dumbfounded. Let alone Zifu disciples, even ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators wouldn't have such terrifying defenses, right? And shouldn't the green Ling armor he was wearing be a third-tier superior grade Ling armor? Why was his defense so terrifying? Moreover, the sword essence and sword scripture that the other party had comprehended were all defensive sword essence and sword scripture. The Hutu sword intent that Chen Fuxian had comprehended originated from the Chen family's monolith sword technique. Back then, the Chen family was not like now. They could not provide many sword scriptures for their cultivators to cultivate. Chen Daoxuan liked the boulder sword technique the most. In fact, as a sword cultivator who was good at attacking, the monolith sword technique and the sword essence of thick earth that he later comprehended were really not to the taste of most sword cultivators. As a sword cultivator, which one of them did not want to be unrivaled in offense? They even wanted to jump realms to fight. Each and every one of them treated themselves as the proud sons of heaven. Chen Daoxuan was the only one who was more talented than Chen Daoxuan. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, Chen Daoxuan's talent in the sword Dao could even be compared to Zhou Mubai of the Zhou family. Chen Daoxuan was able to comprehend sword intent at the qi condensation stage because of Chen Daoxuan's help, but more importantly, it was because of Chen Daoxuan himself. Back when Chen Daoxuan comprehended sword intent in the qi cultivation realm, he had completely relied on the primordial enlightenment scripture's ability to store his comprehension ability. If he relied on his own comprehension ability, it was another matter whether he could comprehend sword essence at the foundation establishment stage. Chen Daoxuan's talent in sword Dao could only be said to be a genius in sword Dao in Kangzhou, but he could not be considered a monster. However, with the enhancement of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture, even monstrous was not enough to describe his abnormal degree. Even so, Chen Daoxuan had achieved the same level as Chen Daoxuan after receiving a few epiphanies. It could be seen how powerful his talent in the Tao of the sword was. However, although Chen Daoxuan was talented in the Tao of the sword, his desire to win was not strong. Compared to winning, what Chen Daoxuan cared about was the safety of the Chen family. This could be seen from his sword path. The mouth of a cultivator might lie, but the Dao of a cultivator would never lie. It was very difficult for a cultivator with the heart of protection to comprehend such a profound sword essence of the thick earth sword, let alone create such a stunning defensive sword technique. Bang! There was another dull explosion. The lightning pierced through the yellow halo and hit the green armor on Chen Daoxuan's chest, causing his body to sway slightly. But that was all. Chen Daoxuan did not even look at her, let alone get hurt. It didn't break through his defense. Under the pressure of the starry sword array, Ji Sui, a top perfected being on the Golden Core rankings, could not even break through the defense of a mid-stage Zifu disciple. When this scene was spread, the impact was no less than when Chen Daoxuan defeated the Zhang ancestor. On the field, Ji Sui's face was livid. He was murderous but helpless. Chapter 432, Suppressing with a Flipping Palm, 3. The other two people from the Ji family, Ji Yunyuan, had pale faces. Even if they were fools, they could tell that the situation was unfavorable for the three of them. Third elder, you're looking too highly upon Zifu disciples. Ji Yunyuan thought. As a Zifu disciple who had once entered the true immortal source world, he knew very well how monstrous the Zifu disciples ranked at the very top of the Zifu disciple chosen roll were. In his opinion, the top-ranked fairy Qi Yao, as well as the Chen family cultivator Chen Daoxuan who appeared out of nowhere, their strength was definitely much stronger than ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Although Ji Sui was ranked on the Golden Core rankings, if he were to encounter a Zifu disciple of this level, and there were still more than 300 Zifu disciples waiting in formation, it would be far too reckless to just brace himself and charge forward. However, as a junior in the clan, Ji Yunyuan did not dare to say anything in the face of such a brutal third elder of the Ji family. One had to know that Ji Sui's brutal reputation was well known not only in the outside world, but even in the clan. Ji Yunyuan clearly remembered that there had once been an early-stage Zifu disciple of the Yan generation in his clan. Because he had disobeyed the third elder, he had been punched into a pulp by the other party. Because of this, third elder was sent to the clan's heart refining cave for 13 years. However, after leaving the heart refining cave, Ji Sui went straight to the battlefield in the Yun nation. Not only did his personality not change, but he also stirred up a bloody storm in the Yun nation battlefield and earned the name of Daoist Master Bloody Butcher. This time, the family sent him to the Chen family with the third elder to investigate the Chen family's situation. To be honest, Ji Yunyuan felt fear and rejection from the bottom of his heart. No one was willing to stay with a lunatic. That's right, in Ji Yunyuan's eyes. Third elder Ji Sui was strong, but he was too crazy. He had no doubt that if Ji Sui won today, he might go crazy and slaughter the Seaview Immortal City. At that time, they would be in big trouble. Ji Yunyuan didn't know if the Ji family would be implicated and punished by the Qianyuan sword sect, but as an entourage, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. At the thought of this, Ji Yunyuan even hoped that Ji Sui would fight the Chen family to the bitter end and both sides would stop. However, things did not develop according to his thoughts. After a long time of not being able to take him down, Ji Sui went completely crazy. Die! 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 You bunch of ants from the Chen family, if you have the guts, fight me alone. When I break the array later, I will definitely kill your Chen family. All of you die. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan, who was originally standing with his hands behind his back and watching the battle from afar, instantly turned cold. Even though Ji Sui of the Ji family was not a cultivator of the same level back then, he had heard of perfected Xuetu's name. Ji Sui might not be the strongest among all golden cores, but he was definitely the most notorious. Most of his reputation came from killing the innocent. Although he and the other party belonged to the Infinite Star Sea camp, Chen Daoxuan undoubtedly despised this kind of madman. Stand on, he actually heard Ji Sui say that he wanted to exterminate the entire Chen family. How could Chen Daoxuan not be angry? To others, the words "kill your entire family" might be said in a moment of anger, but to Daoist Master Bloody Massacre, Ji Sui, this was a naked declaration of war. The nature of this was 100 times, 10,000 times more serious than the one he had with Zhang Ziwei. It could be said that any force in the Infinite Star Sea would be indifferent after hearing Ji Sui, this madman, say that he would kill your entire family. Even the Qianyuan sword sect could not do so because any cultivation force had low-level cultivators who were not strong. These low-level cultivators were the future of this faction. Ji Sui's words seemed to mean that he would not rest until one of them was dead. Not only Chen Daoxuan. Even Ji Yunyuan's expression changed drastically when he heard this. At this moment, he did not even care about his own life and death as he roared, "Everyone from the Chen family, this is Ji Sui's words alone. It has nothing to do with my Ji family." Ji Yunyuan knew that the Chen family was not without a background. If Ji Sui really dared to massacre the city, he would definitely die. Chen Daoxuan looked at him coldly. Ji Yunyuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was not until Chen Daoxuan looked away that he revealed an expression as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Immediately, his face froze. This Chen Daoxuan, he had become stronger again. He had suddenly reached the golden core stage. Chen Daoxuan did not care about Ji Yunyuan's psychological change at all. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Ji Sui. Ji Sui had gone completely crazy. When he saw someone blocking him, he didn't even look and directly punched Chen Daoxuan. Lightning flashed on his fist, and his aura was threatening. It blew against Chen Daoxuan's Daoist robe and made it flutter. Chapter 433, Immortal Invincible, 1. Boom! There was a violent explosion. A golden figure bounced back at an extremely fast speed and crashed into a transparent barrier with a dull thud. Chen Daoxuan stood in the air and looked coldly at Ji Sui, who had been blasted 1,000 feet away by his palm and crashed into the spatial barrier. Cough cough. Ji Sui stood up shakily and looked around in shock. Space cage. Lore realm. Ji Sui enunciated each word and gritted his teeth. The move that Chen Daoxuan had used was the same move that the Sea Suppressing Hall Master had used to suppress perfected Shenja with a snap of his fingers, the spatial cage. The fact that he could use this move proved that Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao realm had made another huge breakthrough when he broke through to the Golden Core realm. He had broken through from the upper stage of the Dao domain realm to the 5th level of the Great Dao realm, the Lore realm. The so-called nomological realm referred to a sword cultivator's comprehension of a certain sword intent. It had reached an extremely deep level. At this level, it could no longer be described simply as sword intent. Instead, it was called nomological. When a cultivator comprehended the Great Dao, they were essentially comprehending the laws of the Great Dao. The so-called 3,000 Great Daos meant that the Great Dao was composed of many kinds of laws. Only when a cultivator cultivated to this stage could they be said to have taken the first step on the path of comprehending the Great Dao. As for the sword intent in the first 4 levels of the Great Dao realm, it was only a prerequisite for comprehending the laws. It could not even be considered as the surface of the laws. The moment Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent transformed into space law, the space star on the star sword Dao diagram in his danshan instantly expanded by nearly 100 times. It was hundreds of times larger than the sword essence star formed by the rain sword essence. The rain star was like an inconspicuous satellite next to the spatial star. If one did not pay attention to it, one would even ignore its existence. Inside the spatial cage, Ji Sui looked at Chen Daoxuan arrogantly and raised his head. So what if he's at the low realm? In the end, you are just an Aurous core stage cultivator, and I am the third elder of the Ji family, a nascent soul stage family. How dare you kill me? Hearing this, more and more gazes came from all over the Seaview Immortal City. Ji Sui barging into the Seaview Immortal City had already caused a huge commotion. It was just that there were always city guards in the city to maintain order, so there was no disturbance. However, the Chen family was one of the few large families in the Azure continent, and there were many itinerant cultivators in the sea-viewing Immortal City. Therefore, there were many people who were there to watch the show. Just like when the Merman attacked Guang'an City, there was a large number of lone cultivators watching. This time, when Ji Sui barged into the industrial zone of Guanhai Immortal City, there were also many lone cultivators watching. Let alone a battle between AJ Inden and a Zifu disciple, there were still many wandering cultivators in the world of cultivation who weren't afraid of death. He felt many gazes cast over from all directions in the city. Chen Daoxuan said with a cold face, Ji Sui, you barged into my Chen family's important place today. You provoked me first, and then you even said that you wanted to destroy my Chen family. Such a crazy act. Not only did my Chen family cultivators leave a photo to witness it, but the thousands of itinerant cultivators in the Seaview Immortal City also saw it. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan glanced at Ji Yunyuan and said coldly, you just said that Ji Sui's trip was all done by him alone and has nothing to do with your Ji family, right? Upon hearing this, Ji Yunyuan's face turned pale. He cupped his hands and trembled, unable to say a word. Senior, I. You only need to answer yes or no. Yes, sir. Ji Yunyuan braced himself and closed his eyes. Good. Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at Ji Sui. You heard it. Your Ji family said that you were responsible for everything you did before and that it had nothing to do with the Ji family. Now, if I kill you, what else do you have to say? Chen Daoxuan. Ji Sui's eyes widened. You dare. I am the third elder of the Ji family. If you kill me, the ancestor of the Ji family will never let you go. However, before Ji Sui could finish speaking, Chen Daoxuan opened his palm and clenched it. The next moment, the spatial cage collapsed rapidly. Seeing the spatial cage collapse, Ji Sui naturally wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He went completely crazy and used all kinds of desperate secret techniques that he didn't want to use before. As expected, under Ji Sui's desperate attack, the power of his attack increased by a large margin again. The collapsing speed of the spatial cage also slowed down rapidly. Seeing this scene, Ji Sui was delighted. There was a chance. As a top perfected being on the Golden Core rankings, Ji Sui's strength was not comparable to a Golden Core at the low realm. However, Ji Sui realized that although Chen Daoxuan was a Golden Core cultivator, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. This meant that with Chen Daoxuan's dharmic powers, it would definitely consume a lot of dharmic powers to use the spatial cage of the 5th level of the Great Dao realm. With Chen Daoxuan's cultivation base at the early Aurous core stage, he might not be able to last for long. As long as he desperately endured these few breaths, when Chen Daoxuan's mana ran out, he would have a chance to escape. As for taking advantage of Chen Daoxuan's lack of mana to kill the other party, it was not that Ji Sui had not thought about it. However, he gave up on this idea in the blink of an eye. In the group of Golden Cores, they also made a rough division of the strength of the Golden Core stage. Among the Golden Core cultivators, the weakest ones were naturally those who had just passed the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation and had not even completed the refinement of their mana. The strength of such a cultivator was only about the same as that of a pseudo-core adept. Chapter 434, Invincible Venerable, 2. They were the weakest of all Aurous core cultivators. In fact, some of the chosen Zifu disciples were even more powerful than these Aurous core cultivators. For example, the Zhou clan patriarch, Zhou Minghao, was probably at this level. The Golden Core cultivator's strength improved further. Naturally, after passing the Golden Core lightning tribulation, his mana was refined and his Great Dao realm was stable. Generally speaking, Golden Core cultivators could reach the upper stage of the 3rd level Star Transformation realm after transcending the Golden Core lightning tribulation. Other than the special state of having just passed the Golden Core lightning tribulation, this level of Golden Core cultivator was the strength of the lowest Golden Core cultivator under normal circumstances, which was the strength of an ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivator. In the future, the strength of intermediate and late Aurous Core stage cultivators would be divided. What he referred to was not cultivation, but the realm of the Great Dao. Only when two Golden Core cultivators were at the same level of Dao would the difference in their cultivation be seen. This was because at the Golden Core stage, cultivation only represented the difference in mana between the two parties. On the other hand, the realm of the Great Dao was not only related to the strength of the mana after tempering, but also related to the increase in the power of the attack. This was the decisive reference for the strength of a Golden Core cultivator. Of course, generally speaking, cultivators with higher Great Dao realms would definitely have higher cultivation levels. After all, the improvement of the Great Dao realm was more difficult than the improvement of cultivation. Although treasures that could allow cultivators to quickly increase their cultivation were rare in this world, some large sects could always find them. However, a treasure that could quickly increase the realm of the Great Dao was really unheard of in this world. This was also why Chen Daoxuan was so shocked when he saw that the stellar sword chart could be used to refine treasures to improve the realm of the Great Path. Among Golden Cores, those who had reached the mid-stage or late-stage Golden Core realm and had reached the early-stage or middle-stage Precept Domain realm were basically experts among Golden Core cultivators. As for those who had reached the late-stage Golden Core realm and the high-stage Dao Domain realm, they were known as the Peak Golden Core realm. When Golden Core cultivators reached this level, they could consider breaking through to the nascent soul stage. For example, the seventh elder of the Zhang family, Ziwei, was at this level. However, Zhang Ziwei's Dao domain was related to the divine soul, and Chen Daoxuan was able to suppress him. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would not have been his opponent. As for Ji Sui, his strength was even higher than Zhang Ziwei's. Not only had Ji Sui's cultivation reached the late-stage Golden Core realm, but his Great Dao realm had also reached the upper-stage Precept Domain realm. What was even more terrifying was that his body-tempering cultivation had also reached the peak of the Blood Droplet realm. The combination of these three factors made Ji Sui directly enter the list of Golden Cores in the Infinite Star Sea and become the top Golden Cores in the Infinite Star Sea. At this level of strength, it could be said that it was usually very difficult to meet a match among the Golden Core cultivators. Ji Sui's status among Golden Core cultivators was also very high. Usually, when they saw ordinary Golden Cores, they would treat them as juniors and not address them as peers. Only peak Golden Core cultivators and top perfected cultivators of the same level as him were addressed as peers by Ji Sui. His behavior was not arrogant, but an unspoken rule between Golden Core cultivators. If one's cultivation had not reached the Golden Core stage, one would not understand their unspoken rules. But top perfected cultivators were not the peak of the power of the Golden Cores. Among Golden Core cultivators, there was another kind of existence known as the Invincible Daoist Master. This kind of cultivator was truly invincible among Golden Core cultivators. Not to mention ordinary Golden Core cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators would not dare to say that they would win when they encountered such an Invincible Daoist Master. However, Golden Core cultivators of this level were not only extinct in the Infinite Star Sea, but also extremely rare in the Celestial Cloud state. Therefore, it was usually not within the scope of the Golden Core cultivators. Speaking of which, a Golden Core cultivator in the Infinite Star Sea could be considered to be at the level of Invincible Genren. More than 4.00 years ago, he fought against 3 nascent souls of the Heaven Essence Sword sect with his late-stage Golden Core cultivation and even killed 2 of them and injured 1. This kind of terrifying strength that even ordinary nascent souls could not match up to could be said to be an invincible existence in the Golden Core stage. That was the truth. Back then, when perfected Shenzhou appeared again, the Qianyuan sword sect attached great importance to him. Not only did they set up layers of bait, but they also invited the Sea-suppressing Hall Master, the top nascent soul perfected lord, to take action. Even with so much preparation, he still couldn't capture Daoist Shenzhou immediately. He only managed to capture one of the other party's immortal clones. In the end, if Chen Daoxuan had not deliberately tried many times, and if Daoist Shenzhou had not been careless, he would not have been able to catch the other party. In the hands of the Sea-suppressing Hall Master, ordinary nascent souls would probably not even be able to withstand a single strike from him, yet they were defeated by perfected Shenzhou. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to deal with a terrifying existence that could be evaluated as invincible. In Ji Sui's eyes, although Chen Daoxuan's strength had not reached the level of invincible perfected being, he was still much stronger than him, a top perfected being on the Golden Core ranking. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, he was one of the top existences even on the Golden Core rankings. After all, only nascent souls could reach the low realm. In the infinite star sea and even the vast celestial cloud state, there were very few people who could reach the low realm at the Golden Core stage. What was even more terrifying was that Ji Sui could even feel the aura of the Golden Core lightning tribulation on Chen Daoxuan. What did this mean? This meant that Chen Daoxuan had just passed the Golden Core lightning tribulation not long ago. Logically speaking, this kind of cultivator was at the bottom of the Golden Core cultivators. But now, the other party had almost forced him to a dead end by relying on the great Dao realm of the low realm. How could Ji Sui dare to continue fighting against such a terrifying opponent? Who would have fewer desperate means to cultivate to his and Chen Daoxuan's realm? He had risked his life to escape. Could it be that Chen Daoxuan did not have any secret methods to increase his strength? Bullshit. This was the real reason why Ji Sui was so focused on escaping and did not dare to have any thoughts of counter-attacking. Chengdong District. When the Chen family's military cultivators saw their young clan leader personally take action, their expressions relaxed. Especially Chen Fuxian's. Chen Fuxian's admiration for Chen Daoxuan was almost blind, even though in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Daoxuan was an early Aurus core cultivator and was no match for Ji Sui, a late Aurus core cultivator. However, in Chen Fuxian's eyes, he believed that Chen Daoxuan would not be defeated even if he encountered a nascent soul. This kind of confidence was brought about by Chen Daoxuan's miraculous victories time and time again. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the Chen family was thinking, but he could see through Ji Sui's thoughts. Fight with your life? Are you trying to drain my mana? Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan almost laughed out loud. Everyone knew that the Chen clan cultivators were the least afraid of a war of attrition. Seeing Ji Sui being trapped in a spatial cage with a radius of 100 feet and crazily using his fists, shoulders, head, and other body parts to hit the barrier of the spatial cage, Chen Daoxuan did not continue to pour in his magic power and just continued to fight with his opponent. Although Ji Sui judged that Chen Daoxuan had expended a lot of energy to maintain the spatial cage, how could his consumption be low when he was using a secret technique to risk his life? Only half an incense's time had passed. Ji Sui, who was bathed in golden blood, looked at the shrinking space cage while panting. His eyes revealed despair. No, I can't. How can you have so much magic power? Impossible. That's impossible. Hearing Ji Sui's desperate roar, Ji Yunyuan, who was traveling with him, was rather speechless. It was no secret in the infinite star sea that Chen Daoxuan possessed the White Lotus of Fate. The third elder of the Ji family seemed to be unwilling to learn about the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan. In fact, every time he reported on Chen Daoxuan, Ji Sui would casually wave his hand and say something like, "A mere Zifu disciple doesn't need to pay too much attention to me." It was true that to the top Daoist masters of the Golden Core rankings, no matter how powerful a Zifu disciple was, they weren't worth paying attention to. However, Chen Daoxuan was a terrifying existence who had defeated Zhang Ziwei not long ago. Even so, Ji Sui still did not care. Ji Yunyuan suddenly felt that the third elder was not wrong to have such a day. Compared to foolishness and weakness, being arrogant was the most fatal. On the field, Chen Daoxuan was looking at the space cage that had collapsed into the size of a glass ball. He held it in his hand and played with it casually. Inside the space cage that was the size of a glass bead, a fingernail-sized little person was holding the space cage with 4 limbs. His face was ferocious. Who else could it be but Ji Sui? Chapter 435, Famous in the Infinite Star Sea. Yuanchen Immortal City. As the largest immortal city in the Azure Continent, Taizhu Continent, and Jing Continent, Yuanchen Immortal City had a population of tens of millions of cultivators. It could be said to be the largest city of itinerant immortals in the entire Infinite Star Sea. As the largest city of itinerant immortal cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, Yuanchen Immortal City not only had a large population, but also a prosperous business. This huge immortal city was like a giant beast, crawling at the border of the 3 states. It was swallowing a huge amount of goods at every moment. In the sky, A spirit ship that came from the Azure continent quietly flew in the direction of Yuanchen Immortal City. On the spirit ship, the triangular clan flag that belonged solely to the Chen family fluttered in the wind. Clearly, this spirit ship came from the Chen family of the Azure continent. Clan brother. On the deck of the spirit ship, a young cultivator cupped his hands at another cultivator of the Fu generation who was wearing a green standard Daoist robe and said, "Can we form a partnership with Yuanchen Immortal City with just the few of us?" The green-robed cultivator frowned. After a while, he shook his head and said, "We can't care too much. The various spiritual artifacts and pills produced in the 7th Industrial Zone are already seriously saturated. The warehouses in the Azure Continent Immortal City are piled up like mountains. If we can't find a new way to sell our business, we can only stop work in the 7th Industrial Zone." But the young cultivator suddenly lowered his voice and changed it to divine awareness voice transmission, "But Minister Chen has strictly ordered that we are not allowed to make decisions on our own regarding the cooperation with Yuanchen Immortal City." Upon hearing this, the green-robed cultivator of the Fu generation was instantly displeased. "As you said, this is Minister Chen's order. Our Chen family has always listened to the young clan leader. When did it become the turn of the Minister of Finance to have the final say? Besides, if we don't open up new markets, the clan has already issued an order to temporarily stop work in the 7th Industrial Zone. Are you willing to stop work in the 7th Industrial Zone?" Hearing this, the young cultivator gritted his teeth. There were 9 industrial zones in the Seaview Immortal City, and each industrial zone had at least dozens or even hundreds of factories of various sizes. In today's Guanhai City, not only were every factory competing with each other, but even every industrial area was also competing with each other. Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone was not mentioned. Ever since the Chen family shifted their industrial focus from Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone to Seaview Immortal City, the current Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone was more of a research base. With the support of the Chen family's huge financial, material and human resources, the Changping Magical Equipment Research Institute, which represented various research institutions such as magical equipment, pills and arrays, had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It had been 5 years since Chen Daoxuan had gone into seclusion. The Chen family had undergone earth-shaking changes again. Not only Seaview Immortal City, but the Chen family's Twin Lake Island had also changed greatly. Other than Shuanghu Island, there were 9 industrial zones in the city. These 9 industrial zones formed the industrial core of Guanhai Immortal City. Among them, the 9th industrial zone was the most favored and valued industrial zone of all the industrial zones of the Chen family. The other industrial zones managers had always thought that the 9th industrial zone was the real son of the Chen family. That was the truth. The most important and advanced factories, such as the Chen family's Talisman Factory, the second-grade power armor factory, and the high-grade pill manufacturing factory, were all concentrated in the 9th industrial zone. The Chen family members who knew the inside story knew that even if there were problems in the other 8 industrial zones, the Chen family would not be hurt. If there was a problem with the 9th industrial zone of Guanhai Immortal City, then the Chen family's many years of accumulation would really be destroyed. However, although the industrialization of the Seaviewing Immortal City had been smooth in the past 5 years, it also faced huge challenges. The main difficulty was that the Seaview Immortal City produced too many magic tools, pills and talismans. Azure Continent alone could not digest it. In the beginning, Chen Daolan still remembered Chen Daoxuan's order and left a mouthful of soup for the other immortals in Kang Prefecture. However, under the huge production advantage of the Kang Prefecture Immortal City's industrialization, Chen Daoxuan's so-called saying of leaving a mouthful of soup did not exist at all. The rapid increase in production capacity brought about an extreme reduction in costs. The existence of the Kangzhou Merchant Alliance had opened up the sales channels of the various immortal cities in Kangzhou. In other words, the various immortal cities of Azure Continent basically competed fairly on the same platform. There was no trade protection between them. In this way, the Chen family's advantage in all kinds of goods was too great. Even if the Chen family's various magic tools, elixirs, and prices are not as good as other immortals, but because the Chen family's factories are advanced, the production process, and their goods are better than other immortals. Cultivators are the most pragmatic people. Whether the magical equipment was useful or not, and how effective the pills were, they could sense even the slightest difference, let alone the obvious difference. They would vote with their feet during the subsequent purchase process. In this way, even if the Chen family wanted to leave some soup for the various immortals in the Azure continent, they could not do anything. It was not like the Chen family would deliberately lower the quality of their products in order to leave a mouthful of soup for the immortals, right? Wasn't this just smashing his own signboard? Naturally, the Chen family would not do such a stupid thing. Now, the Azure continent was faintly divided into two camps. One was the Zhou family camp led by the Zhou family, and the other was the Chen family camp led by the Chen family. People with discerning eyes knew that the outcome of these two camps would determine who would be in charge of Kangzhou in the future. In the face of such a huge benefit that would decide the fate of the family, the friendship between Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai was nothing. Chapter 436, Famous in the Infinite Star Sea, 2. Both Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai knew this. Apart from a portion of the families that really thought the Zhou family could lead the Azure continent, the other families had their businesses and interests snatched by the Chen family. They hated the Chen family's immortals to the core. In the cultivation world, only benefits were eternal. When Chen Daoxuan had turned the tide, they had regarded him as the morning star and savior. But when the interests of both sides clashed, they wished they could strangle this savior with their own hands. However, even if he offended so many families and occupied most of the Azure continent market, the consumption of the Seaview Immortal City's production capacity was still inadequate. This was the pain of industrialization. The problem of sales brought about by the explosion of production capacity was a headache for any industrial country in his previous life. In Chen Daoxuan's previous life, each country adopted different methods to digest their own industrial production capacity. Some used colonies to digest their own production capacity, while others solved this problem through assimilation. However, whether it was the brutal colonial system or the gentle approach of global integration, they were essentially digesting production capacity through trade. The advanced productive forces were exploited by the backward productive forces. What Chen Daoxuan thought of back then was to walk on two legs. The so-called two-legged path was to brutally colonize the stubborn forces and peacefully trade with the forces that were willing to open up their trade. This was basically Chen Daoxuan's different strategy for the true demon realm and the infinite star sea in the future. Yuan Chen Immortal City was the first step of Chen Daoxuan's gentle strategy. Of course, whether it was brutal colonization or gentle peaceful trade, they were all built on the basis of strength or force. If the Chen family's martial strength was insufficient, they would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This was also what Chen Daoxuan said. The cooperation with Yuan Chen Immortal City must wait until he broke through to the Golden Core stage. This was because Chen Daoxuan knew that only after he broke through to the Golden Core stage and relied on all kinds of trump cards would he have the confidence to arm wrestle with a nascent soul. Only at this stage could the Chen family of Kangzhou become the real top family in the Infinite Star Sea. The situation developed as Chen Daoxuan had predicted. However, Chen Daoxuan wasn't a god. He had predicted the development trend of the Chen family. The only thing he didn't expect was that someone in the Chen family didn't listen to Chen Daolan's orders and expanded the sales market for the Seaview Immortal City without authorization. Moreover, the person in charge of the 7th Industrial Zone had the same vision as Chen Daoxuan. They both chose Yuan Chen Immortal City as a breakthrough in the sales market. However, Chen Daoxuan wanted to wait for him to reach the Golden Core stage before directly discussing cooperation with perfected Lord Yuan Chen. The person in charge of the 7th Industrial Zone from the Chen family wanted to discuss cooperation with a Golden Core Daoist master under the jurisdiction of Yuan Chen Immortal City. That was how the Chen clan cultivators secretly rushed to Yuan Chen Immortal City. Although the person in charge of the Industrial Zone had good foresight, he was not far-sighted enough. From the perspective of the 7th Industrial Zone, what he did was not wrong, but from the perspective of the entire Chen family, his actions might bring disaster to the Chen family. After all, mass-producing pills and magic tools represented huge profits. If the outside world knew about this kind of benefit, even the ruler of the Infinite Star Sea, the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, would be tempted. Even if the outside world was only guessing, such a huge profit was enough for a nascent soul to test the strength of the Chen clan. Once this happened, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Chen family. When Chen Daoxuan broke through to the Golden Core stage, the situation was completely different. If Chen Daoxuan had broken through to the Golden Core stage, he would have no need to fear ordinary nascent souls with his various trump cards. Even the more powerful nascent souls would not act rashly after weighing the pros and cons of Chen Daoxuan's backing, the sea-suppressing hall master. As for top-tier nascent souls, they didn't care about the benefits. Although the profits involved in the mass production of magic tools and pills were huge, top-notch nascent souls like the sea-calming hall master did not lack spirit stones at all. No matter how many spirit stones they had, they wouldn't be able to break through to the essence soul Dao Lord level. What was the point of pursuing it? For a top-notch nascent soul like the sea-suppressing hall master, what truly moved them was a treasure that could increase their strength. It would be best if it could help them increase their great Dao realm. For example, the great Dao stone tablet that the sea-suppressing hall master had obtained from Chen Daoxuan. In the eyes of the sea-suppressing hall master, even if all the spirit stones in this world were given to him in exchange for the spatial laws in this great Dao stone steel, he would not exchange them. In the eyes of these top perfected cultivators, spirit stones were no different from stones. Why would they put in so much effort to industrialize? What productivity? Their goal was to break through to the primordial soul stage and transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. Wasn't this an unorthodox method? In front of Yuan Chen Immortal City, the cultivators of the Chen family parked their spirit ships at a spot specially reserved for them. Everyone had just flown off the spirit ship. A golden-robed female Zifu disciple flew over with a few attendants. Are you all cultivators of the Chen clan? The golden-robed female Zifu disciple swept her cold gaze over everyone as she casually spoke. That's right. I'm Chen Furong, a cultivator from the Chen family in Kang Prefecture. I'm here to see the Juk spiritual master. As he spoke, Chen Furong respectfully handed over a golden invitation card. Golden cores naturally weren't people that any Zifu disciple could casually meet. The golden-robed female cultivator took the invitation card, glanced at it, and nodded. It is indeed a real friend's visit, but I have to remind you that real people are busy, not that you want to see them. Chapter 437, Famous in the Infinite Star Sea, 3. Seeing this, Chen Furong immediately understood. He quietly handed over a storage bag and smiled. Hope Fairy can put in a good word for me in front of the Juk Daoist. The golden-robed female cultivator calmly took the storage bag and quickly scanned it with her divine sense. A trace of a smile immediately appeared on her cold face. She looked at Chen Furong meaningfully and said, "Fellow Daoist, you're very thoughtful." Of course, of course." Chen Furong bowed and cupped his hands. Under the guidance of the golden-robed female cultivator, the Chen family quickly entered the Yuan Chen Immortal City. Obviously, this was the first time the Chen family came to Yuan Chen Immortal City. Although the Seaview Immortal City had developed well over the years, in terms of the prosperity of trade and population, the Seaview Immortal City could not compare to the Yuan Chen Immortal City. Along the way, the Chen clan cultivators were just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. They were extremely curious about all kinds of new things in Yuan Chen Immortal City, causing the female attendant of the golden-robed woman to laugh. This was because they realized that although the cultivation of the Chen family cultivators was very high, basically the same as their master, they all reached the purple mansion stage. However, they looked like young boys and were not calm at all. Cough cough. Chen Furong, who was the leader, coughed, and the Chen family members restrained themselves. In fact, these female attendants didn't know that these cultivators of the Chen family's Fu generation didn't look like young boys. They were clearly young boys. The youngest among them was not even 20 years old. Zifu disciples who weren't even 20 years old could only have treasures like the essence of vital energy, otherwise, there was no way such a freak could exist in the infinite star sea. We're here. The golden-robed female cultivator stopped in front of a luxurious and magnificent spiritual residence. Everyone, I'll go and ask the perfected one. Thank you, Fairy. Yes. The golden-robed female cultivator nodded casually and stepped into the spiritual residence. Watching the female cultivator leave, the young cultivator behind Chen Furong snorted and said, "It's just a golden core's cauldron, yet it's so arrogant." Forget it. Chen Furong shook his head. We have a favor to ask of them. The young cultivator nodded and said nothing more. He waited patiently. In the spiritual residence. Just as the golden-robed female cultivator entered the spiritual residence, she bumped into Venerable Juk. Venerable Juk was one of the itinerant cultivators that perfected Lord Yuan Chen had summoned. His cultivation was at the mid-stage Golden Core realm and his Great Dao realm was at the mid-stage Precept Domain realm. His strength was above average among Golden Core cultivators. Venerable Juk was fat. This kind of fat cultivator was extremely rare among cultivators. Usually, even if there were cultivators with this kind of body, it was caused by cultivating special techniques. Daoist Juk was rushing out in a hurry, his clothes disheveled. Perfected one, what's wrong? The golden-robed woman's cold and arrogant expression in front of outsiders changed as she asked in a delicate voice. When the Juk spiritual master saw the golden-robed female cultivator, his face darkened and he scolded, "Where did you run off to instead of accompanying me in cultivation?" When she heard the word cultivation, an unnatural and hateful expression flashed across the golden-robed female cultivator's face. However, Daoist Juk clearly had something important to attend to and was not in the mood to teach the golden-robed female cultivator a lesson. Forget it. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen wants to entertain a distinguished guest from Kangzhou and ordered us to accompany him. You can wait at home. After saying that, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the golden-robed female cultivator saw this and had a thought. She gently held the arm of the Juk spiritual master and said in a delicate voice, "Perfected one, why don't you bring me to see the world?" As the golden-robed female cultivator spoke, she looked at him with a flirtatious gaze. Being pressed against the golden-robed female cultivator's soft body and being stimulated by her seductive gaze, Venerable Juk's heart unconsciously wavered. How could he not know what the golden-robed female cultivator was planning? Juk Genren laughed loudly and slapped the golden-robed female cultivator's butt. What a slut! If you can really win the favor of that distinguished guest from Kangzhou, it will really be my blessing. Let's go together. I will obey. The golden-robed female cultivator bowed, looking even more charming. At this moment, she had long forgotten about the Chen clan cultivators waiting outside the spiritual residence. She followed Daoist Juk's flying light and soared into the sky. Outside the spiritual residence, Chen Furong and the others were waiting patiently. When they saw Master Juk and the golden-robed female cultivator, their faces turned ugly. "Clan brother, look!" Chen Furong looked in the direction the young cultivator was pointing at and his face darkened. "Follow me!" Chen Furong immediately used a beam of light and chased after Master Juk. As a city with a population of tens of millions, Yuanchen Immortal City naturally had a flight restriction array. However, this array was ineffective against cultivators above the Purple Prefecture realm. Therefore, in the Immortal City, one could often see streaks of light flashing by. Chapter 438, True Lord Lin Yu, 1. The speed of Golden Core cultivators was astonishing. Chen Furong and the other Chen clan cultivators couldn't catch up to Juk Daoist even though they tried to catch up. He could only hang far behind the other party. Suddenly, immortal music was playing in Yuanchen Immortal City, and the strange fragrance of flowers was refreshing. Immediately after, in the sky above Yuanchen Immortal City, a slender bird with 5-colored feathers pulled a gorgeous purple carriage and slowly flew in the sky. 5-colored demonic phoenix. That's perfected Lord Yuanchen's purple Yu chariot. Using a 5th-tier magic tool as a ride, you are indeed the most generous loose cultivator in the infinite star sea. What's the big deal about a level 5 magic tool? That 5-colored demon phoenix is perfected Lord Yuanchen's true treasure. It's rumored that this 5-colored demon phoenix of perfected Lord Yuanchen has the bloodline of the ancient 9 phoenix. Once it takes form, it can instantly be comparable to a powerful nascent soul perfected lord. You're right. Even if the 5-colored demonic phoenix hasn't transformed, its strength is comparable to a perfected being on the Golden Core rankings. Upon hearing this, the spectating rogue cultivators nodded. Since the 5-colored demonic phoenix is pulling the carriage, the person sitting in the carriage must be Senior Immortal. Which distinguished guest of Kang Prefecture is it that is worthy of Senior Immortal's welcome? Hearing this, all the cultivators looked at him in surprise. Seeing everyone looking at him with such a gaze, the rogue cultivator couldn't help but feel a little strange. He cupped his hands and said to the surroundings, "Did I say something wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" At this moment, a secret practitioner who was close to the underling said, "Fellow Daoist Wang has been in seclusion for the past year in order to break through to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. He doesn't know about the recent major events in the Azure continent." Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. At this moment, a pretty female cultivator stood up and said, "Half a month ago, an earth-shattering event happened in Kang Prefecture." Oh! This sentence instantly piqued cultivator Wang's interest. The infinite star sea was vast, and it was hard for other provinces to know what happened in the provinces. The last major event that happened in Kangzhou and was known by the entire Infinite Star Sea was the fall of the southern mountains city. Even the Kangzhou corpse tide was not a big deal to the other provinces. After all, the zombie tide seemed to be huge, but most of the zombies did not have spiritual intelligence. Secondly, the cultivation of the zombies usually reached the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. The existence of the Purple Prefecture realm was in Kang Prefecture. In the other provinces of the Infinite Star Sea, any cultivator from a Jindan stage family could easily quell the zombie tide. From this, it could be seen how weak Kangzhou was compared to the other states in the Infinite Star Sea. The Infinite Star Sea had a total of 27 states. The larger states, such as Yu State, Ding State, and Tai State, all had nascent soul realm clans. Some states with smaller territories also had golden core families. And a state like Kang Prefecture, where even the Ye family was the only golden core family, was indeed rare. Therefore, in terms of strength, Kangzhou was ranked last in the entire Infinite Star Sea. Of course, that was the former Kangzhou. Now, with the rise of the Chen family, Kangzhou began to become a little different. In the crowd, Cultivator Zhang stared at the female cultivator without blinking. A genius cultivator has been born in Kang Prefecture. Genius cultivator. Cultivator Zhang didn't think much of it. There were many geniuses in the Infinite Star Sea. However, let alone becoming a nascent soul, even if they could transcend the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, how many geniuses could truly become perfected cultivators? Thinking of this, Cultivator Zhang curled his lips. What kind of genius can be born in a small place like Kangzhou with a small territory and few cultivators? No. The female cultivator shook her head seriously. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you're wrong this time. The genius born in Kangzhou this time is not ordinary. His name is Chen Daoxuan. Fellow Daoist Zhang must have heard of his name. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan. Cultivator Zhang muttered this name. Suddenly, he thought of something and clapped his hands. I remember that the first place on the Zifu disciple rankings in the latest issue was also this Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this, the good friend next to him slapped his bag of holding and took out a bound book. On the cover of the book were the words Zifu Chosen Rankings. Opening the book gently, the first name was Chen Daoxuan. Zifu Disciple Rankings Number 1. Chen Daoxuan, the patriarch of the Chen family in the Azure continent. Battle Record Introduction. During the Battle of the Corpse Tide in Kangzhou, he single-handedly turned the tide and resisted most of the corpse tide. Later, in a battle, he fought against 10 some top-tier Zifu disciples. After the Qian Yuan Sword Sex Unified Assessment, he was ranked first on the Purple Prefecture's Prodigy roll. Cultivator Zhang took the book and nodded. The Chen Daoxuan you're talking about is this person? I didn't expect that the young master of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, Fairy Qi Yao, had already broken through to the Golden Core stage after I had been in seclusion for a year. Since Chen Daoxuan had become number 1 on the Zifu Prodigy roll, this roll should have been updated not long ago, right? As he spoke, he looked at the date at the back of the book and frowned. This is the Zifu Prodigy roll that was updated 3 months ago. I remember that this roll costs 100 spirit stones. Hearing this, his friend surnamed Wu nodded. That's right. I did spend so many spirit stones at that time. Hearing this, the female cultivator at the side covered her small mouth and chuckled. Fellow Daoist Wu, you spent your money on the rankings in vain. Not only did Fairy Qi Yao break through to the Golden Core stage, but this top ranker of the Zifu Disciple rankings also broke through to the Golden Core stage half a month ago. Golden Cores. When Cultivator Zhang heard this, his face was filled with envy. However, he immediately frowned. Although this perfected Chen's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage is a cause for celebration, it shouldn't be known by the entire city, right? Chapter 439, Perfected Lord Lin Yu. Do you think only our Yuan Chen Immortal City knows? The female Xiu shook her head. What? Cultivator Zhang was confused. Does the whole Infinite Star Sea know that there's a Golden Core now? Even if a nascent soul appeared in the Infinite Star Sea, it wouldn't be so sensational, right? This time, it wasn't just Cultivator Zhang who nodded. Everyone else also nodded. Fellow Cultivator Zhang, you're right, the female cultivator said simply. Not only are Yuan Chen Immortal City, but the entire Infinite Star Sea is probably talking about this immortal Chen who has just reached the Golden Core stage. Upon hearing this, Zhang became even more puzzled. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me, Fairy Luo." Seeing the cultivator surnamed Zhang begging for mercy, the female cultivator surnamed Luo no longer kept him in suspense and directly said, "Half a month ago, perfected Shuetu humiliated the Chen family and caused trouble in the Chen family's sea-viewing immortal city. In the end, he was suppressed by perfected Chen with a flip of his palm." "Wait." Cultivator Zhang hurriedly raised his head. "The adept Shuetu you mentioned is the one on the battlefield in the Yun nation." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator surnamed Luo seemed to be very disdainful of Master Bloody Slaughterer. She curled her lips and said, "Who else in the Infinite Star Sea is called Master Bloody Slaughterer besides Ji Sui, the third elder of the Ji family?" "He." Cultivator Zhang's frown deepened. "Although perfected Shuetu is brutal, he is a top perfected being on the Golden Core ranking list. How can a mere newly advanced Golden Core cultivator like perfected Chen defeat him?" It was no wonder that cultivator Zhang was puzzled. If it were any other cultivator, they wouldn't be able to understand this. These low-level cultivators probably didn't know much about the power of ordinary Zifu disciples and Golden Core cultivators. However, they knew one thing. Those who could enter the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings and the Golden Core rankings were definitely existences whose strength far exceeded those of the same level. That was why cultivator Zhang was so confused. "This, I'm not too sure either. Anyway, there are rumors in Yuanchen Immortal City." After our true lord Yuanchen heard about this, he said that this Chen Daoxuan will definitely become a nascent soul. Not only that, but our perfected lord also said that this Chen Daoxuan even has the potential to become a top-notch nascent soul perfected lord. A top-notch nascent soul. Cultivator Zhang was shocked. When the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea talked about the top nascent souls, the first thing that came to mind was not the sect master of the Qian Yuan Sword sect or the hall master of the Sea Calming Hall, but the nascent soul who had been guarding the largest immortal pass in the Yun nation for a long time, the Linwu Pass. The war between the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun nation was peaceful because the Qian Yuan Sword sect had built many important immortal passes in the Yun nation. And among all the important cities of the Celestial Pass, Linwu Pass was the most important. Compared to Linwu Pass, the southern mountains city that the Kangzhou cultivators had lost was not worth mentioning at all. If the Celestial Pass that the Infinite Star Sea had lost was the Linwu Pass instead of the Genese Pass, the army of cultivators of the Xianqing Dao League would have been able to enter directly. Not only would they have been able to recover a large area of lost land, but they would also have been able to threaten the Infinite Star Sea directly from the sea. At that time, the offensive and defensive momentum of both sides would change instantly, and the Infinite Star Sea would fall into a storm. No matter how strong the Qian Yuan Sword sect was, there were two major sects behind the Yun nation. Whether it was the Profound Sun sect or the Qingwei sect, they were not inferior to the Qian Yuan Sword sect in terms of strength. The fact that the Qian Yuan Sword sect had been able to fight one against two for so long and still had the upper hand could only be said to be due to the Qian Yuan Sword sect. Once the Xianqing Dao League seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand, coupled with the hidden dangers within the Qian Yuan Sword sect, the Infinite Star Sea would really fall into a state of eternal damnation. At that time, the major immortal clans in the Infinite Star Sea could only become stray dogs. This was something that not only the various immortal clans could see, but even many far-sighted itinerant cultivators could see. As cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea, they were all in the same boat. Looking at the Yun nation cultivators who were captured after the defeat, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea knew how tragic their fate would be if they were defeated. Once the Infinite Star Sea fell, the high-level cultivators could still escape, but the low-level cultivators had no choice but to wait for death in the vast Infinite Star Sea. As for escaping, how could ordinary refinement stage cultivators and building foundation stage cultivators cross the boundless Infinite Star Sea on their own? Besides, even if they crossed the Infinite Star Sea, they would still end up in the enemy's lair in the Yun nation, which would be even worse. Therefore, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea respected perfected Lord Linwu, who had been guarding Linwu Pass for hundreds of years. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. After all, they were just a group of foundation establishment loose cultivators. In the eyes of Qi condensation cultivators, they were all seniors, but in fact, they knew very little about high-level cultivators. If the Qian Yuan Sword sect did not release the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings and the Golden Core rankings to the public, they would have been able to do so. These low-level cultivators didn't even know that there were so many top-notch high-level cultivators in the infinite star sea. As for nascent souls, everyone knew even less. Zifu disciples and golden core cultivators could be ranked by the Qian Yuan connection, increasing their fame. However, nascent souls, especially the top nascent souls such as perfected Lord Lin Wu and the Sea Calming Hall Master, were the biggest trump cards in the infinite star sea. The Qian Yuan sword sect usually kept these people a secret. How could they publicize their information everywhere? If they really did this, they must be out of their minds. Just like how the Qian Yuan sword sect would not know the details of the top nascent souls of the Xian Qing Dao League. On one hand, these top true lords were too strong. No matter what kind of spies the two sides sent, it was impossible for them to get close to these existences without being discovered. On the other hand, these peak true lords rarely attacked, and even if they did, they wouldn't use their full strength. Most of the time, they were in seclusion. In this way, whether it was the Qian Yuan sword sect or the Xian Qing Dao League, they would not dare to fight with all their strength before they were sure that they had overwhelming strength. They feared each other. This was the true situation of the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xian Qing Dao League. Below, the sectless cultivators of Yuanchen Immortal City saw that perfected Lord Yuanchen personally came out to welcome this distinguished guest from Kangzhou. The entire Immortal City began to boil. In the sky, the cultivators of the Chen family and the others behind Venerable Juk noticed the group of wandering cultivators cheering and were somewhat confused. "Clan brother, look!" Chen Furong looked in the direction where the young cultivator was pointing. It turned out that the Juk spiritual master had stopped in front of a five-colored carriage and cupped his hands at it. Because of the distance, Furong could only see that the other party's attitude was somewhat respectful, but he did not know what the Juk spiritual master was talking about. "Clan brother, what should we do?" The young Chen clan cultivator was a little anxious. He could tell that in Yuanchen Immortal City, the existence that even Zhu Kaigenren respected was none other than perfected Lord Yuanchen, who was extremely famous among the rogue cultivators. Although the young Chen clan cultivator was impulsive, he knew very well that he, a mere Zifu disciple, had recklessly charged forward and crashed into a true monarch's carriage. Even if true monarch Yuanchen were to kill him on the spot, no one would be able to say anything. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Furong pondered for a moment and said, "You guys wait here. I'll go alone." "Clan brother, why don't we forget about it?" "No." Chen Furong shook his head, "For this cooperation, we can't afford to lose this big gift. I don't want to record this humiliation in the history of the clan in the future." After saying that, Chen Furong took a deep breath and flew directly towards perfected Lord Yuanchen's carriage. "Who are you?" Before Chen Furong could get close, there was a berating voice outside perfected Lord Yuanchen's carriage. "Wait!" Just as the accompanying disciples were about to make a move, perfected Lord Yuanchen's voice came from the carriage. "Ask, what's the matter?" Outside the carriage, a disciple who was accompanying him bowed and said, "Yes, master." After that, the disciple flew towards Chen Furong and raised his hand. "Stop." Chapter 440, Overlord of Kangzhou, 1. Greetings, fellow deist. Chen Furong looked at the Zifu disciple blocking his way, then clasped his hands. "Who are you? Why did you crash into the Supreme's spiritual carriage?" The Zifu disciple stared at him, his gaze rather unfriendly. Seeing the other party's unfriendly gaze, Chen Furong bowed slightly and said humbly, "Fellow deist, I didn't mean to offend the true Lord's Dharma chariot." Chen Furong told him everything that had happened. When the Zifu disciple in front of Chen Furong heard that the people under Adept Juk had been bribed and refused to do their jobs, a look of disgust flashed through his eyes. Although perfected Lord Yuanchen had established Yuanchen Immortal City, he was a rogue cultivator after all. Compared to those nascent soul large clans, his foundation was too shallow. Most of the golden cores under perfected Lord Yuanchen were itinerant golden cores that he had recruited. There was only one golden core cultivator who was personally nurtured by perfected Lord Yuanchen. The vast majority of his disciples were Zifu disciples, and there were even foundation establishment disciples. If perfected Lord Yuanchen wanted to wait for his disciple to grow up, he would have to wait at least several hundred years. Breaking through to the Jindan stage for Zifu disciples was no simple matter. Even a supreme Zifu disciple like Fairy Chi Yao had to spend nearly 100 years to reach the golden core stage. Even Chen Daoxuan, who had a cheat and had countless fortuitous encounters, spent nearly 50 years to cultivate to the Golden Core realm. Other cultivators didn't have as many opportunities as Chen Daoxuan. Normally speaking, if a cultivator could break through to the Golden Core stage before the 500-year lifespan limit of the Zifu stage, they would be considered a 1 in 10,000 genius. If he broke through to the Golden Core stage in 300 years, he would definitely be ranked on the Zifu disciple rankings. If one were to reach the Golden Core in 100 years or so, only the top 3 geniuses of the Zifu disciple rankings would be able to do so. It had only been more than 200 years since perfected Lord Yuan Chen established Yuan Chen Immortal City. During this period of time, he was developing the Immortal City, nurturing disciples and recruiting itinerant cultivators and Golden Core state cultivators. In addition, he had to spare some time to consider his own cultivation. There was only one itinerant cultivator in the entire Infinite Star Sea who could do this. In front. Although perfected Lord Yuan Chen was sitting in the carriage, his divine sense had been paying attention to the conversation between Chen Furong and his 2 disciples. The reason why perfected Lord Yuan Chen paid attention to him was not because he was idle. He heard Chen Furong introduce himself and said that he was from the Chen family of Kang Prefecture. Judging from Chen Furong's tone, he didn't seem to know that their young clan leader had broken through to the Golden Core stage. It was a coincidence. Half a month ago, when Ji Sui came to the Seaview Immortal City to cause trouble, Chen Furong and the others just happened to be on a spirit ship and set off from the Seaview Immortal City to Yuanchen Immortal City. He just happened to miss the big show of Chen Daoxuan coming out of seclusion to suppress Ji Sui. Then, they drove the spirit boat and spent half a month to rush from Seaview Immortal City to Yuanchen Immortal City. During this period of time, Chen Furong and the rest of the Chen family cultivators were all on the spirit ship. They didn't know anything about what was happening outside. Since Chen Furong and the others had disobeyed Chen Daolan's orders, they had even turned off their family's communication jade talismans. He didn't expect that this move would perfectly miss the battle that Chen Daoxuan's name had shaken the Infinite Star Sea. As the matter fermented, more and more people began to hear about the battle achievements of the Azure Continent's Chen family's patriarch, Chen Daoxuan. Even Chen Daoxuan's past experiences were dug out by those who were interested. After all, Chen Daoxuan was a household name in Kangzhou and was a famous big shot. It wasn't difficult to get information about him. Therefore, the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea knew that Chen Daoxuan had been cultivating for less than 50 years. In less than 50 years, he had defeated a top perfected being on the Golden Core rankings. This kind of battle record not only attracted the discussion of the itinerant cultivators and the cultivators of the major immortal families, but also caused a storm within the Qianyuan sword sect. Many disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect even discussed in private that the talent of the Chen clan leader of Kangzhou, Chen Daoxuan, was probably not inferior to the most talented disciple in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect, the Seacoming Hall Master, Qin Zhan. Little friend. Chen Furong was speaking to the Zifu disciple in front of him when a gentle voice suddenly rang out by his ear. When he heard this voice, a sense of horror from the depths of his soul involuntarily surged out. Chen Furong immediately guessed that this person must be perfected Lord Yuan Chen. Chen Furong didn't expect that his actions would really alarm a big shot like perfected Lord Yuan Chen. True monarch. This time, Chen Furong bowed even lower, and his expression became especially serious. There's no need to be so polite. Chen Furong couldn't help but stand up straight. Then, a tall and sturdy cultivator slowly walked out of the purple carriage. Who else could it be but perfected Lord Yuan Chen? True monarch. True monarch. Seeing perfected Lord Yuan Chen get off the spiritual chariot, the surrounding cultivators all bowed. Chen Furong was shocked when he saw the cultivators bowing their heads. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel envious. Great Ravager! Your subordinate is here. Juk Genren's round body flew out of the crowd. Sweeping a glance at the Juk Immortal, true Lord Yuan Chen continued, is what this young friend said just now true? This. Daoist Juk's heart tightened. Even if this was true, he didn't deserve to die. But these years, he had worked in Yuanchen Immortal City and earned a lot of money. If they were to be serious, no one could say no to perfected Lord Yuan Chen's death. Seeing Venerable Juk's trembling appearance, perfected Lord Yuan Chen gently waved his hand, and a beautiful female cultivator in a golden Daoist robe was grabbed out of the crowd. You took the bribe, didn't you? Perfected Lord Yuan Chen said lightly. Senior Immortal, I. The golden-robed female cultivator was instantly scared out of her wits and could not help but look at Daoist Master Juk pleadingly. Unfortunately, Daoist Juk could not even protect himself now, so how could he care about her cauldron? Moreover, this human cauldron's original identity was just a prisoner of war from the Yun nation. However, this female cultivator from the Yun nation had used her means and good looks to walk step by step to the Juk Genren and climb up the big tree of the Juk Genren. True monarch. The Juk spiritual master stood up. This woman was originally a prisoner of war from the Yun nation. I thought that she was kind by nature and wanted to give her a chance. I didn't expect that this woman was cruel and unscrupulous. She actually broke the rules of Senior Immortal and deserved to die. As he spoke, the Juk Daoist steeled his heart. Facing the gold-robed female cultivator's incredulous gaze, he directly punched and shattered her head. The splashing yellow and white objects were wrapped up by the Juk Genren's magic power and did not disturb the formation of the team that was welcoming Chen Daoxuan. After taking a deep look at Venerable Juk, Perfected Lord Yuan Chen suddenly transmitted his voice, "Count your luck as good, and don't count it as an example." After saying that, Perfected Lord Yuan Chen looked at the sky. Only to see an ink-black immortal boat flew from the horizon towards Yuan Chen Immortal City. Ink Dragon. Chen Furong was shocked. The Ink Dragon was one of the Chen family's spirit ships. The Ink Dragon was of a much higher grade, reaching the low grade of the 4th level. It was the main immortal boat that the Chen family bought from the Qian Yuan sword sect. Using this kind of immortal boat to travel, the speed was not much slower than the escape light of a golden core cultivator. It would take at most 3 days to get here from Seaview Immortal City. With his hands behind his back, Perfected Lord Yuan Chen looked at the imposing Ink Dragon and couldn't help but sigh. The Chen family, in the end, he still became the overlord of Kangzhou. Chapter 441, Ransomware, 1. Rumble. The huge Ink Dragon stopped, and the air waves swept out, causing everyone's robes to flutter. On the Ink Dragon, a young cultivator with a hint of a smile on his handsome face and a confident aura was emitted from his entire body. Beside the young cultivator stood 3 beautiful female cultivators. These 4 were Chen Daoxuan, Luoli, Chen Daolan, and the Yang family patriarch, Yang Gongwan. As the Ink Dragon came to a stop, everyone cast their flight lights and flew out of the spirit ship. Chen Daoxuan looked at Perfected Lord Yuan Chen in front of him and cupped his hands with a smile. Junior Chen Daoxuan greets Perfected Cultivator. Haha. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. He sized up the young cultivator in front of him and sighed. Have to admit that in all these years, you are the only cultivator I have misjudged. After saying that, he solemnly cupped his hands towards Chen Daoxuan Tmun Chen. Greetings, fellow Daoist Chen. Senior Immortal, this. Chen Daoxuan was somewhat flattered. A dignified nascent soul actually bowed to him as a peer. Clearly, this Perfected Lord Yuan Chen treated him as a peer. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was a little stunned, Perfected Lord Yuan Chen smiled and said, "Although fellow Daoist Chen surprised me greatly during our trip to the source world of true immortals, I only thought that you were a junior with extraordinary talent, so I didn't take it to heart at the time. However, since you've already stepped into the lore realm, it means that you're already half a step into the nascent soul realm. It's not too much to call you fellow Daoist in advance." Apart from the direct relationship between masters, cultivators relied on their cultivation to determine seniority. Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao realm had reached the 5th level of the lore realm, so he already had the qualifications to discuss the Dao with a nascent soul. He could afford to be called a fellow Daoist. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan also tacitly agreed to Perfected Lord Yuan Chen's peer discussion. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that his true strength was much stronger than when he had casually suppressed spiritual master Suesu half a month ago. An opponent at the level of Daoist master Shuetu did not make him use his full strength at all. Even though Chen Daoxuan didn't know how strong Daoist Shenja was at his peak, he believed that he shouldn't be able to meet any opponent in the Golden Core stage with all his trump cards. Chen Daoxuan was not sure if he could defeat a nascent soul. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between nascent souls. However, Chen Daoxuan could still bear the title of Immortal Invincible if he used all his trump cards. Fellow Daoist Yuan Chen. Fellow Daoist Chen. The two of them formally greeted each other as fellow Daoists of the same generation, and then both of them laughed. The atmosphere was harmonious. Just as the two of them were having a good talk, Chen Furong flew over and knelt down in front of Chen Daoxuan. He lowered his head and said, "Young clan leader." Seeing Chen Furong, the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face gradually disappeared. He looked at perfected Lord Yuan Chen and asked, "This junior of my Chen family didn't cause any trouble for the immortal city, right?" Hearing this, perfected Lord Yuan Chen smiled and waved his hand. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you're being too serious. This young friend wanted to cooperate with a perfected being under my command, but he was obstructed by a villain, but he was already executed." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen said casually. Chen Daoxuan nodded and looked at Chen Furong. He spread out his divine sense and instantly found the rest of the Chen clan cultivators. He transmitted his voice into their ears, "Get your ass back here." Upon hearing this shout, everyone was instantly frightened and flew toward the ink dragon. Looking at Chen Furong and the rest of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan said coldly, "Go back to the ink dragon and kneel." "Yes, young clan leader." Everyone was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. This time, they disobeyed the orders of the family and privately sought cooperation with Yuan Chen Immortal City. This undoubtedly made Chen Daoxuan furious. He had been in charge of the family for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to disobey his orders. Even though this order was not issued by Chen Daoxuan, he had asked Chen Daolan to use the clan seal to issue it in the name of the clan. However, Chen Furong and the others were so daring to do such a thing. Chen Furong, the leader of the immortal clans in the Infinite Star Sea, would probably die if he openly disobeyed the clan order. Chen Furong also knew how serious the consequences of his actions were, but for the 7th Industrial Zone of Guanhai Immortal City, he had no regrets. After watching Chen Furong and the others leave, perfected Lord Yuan Chen smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, I've already prepared a banquet in the residence. Please." The two of them exchanged pleasantries and flew towards the most luxurious immortal mansion in Yuan Chen Immortal City. This was perfected Lord Yuan Chen's residence in the Celestial City. As a nascent soul, the top cultivator in the Infinite Star Sea, perfected Lord Yuan Chen naturally had as many immortal residences as there were hairs on an ox. However, the immortal abode that he received Chen Daoxuan in was not ordinary. Although it looked like an ordinary immortal abode, it was actually a level 5 mid-grade magic artifact. Moreover, it was a magic artifact used to suppress the core of Yuan Chen Immortal City's defensive array. After stepping into the immortal estate's main hall and sitting down, Chen Daoxuan retracted his gaze and said with certainty, "Fellow Daoist Yuankin's magic tool has truly broadened my horizons." Hearing this, Lord Yuankin's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Once heard fellow Daoist Huian praise your talent in forging artifacts. At that time, I didn't believe it. It seems fellow Daoist Huian was right." "Oh? Fellow Daoist knows Senior Huian?" Perfected Lord Yuan Chen nodded. "I don't just know him. I have a close personal relationship with him." Although Chen Daoxuan had only met the head of the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect once, he could tell that Huian Qi was a very pure artifact refiner. Chapter 442, Ransom for Money, 2. Although Huian Qi was old-fashioned, he loved talent and was very tolerant towards cultivators with talent in artifact refinement. Back then, Yang Yudao had slandered him in the Cloud Sky Hall of the Heaven Essence Sword Sect because of his identity and background. It was Hall Master Huian who had stood up for him. Speaking of which, Chen Daoxuan owed the other party a big favor. At this moment, when Chen Daoxuan heard that perfected Lord Yuan Chen and Huian Qi had a good personal relationship, and that he loved his family, his impression of him immediately improved. According to what I know, Hall Master Huian is focused on the Dao of artifact refining. Could it be that fellow Daoist Yuan Chen is also? That's right. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen nodded with a smile and said, "I'm a 5th-tier middle-grade weapons craftsman." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened in shock. What was the concept of a 5th-tier middle-grade weapons craftsman? Chen Daoxuan himself was also a refiner, but because he did not lack resources, he gradually gave up on the path of refining. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan's refining level was only at the 3rd grade. Just as Huian Qi had said, the path of artifact refinement was broad and profound. Even with the help of the primordial enlightenment scripture, it would still be difficult for Chen Daoxuan to improve without hard work. And this perfected Lord Yuan Chen in front of him was actually a 5th-tier middle-grade weapon craftsman. This was something that Chen Daoxuan had never expected. At first, Chen Daoxuan was still puzzled. Although perfected Lord Yuanqin's cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage, where did he get so many spirit stones to build such a huge immortal city? Now, he understood. It was simply too easy for a 5th-tier middle-grade weapons craftsman to want to earn money. If Chen Daoxuan had remembered correctly, there seemed to be only 2 5th-level craftsmen in the entire Infinite Star Sea, Huian Qi and perfected Lord Yuan Chen. In the entire Infinite Star Sea, there were many 4th-tier craftsmen who could forge magic weapons for a golden core, but there were only 2 5th-tier craftsmen. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have thought of something and asked, since fellow Daoist is a 5th-tier armament master, why does the Zhang clan have such a huge grudge with fellow Daoist? Offending a 5th-grade master was completely different from offending a nascent soul. Armament masters and alchemists were rich and handsome professions. Compared to cultivators, not only did they have a much higher income, but they also had a much wider network. For example, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was not only good friends with Huian Qi, but he could also talk to a top perfected lord like the Sea-Suppressing Palace Hall Master. Other nascent soul cultivators, such as the Sea-Suppressing Hall Master, might not even be interested in him. Don't think that just because they have the same cultivation level, they can talk equally. For example, Fairy Qi Yao and Yang Linyuan were both Zifu disciples. Could the two of them speak as equals? Not to mention the difference in background, just the difference in strength was so great that it made people despair. Although the difference between nascent soul cultivators wasn't as exaggerated as that between Zifu disciples, for those who could reach the nascent soul stage, the Law realm was the basic threshold. Unlike the Purple Prefecture realm, there were those who had not even reached the first level of the Great Dao realm, while there were those who had already reached the 3rd or even 4th level of the Great Dao realm. The difference in strength between Zifu disciples could be said to be one of the greatest differences between different levels of cultivation. Even so, the gap between a top perfected cultivator and an ordinary nascent soul cultivator was still shocking. It could even be said that a top-tier true monarch could instantly kill an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. With such a huge difference in strength, how could the two sides speak on equal footing? The so-called equal status was built on the basis of equal strength. Even if the first branch was not strong enough, at least the other side had something that the other side could take a fancy to. Otherwise, why would the other party acknowledge you and be willing to sit down and talk to you? Perfected Lord Yuan Chen was able to communicate with a top perfected lord because of his top refining skills. Chen Daoxuan could be treated with respect by Dao Lord Yuan Chen because he saw the potential in Chen Daoxuan. In addition, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have some dirty dealings with the Zhang family, and the relationship between the two sides did not seem to be harmonious. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Chen Daoxuan, a golden core with amazing talent, was obviously a natural ally of perfected Lord Yuan Chen. The Zhang family of Tai province was a hegemon family that ruled over a province. The reason why Yuan Chen Immortal City could contend with them wasn't just because of the power of Yuan Chen Immortal City. There was also perfected Lord Yuan Chen's connections. It was because of these connections that the Zhang family could not do anything about Yuan Chen Immortal City for so many years. In the main hall, when perfected Lord Yuan Chen heard this question, he put down the wine cup in his hand and said with a smile, because I wasn't a 5th-ranked armament master at that time. In these 200 years, it wasn't that the Zhang clan didn't find someone to make peace with me, but I never agreed. As he spoke, perfected Lord Yuan Chen took a sip of wine. Do you know why? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Because I can't calm down. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen slammed his wine glass on the table. I've cultivated to this day and experienced so many difficulties and dangers. Is it just to survive? Speaking of this, perfected Lord Yuan Chen became slightly agitated. Back then, the Zhang family was powerful and forced me out of Tai province. At that time, I was like a stray dog, constantly being hunted down by the nascent souls of the Zhang family. After the establishment of the city, it was suppressed by the Zhang family. If it wasn't for my connections, this city would have been destroyed. Tell me, can I let go of such a huge grudge? Chen Daoxuan drank a cup of wine and said, how can we forget the irreconcilable hatred? You're right, you're right. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen took a deep breath. The hatred between me and the Zhang family is irreconcilable. After a while, perfected Lord Yuan Chen exhaled a breath of alcohol and said with a smile, "Speaking of making peace, I really have someone here who wants to make peace with you." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately smiled and said, "Are you talking about the ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Changsheng?" "Haha, I can't hide it from Chen Daoxuan. It's old ancestor Ji." As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a smile. "The Ji family is willing to pay a large sum of ransom in exchange for Ji Sui." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly curious. "A hefty ransom?" "Yes." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen stretched out 3 fingers. 30 billion spirit stones. "A big deal." Chen Daoxuan nodded. 30 billion spiritual stones was a huge sum even for the Ji family. It could be seen that the Ji family had also paid a huge price in exchange for Ji Sui. But then, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "Unfortunately, Ji Sui has already been killed by me. On the way here, I used spatial laws to completely obliterate his physical body and golden core." Upon hearing that Ji Sui had already been crushed to ashes by Chen Daoxuan, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was stunned at first, but then he laughed out loud. "Aren't you afraid that old ancestor Ji will find trouble with you?" One had to know that old ancestor Ji's strength was not considered weak among nascent soul cultivators. Back then, fellow Daoist Yuan Chen was alone. Not only was he not afraid of 3 nascent souls who were even stronger than you, but he even established an immortal city in front of their door. Hearing these powerful words, perfected Lord Yuan Chen immediately drank a cup of wine and then smashed the cup. "Awesome." Chen Daoxuan also smiled and drank a cup of wine. "It's a pity that I can't be the peacemaker." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen shook his head. "Since Senior Immortal can't be a peacemaker, why don't the 2 of us talk about a new cooperation?" "Oh." Perfected Lord Yuan Chen's interest was piqued when he heard Chen Daoxuan mention cooperation. In his mind, the thing he wanted to work with Chen Daoxuan the most was to form an alliance with him after he broke through to the nascent soul stage to fight against the Zhang family of Taze Hu. In perfected Lord Yuan's opinion, with Chen Daoxuan's talent, once he broke through to the nascent soul realm, it was hard to say whether he could become a top perfected lord in the future, but his strength was definitely much stronger than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Given perfected Lord Yuan Chen's personality, he would definitely invest in such a top genius who had a grudge against the Zhang family. Seeing perfected Lord Yuan Chen's interested eyes, Chen Daoxuan slowly told him about the cooperation between the 2 sides. "You mean, you want to sell your Chen family's magic tools and pills to my Yuan Chen immortal city?" Upon hearing this cooperation, to be honest, perfected Lord Yuan Chen felt a little disappointed. The cooperation he was thinking of was much deeper than this. In his opinion, even though the Chen family was a new golden core family in Kang Prefecture, their foundation was still shallow. Even if they sold magic tools and pills, how much could they provide? However, as Chen Daoxuan gave the transaction amount for the magical equipment and medicinal pills, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was stunned. Chapter 443, Ocean Division. Rumble. A spirit ship tore through the air and quickly headed in the direction of Kangzhou. Ink Dragon, in the main cabin. Chen Daoxuan was sitting on a chair. Beside him, a beautiful woman was standing behind him, gently massaging his glabella. Chen Daoxuan closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the cabin door. In the next moment, the cabin door opened and a group of people walked in. The leader was Chen Daolan, and behind her was a group of juniors from the Chen family's Fu generation. Chen Furong followed behind Chen Daolan. His expression was as cold as a frosted eggplant. Violating the clan order, privately seeking cooperation with Yuan Chen Immortal City and was caught by the young clan leader on the spot. According to the clan rules, Chen Furong should be executed for his crimes, and his accomplices should also be imprisoned in the clan's lightning prison for 10 years as a warning to others. Plop! Plop! As soon as Chen Furong and the others walked into the main cabin, they knelt on the ground. Sinful cultivator Chen Furong greets the young patriarch. Chen Daoxuan's expression was calm as he looked at the people of the Fu generation kneeling on the ground. However, those who knew him well knew that the calmer Chen Daoxuan's expression was, the more terrifying the anger hidden in his heart was. The last time Chen Daoxuan was this angry was when he set a trap to kill a Qi refinement clan. Although the opponent they encountered was very weak, the Chen family was also extremely weak. At that time, only Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe were struggling to support the Chen family. A little wave could destroy this family that had improved. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't show any anger when he encountered the enemy's covetous eyes. Instead, he directly killed the enemy's elites with thunderous methods. This ruthlessness was completely different from Chen Daoxuan's reputation of being generous to his fellow cultivators. Chen Furong, do you know your crimes? Chen Furong's face was pale. He lowered his head and said, Furong is guilty. Ha! Chen Daoxuan chuckled. It seems like you're not convinced. Young patriarch, Furong knows that he has violated the clan rules and should be punished, but I'm doing this for the clan. For the clan. Chen Daoxuan gently held the armrest of the chair. You dare to say that you don't have any selfish motives? The 7th industrial zone that you are in charge of is about to be shut down. As the person in charge of the 7th industrial zone, your achievements are the lowest among all the person in charge of the industrial zones in the clan. Now, you still dare to say that you're doing this for the family. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat fell down Chen Furong's temples. Furong, guilty. He buried his head deep in the ground and did not dare to argue. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and used the space cage to suppress Chen Furong. Chen Furong was one of the higher UPS in the clan, and his crimes were very representative. Chen Daoxuan planned to set an example in front of his clansmen. He wanted to tell all the Chen clansmen that the clan order was above everything else. No matter whether the Chen clansmen understood the clan order or not, they had to carry it out unwaveringly. Chen Dalian watched Chen Furong being suppressed by the young clan leader without saying a word. As the acting clan leader, Chen Daolan knew that Chen Furong was only thinking about his own future. For the sake of his own future, Chen Furong would even abandon the clan's orders. When Chen Daolian was in charge of the clan, he had met many people like this. After all, Chen Daolan was not Chen Daoxuan. She did not have Chen Daoxuan's strength, nor did she have Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled prestige. Although she had Chen Daoxuan's support behind her, Chen Daoxuan was not in the clan for many years and ignored clan affairs. The support he could give her was very limited. Most of the time, Chen Daolan was relying on his own methods to tame the proud soldiers and generals of the clan. The difficulties involved are not worth mentioning to outsiders. Chen Daolan had encountered many clansmen like Chen Furong who disobeyed her orders. However, these people were either extremely talented or their strength was not weaker than hers. Chen Daolan really could not do anything to them. Chen Daolan knew that what the young clan leader did today was not only to let the clan members know that the clan order could not be disobeyed, but also to establish her authority as the acting clan leader. So, Chen Furong was dead. As for all of you, Chen Daoxuan looked at the rest of the cultivators of the Fu generation. Go to the prison of thunder and receive 10 years of punishment. Thank you, Shao clan leader. Everyone's nervous expressions immediately relaxed. The cultivators of the Fu generation present were all cultivators of the Chen clan with a lifespan of 500 years. No one wanted to die just like that. When Chen Daoxuan announced his decision, everyone naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, let's drop this matter. Yes, young clan leader. After watching everyone leave, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolan and smiled. These few years I wasn't in the clan, it wasn't easy to manage these little fellows, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Daolan suddenly had 1,000 things to say. However, when he saw Luoli standing behind Chen Daoxuan, the words he wanted to say eventually became, "It's all right." Chen Daoxuan nodded. That's how you manage a clan. As the clan leader, not only do you have to have extraordinary strength, but you also have to have sufficient means. Some people might not dare to disobey your orders on the surface, but they could work without putting in any effort. If one person did this, there was nothing to be afraid of. If everyone did this, the family would be in danger. Daolian, please teach me. Chen Daolian bowed. However, as long as I'm here, the people in the clan won't dare to make any strange movements. You can rest assured and do as you wish. Yes. Hearing this, Chen Daolan was slightly touched. Oh right, can our Seaview Immortal City fulfill the conditions of cooperation signed with Yuan Chen Immortal City? Hearing this, Chen Daolan immediately perked up. In the 5 years that Chen Daoxuan had been in seclusion to break through to the Golden Core stage, Chen Daolan's greatest achievement was to build the sea-viewing immortal city into an industrial city. The establishment of the 9 industrial zones allowed the Guanhai immortal city to explode with unparalleled productivity. Chen Daolan was confident that the Seaview immortal city could supply the medicinal pills, magic tools, spiritual talismans, and other markets of the Azure continent and the Yuanchen immortal city. Not only that, the special environment of Yuanchen immortal city could also provide sufficient industrial raw materials for Guanhai immortal city. The raw materials market and sales market were all solved. Chen Daolan believed that the speed of development of the Seaview immortal city would shock the world. Seeing the confidence on Chen Daolan's face, Chen Daoxuan smiled and reminded, the annual transaction scale of more than 300 billion spirit stones is no joke. Young clan leader, don't worry. I'm not sure. Chen Daolian was full of confidence. You weren't in the clan all these years, so you didn't know the changes in Seaview immortal city. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. All right. When this trip is over, I'll definitely take a good look at your results over the years. Yes. Chen Daolian smiled and nodded. In the following days, the Ink Dragon continued to fly. Even though the Ink Dragon ship was extremely fast, it would still take several days for them to return to Twin Lake Island from Yuanchen Immortal City. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Daoxuan sorted out the changes in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Chen Daoxuan had yet to consolidate his cultivation base after breaking through to the Aurus Core stage when he received a request for help from his family. This time, he had established a partnership with Yuanchen Immortal City, and the biggest problem of the family had been solved. Chen Daoxuan finally had time to carefully comprehend the changes after forming the Aurus Core. However, before that, Chen Daoxuan first looked at the new cultivation method that had appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. When he was choosing treasures in the Legacy Trial space, the Sea of Divine Light he cultivated had a faint connection with the Stellar Sword Dao map. This was also the reason why he chose the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. Sure enough, after his cultivation broke through to the Golden Core stage, a new cultivation technique appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. This technique was the follow-up technique of the Sea of Divine Light. The name of this technique was Sea Division. The original name of the soul-setting Divine Light was also not this. Its original name was the Divine Sea Chapter. Divine Sea Chapter, Sea Division Chapter. Chen Daoxuan looked at the names of these two cultivation techniques, and the doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Because from the names of these two techniques, he could tell that there was definitely a follow-up to this technique. Perhaps I'll have to wait until my cultivation base is higher, or until I've completely passed the Legacy Trial by fire, before I can obtain the follow-up techniques. Chen Daoxuan thought. Chapter 444, Battle Begins, 1. Chen Daoxuan carefully studied the second cultivation technique. As he read through it carefully, Chen Daoxuan realized that the second cultivation technique was completely built on the foundation of the first Divine Sea. If the main content of the Divine Sea chapter was to open up the Sea of Divine Light, the second chapter was about how to use the Sea of Divine Light. It was only the most basic application of the Divine Sea chapter to stimulate a beam of light from the vast Sea of Divine Light to stabilize the soul. In reality, this official disciple of an unknown force in the upper realm would not be like Chen Daoxuan, who would use the Sea of Divine Light that he had painstakingly opened. As expected, Chen Daoxuan continued to flip through the contents of the Sea Division chapter, and the joy on his face grew. I knew it. After spending so much effort to open up the Sea of Divine Light, it wouldn't only have two functions, to expand one's divine sense and to activate a soul-setting divine light. The Divine Sea chapter only talked about how to open the Sea of Divine Light, but it didn't say anything about how to use it. It was not that there was no way to use it, but it was recorded in the second chapter of the Sea Division chapter. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and the excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed. As the second cultivation technique that the Golden Scripture had actively transmitted to him, Chen Daoxuan had long suspected that the level of this soul-setting divine light was a little too low compared to the primordial enlightenment scripture. It turned out that the soul-setting divine light wasn't of a low grade, but it was incomplete. Even now, when Chen Daoxuan obtained the second volume of the technique, it was still incomplete. Chen Daoxuan knew very well that if he wanted to obtain the complete dharmic formulation, he would probably have to become an official disciple of this unknown force in the upper realm. He continued to study the chapter on dividing the seas. 3 days later. In the main cabin, Chen Daoxuan exited his state of enlightenment. After 3 days of continuous meditation, he finally finished comprehending the second part of the cultivation method, the sea division chapter. To put it simply, the second technique mainly talked about dividing the sea of divine light that filled the entire sea of consciousness into small seas of divine light. The reason why he had split it up was to split his soul. When Chen Daoxuan was in the early stage of the aura refining realm, he could only control one flying sword. After reaching the middle stage of the aura refining realm, he would be able to control 2 flying swords. It might seem like he was using the soul-splitting technique, but in reality, it was not. Back then, Chen Daoxuan had switched from controlling 1 flying sword to controlling 2 flying swords at the same time. Firstly, it was because of the increase in his cultivation and the changes brought about by the increase in his true qi. Secondly, Chen Daoxuan's spirit sense had been strengthened, allowing him to multitask. However, multitasking wasn't a big deal. Ordinary people could often multitask after hard training. The sea division chapter that he comprehended was naturally not a simple multitasking. To be precise, the ultimate goal of this cultivation technique was to allow cultivators to divide their divine sense into independent and unified existences. In terms of personality, these independent consciousness belonged to Chen Daoxuan. However, when they operated the laws, they could not interfere with each other and operate different laws. That's right. Regardless of whether it was the Divine Sea chapter or the Sea Division chapter, they were ultimately used to unleash the power of the laws. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the 3-headed and 6-armed divine power that the white-robed Daoist had taught him in the inheritance trial space. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and immediately displayed 3 heads and 6 arms in the main cabin. As the 3 heads grew out, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt his consciousness split into 3. Although each consciousness knew what the other was thinking, they were independent existences. However, they all belonged to Chen Daoxuan as a whole. It sounded similar to schizophrenia in his previous life, but it was completely different. This was a cultivation state that cultivators dreamed of. Legend had it that some mighty cultivators from the upper realm could split their minds into thousands of pieces and throw them into the endless immortal realms for reincarnation. They experienced all kinds of hardships in the human world to temper their Dao hearts. This method of splitting thoughts was similar to the Sea Division chapter. This technique was different from avatars. Chen Daoxuan's avatars were created by cutting the divine soul and shaping the physical body. The method of cutting the soul was not to be attempted easily, regardless of whether it was for mighty cultivators or low-level cultivators. This was because once the clone died, it might seem like it had no effect on the main body, but in reality, the main body's soul would permanently lose a trace of its true spirit and true nature. The missing true spirit and true nature might not have any effect on the original body's cultivation or lifespan, but it would affect the original body's future attainment of immortality. When a cultivator became an immortal, they needed their soul to transform into pure yang. If one wanted to transform their divine soul to the pure yang realm, they first had to complete the true spirit and true essence in their divine soul. At that time, the seemingly insignificant clone would become especially important. Of course, to the cultivators of this world, becoming an immortal was illusory. The avatar was naturally equivalent to having an extra life. Very few people took it to heart. This was something that even Chen Daoxuan didn't know. But the sea of divine light was different. Although this sea existed in the sea of consciousness, it was neither divine sense nor magic power. It was an extremely special existence. It split into many mental clones, so no matter how many of them were damaged, they wouldn't be able to hurt the main body at all. At most, he could just cultivate again and replenish the sea of divine light. Of course, Chen Daoxuan's current cultivation was still far from being able to turn the sea of divine light into a mental clone. Chapter 445, Battle Begins, 2. However, it was not a problem for him to control different great Dao nomological laws. Ever since Chen Daoxuan's nomological laws and the sword intent of the Rain of Threads were integrated into the stellar sword Dao diagram, and his 2 intrinsic flying swords were also integrated into the diagram, Chen Daoxuan realized that he could only use 1 flying sword at a time. It was not impossible to use the Cheng Ying sword while using the flying snow sword, but it could only be an ordinary magic tool. The sword intent law that had fused with it would completely dissipate under the rejection of the other sword intent law. The rejection of the Great Dao laws was extremely strong. Even if it was a different branch of the same law, its repulsion was extremely strong. From this, it could be seen how incredible it was for the mighty cultivator with the giant axe that Chen Daoxuan had seen in the source world of true immortals to be able to make the 5 elements law revolve around the space law. And by cultivating the ocean dividing chapter, one could completely eliminate this rejection. This was because after a cultivator cultivated the sea division chapter, their mind would split into different individuals. How could they reject each other when they were using their own laws? In fact, 3 heads 6 arms also had this effect. However, 3 heads 6 arms could only split the mind into 3 parts and could at most execute 3 different sword essence laws at the same time. Compared to the limitless possibilities of the sea division chapter, the difference was too great. Just as Chen Daoxuan was in a good mood and was about to continue comprehending and cultivating the sea division chapter. Dong! Thump! A melodious bell chime pulled him back to reality. The bell rang a total of 9 times. Usually, only in the most urgent situation would the bell ring 9 times. Chen Daoxuan immediately extended his divine sense out of the ink dragon. Then, he walked out of the main cabin. Chen Daoxuan looked at Shuanghu Island, which he had not seen for 5 years and had undergone earth-shattering changes, and felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. His divine sense enveloped the area. Chen Daoxuan discovered that the current Shuanghu Island had many towns rising from the ground. There were many villages around the town, and the roads that extended in all directions connected the entire Shuanghu Island. He even saw a large number of cloud-treading beast carriages on the vast official road. If he remembered correctly, when he went to Guang'an City with Chen Xianhe, he saw that the most common vehicle for cultivators was this cloud-treading beast carriage. As for the Chen family members, they were all extremely powerful. This kind of cloud-treading beast carriage was no longer a rare thing. Not to mention cultivators, this kind of gentle cloud-stepping beast had officially replaced horses as early as 3 years ago and became a common public transportation tool for ordinary people. This was only the change in the lives of ordinary clansmen. Compared to the ordinary clansmen, the Chen family's change was even greater. The family's economic strength was strong, and their strength was getting stronger. Many of the Chen family cultivators who went out were even more arrogant than the Zhou family disciples. Due to Chen Daoxuan's strategy of keeping a low profile for the family, the outside world did not know much about the Chen family of Kang Prefecture. The reason why everyone had heard of this clan was mostly because of Chen Daoxuan. Without Chen Daoxuan, few people in the Infinite Star Sea would have known about the Chen family of Kangzhou. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen received the Chen family with the highest standard because of Chen Daoxuan. Although Chen Daoxuan had tried to weaken his reputation in Kangzhou, he did not expect that Chen Daoxuan was not only famous in Kangzhou but also in the entire Infinite Star Sea. After all, Chen Daoxuan's battle achievements were too valiant. Outsiders had to pay attention to him even if they wanted to. On the deck of the Ink Dragon, Chen Daoxuan flew towards the meeting hall in a flash. In front of the Chen family's meeting hall, the streaks of light stopped. They were all higher UPS of the Chen family. Among these cultivators, there was a new face. This person had a red beard. Seeing this person, Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned. He then smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, I haven't seen you for many years." This red-haired Daoist was none other than the person in charge of the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu saw Chen Daoxuan, he smiled at first, but then he thought of something and cupped his hands. Zhang Yu greets perfected Chen. As he spoke, he bowed to Chen Daoxuan. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, you're too kind." Chen Daoxuan quickly walked forward and helped Zhang Yu up slightly. He smiled and said, "You and I are old friends. We can talk about being friends as equals." Hearing this, the outside world is spreading rumors that you suppressed Daoist Master Bloody Massacre, Ji Sui, with a flip of your hand. They say that your strength is probably on par with Daoist Master Shenja back then. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Chen to be as humble and polite as before. Brother Zhang, if you continue to praise me, I'll feel ashamed. Haha. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while, and the estrangement between them instantly disappeared. After all, the two of them had participated in the war to quell the zombie tide in Kang Prefecture, so their friendship was extraordinary. It was said that friendships forged on the battlefield were the most reliable, and this was true. The Chen family and Zhou family loved each other, but Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai appreciated each other. Other than admiring each other's talent and character, there was another important reason. The two of them had once been sworn brothers. Therefore, he had no choice. Even though the Chen family's strength had far surpassed the Zhou family's, Chen Daoxuan did not show any aggressive attitude. As he said that, Chen Daoxuan put away his smile and said seriously, "Brother Zhang is here because the Qianyuan sword sect is preparing to recover the southern mountain city." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu nodded seriously. "That's right." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart trembled slightly. As expected. Over the years, not only had Chen Daoxuan broken through to the Golden Core stage, but Fairy Qi Yao, who had been one step away from the Golden Core stage in the source world of true immortals, had also broken through to the Golden Core stage before him. According to Fairy Qi Yao, the day she broke through to the Golden Core realm was the day she would lead the Kangzhou cultivators to conquer the southern mountain city. Even though Chen Daoxuan didn't know why the date of recovering the southern mountain city had been delayed for a few years, what should have come had come. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Recovering the southern mountain city was the wish of every cultivator in Kangzhou. A large part of the reason why the cultivators of Kangzhou had not been living well these years was that the southern mountain city had fallen, causing the supply of resources for the cultivators of Kangzhou to be much worse than the other provinces. Chen Daoxuan was so excited, but he didn't really want to recover the southern mountain city. After such a long time, he finally had the chance to go to the Celestial Cloud continent to investigate. Legend had it that the Celestial Cloud continent was incomparably vast. This world wasn't like his previous life where there were several continents. In this world, there was only one immortal continent, and that was the Immortal Cloud. The other places were either sea areas or islands. In fact, in his previous life, the area where the Qianyuan sword sect was located was probably larger than all the continents combined. However, in this world, such an area could only be called an island. After all, for high-level cultivators, it only took a few incense sticks to burn to get around this place. If it wasn't called an island, then what was it? In this world, only an incomparably vast continent like Xianyun could be called a continent. Sects and forces like Profound Sun Sect, Qingwei Sect, and Qinji Palace could be considered the top forces in the area near the Infinite Star Sea. However, in the entire Celestial Cloud continent, it was nothing. In the Celestial Cloud continent, sects and clans that could be considered first-rate factions would at least have an Essence Soul Dao Lord overseeing them. However, neither the Qianyuan Sword Sect nor the Xuanqing Dao League had an Essence Soul Dao Lord. Although the Qianyuan Sword Sect was the king of the Infinite Star Sea, it was only a second-rate force in the entire Celestial Cloud continent. The combined strength of the two sects of the Xuanqing Dao League was a little stronger than the Qianyuan Sword Sect, but they were still second-rate. As for the nearby sects like the Qinji Palace, they were basically the same. Very quickly, the news of the Qianyuan Sword Sect recovering the southern mountain pass spread among the high-level cultivators in Kangzhou. The Qianyuan Sword Sect didn't want to keep it a secret. After competing with the Xuanqing Dao Alliance for so many years, both sides had already infiltrated each other. A war like the one to recover the southern mountain city would involve the mobilization of resources and cultivators on a massive scale. How could the Qianyuan Sword Sect hide it? Instead of being timid and launching a sneak attack, it was better to use all the strength of Kangzhou and take back the southern mountain city fair and square. At least in the eyes of the high-level cultivators of Kangzhou, this was the plan of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. 3 days later. In the sky, the spirit ship covered the sky. One after another, spirit ships carrying the various immortal clans and the elite cultivators of the Kangzhou itinerant cultivators flew in the direction of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Chapter 446, Tiangsu Peak, 1. Qianyuan Sword Sect. In the sky, countless spirit boats gathered towards the island where the Qian Essence Sword Sect was located. At this moment, the sect protection array of the Qianyuan Sword Sect had long been opened to welcome the arrival of the Kangzhou cultivators. On the Ink Dragon, Chen Daoxuan stood on the deck of the spirit ship. His divine sense swept across the spirit ships slightly and checked on the Kangzhou cultivators who had come this time. After a brief inspection, he found that most of the cultivators present were the elites of the various immortal clans. Chen clan, Zhou clan, Wu clan, Zhang clan. In addition to the various immortal clans, the rogue Zifu disciples had also gathered together. It had to be said that the previous trip to the source world of true immortals had caused many Zifu disciples to appear in the Azure continent. After these itinerant cultivators broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, they were unwilling to be itinerant cultivators with no one to rely on. Instead, they wanted to fight for a future in the Yun Nation battlefield, not to mention establishing top-notch clans like the Chen family and the Zhou family. Even if he built a slightly inferior clan and became the ancestor of a clan, his life would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, the Zifu disciples of the Azure continent were particularly enthusiastic about recovering the southern mountains city. Because once they successfully recovered the southern mountains city, the Qianyuan sword sect would definitely reward them generously. At that time, everyone's idea of establishing a cultivation clan and calling themselves ancestors would be realized. Chen Daoxuan's divine sense quickly swept past the spirit ships. With his divine sense that was stronger than that of ordinary golden core cultivators, no one discovered his secret investigation. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense stopped on a spirit ship. On one of the Zhou family's spirit void battleship. Zhou Mubai was cultivating in the cabin with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Who is it? Zhou Mubai's gaze was like lightning. His flying sword instantly flew out of his storage bag. He looked around warily and said in a deep voice, I wonder which senior has arrived. Please show yourself. This place was where the Qianyuan sword sect was located. Zhou Mubai didn't believe that any cultivator would dare to be so bold as to cause trouble here. Brother Zhou. A familiar voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Zhou Mubai let down his guard when he heard this voice. He quietly put the flying sword back into his storage bag. After a while, he sighed and cupped his hands, Brother Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Mubai. It was Chen Daoxuan. Zhou Mubai's expression changed slightly when he saw Chen Daoxuan suddenly appear in front of him. He knew very well what this scene meant. Teleportation. After the spatial sword intent reached the nomological realm, the first thing to grasp was the spatial cage. After grasping the spatial cage, if the cultivator's spatial nomological laws could continue to advance, they would be able to grasp spatial teleportation. This is the second change in the law of space. After reaching the law realm, there were a total of 3 types of spatial law changes: spatial cage, spatial teleportation, and spatial strangulation. These 3 abilities were merely 3 variations of spatial laws, and there was no distinction between them. However, generally speaking, if a cultivator could use spatial teleportation, it meant that his Great Dao realm had already reached the middle stage law realm. However, how long has it been? Zhou Mubai was a little dazed. Normally speaking, didn't the higher the realm of the Great Dao, the slower the speed of improvement? Why did Chen Daoxuan's speed of advancement not only not slow down, but instead accelerate? Zhou Mubai was very puzzled. The main cabin of the Spirit Void battleship that he was in had a Tier 4 array formation guarding the outside. Even so, Chen Daoxuan still easily bypassed the defensive array formation and teleported in front of him. It could be seen how big the difference in strength between the two of them was. Thinking back to how the Zhou family had been delusional about competing with the Chen family for the position of the number 1 family in Azure continent, it was simply ridiculous now. Chen Daoxuan alone could easily destroy the entire Guang'an Prefecture's Zhou clan. Zhou Mubai's expression changed from shock to silence. Chen Daoxuan casually sat down on the chair in front of him and smiled. Brother Zhou, why are you looking at me like that? I haven't seen you for a few years. Have you forgotten what I look like? Hearing Chen Daoxuan's relaxed tone, Zhou Mubai's heart slowly relaxed. He smiled and said, that's right. After 5 years, I really don't dare to recognize Brother Chen again. He paused. Although you've vented your anger by killing Ji Sui, it's still a little troublesome. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. It's fine. This time, I will take over the southern mountains city. Even the Ji family wouldn't dare to make a move on my Chen family. Zhou Mubai understood what Chen Daoxuan meant. The Chen family was summoned by the Qianyuan sword sect to recover the southern mountains city. At this critical moment, the Ji family would be slapping the Qianyuan sword sect in the face, whether it was directly destroying the Chen family or using other means to secretly destroy the Chen family. If the Ji family really dared to do such a thing, they would definitely be exterminated by the Qianyuan sword sect, just like the Qi family in Yuzhou. It was the will of the Qianyuan sword sect to recover the southern mountains city. Any act of dragging them down at this juncture would be violently suppressed by the Qianyuan sword sect. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan believed that old ancestor Ji would not joke about the survival of the entire family for a mere Ji Sui. Zhou Mubai nodded. During the period of recovering the southern mountains city, the Ji family indeed won't dare to cause trouble for the Chen family. However, how many years will it take to recover the southern mountains city? Or will it take more than 10 years? No matter who wins or loses, this war will eventually end. At that time, where will your Chen family go? Brother Zhou, 5 years ago, I was just as if a disciple. How could you have known that a few years later, or even 10 years later, it would be the Ji clan who would come to make trouble for my Chen clan, and not the other way around? This. Zhou Mubai looked at Chen Daoxuan's confident face and was at a loss for words. Indeed. Zhou Mubai thought that the Chen family couldn't resist the Ji family, but the Chen family had Chen Daoxuan, this monstrous clan leader, when it came to who to be afraid of who, still really didn't have good words. Chapter 447, Tiangsu Peak, 2. When he thought of this, Zhou Mubai smiled bitterly. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. I know. Brother Zhou has good intentions. For a moment, the two of them fell silent again. After a long time, Zhou Mubai sighed again. Brother Chen, I know why you've come to find me. I can only promise you that if your Chen family can stop the Ji family's attack after this battle, my Zhou family will follow the Chen family's lead. Good. Brother Zhou is straightforward, so it's a deal then. Deal. Zhou Mubai nodded. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan's figure instantly disappeared in front of him, leaving only ripples in space. Staring at the spot where Chen Daoxuan had disappeared, Zhou Mubai was in a daze. Zhou Mubai knew that Chen Daoxuan was showing off in front of him to show off. But in general, this method of demonstration was already mild enough. There were no shouts of killing, no open sabers or hidden spears. Just by using spatial teleportation to appear and disappear in front of him, the Zhou family had no choice but to submit to the Chen family and acknowledge the other party's status as the #1 family in Azure Continent. Once the Zhou family surrendered, the Chen family would be the absolute overlord in the Kang province. No other family could compete with the Chen family, just like the Zhang family in Tai province and the Ji family in Jing province. They returned to the main cabin of the Ink Dragon. Chen Daoxuan smiled. Beside him, Luoli, who was meditating with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and looked at him curiously. What's wrong? I'm fine. Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. Although she did not know what had happened, seeing the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, Luoli knew that something good must have happened again. Hence, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Seeing the smile on Luoli's beautiful face, Chen Daoxuan vaguely felt that the main cabin had become brighter. How is your cultivation of the water element sword essence? Luoli's pretty face was filled with joy when she heard her lover ask about her cultivation progress. She waved her snow-white little fists and said happily, Husband, the effect of your Dao lecture is really too good. I feel that the effect of my Dao enlightenment is many times better than before. This feeling, it was as if he was using the comprehension tea every 5 minutes. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. The cultivation method I cultivate can help me and others store their perception. It's indeed very similar to the effect of the tea of enlightenment. No wonder husband's cultivation speed is so fast. Luoli was even happier when she saw Chen Daoxuan sharing such a secret with her. However, Luoli did not know that storing comprehension was just one of the most basic abilities of the primordial enlightenment scripture. Ever since Chen Daoxuan cultivated the primordial chaos's enlightenment scripture, he had long since stopped storing his comprehension ability. Otherwise, his great Dao realm could not have increased so quickly at all. Dao enlightenment, Dao preaching, Dao evolution. In addition, there were the even more mysterious golden scriptures, as well as the Stardust Sword Dao diagram and the unknown cultivation technique that he had just obtained from the Infinite Star Sea. All of these things, together with the fortuitous encounter in the source world of true immortals, had created him. Without any of these opportunities, Chen Daoxuan's strength would not be as terrifying as it was now. In less than 50 years, his strength was comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator, which was unheard of in the Infinite Star Sea. In the entire history of the Celestial Cloud Continent, there had never been such a monster. As the two of them talked, the ink dragon had already passed through the space barrier set up by the Qianyuan sword sect outside the sect and entered the interior of the sect. Feeling the sudden increase of the aura, Chen Daoxuan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Wifey, we've arrived." All. When Luoli heard that the two of them had arrived at the Qianyuan sword sect, her heart tightened. After all, the Sea Calming Hall was too famous for many races in the Infinite Star Sea. As the sect behind the Sea Suppressing Hall, how terrifying would the Qianyuan sword sect be? However, to Chen Daoxuan, although the Qianyuan sword sect was still a behemoth, it was no longer so unattainable. Whether it was because his own strength had increased to the point where he could match an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, or because he had seen a broader world in the Infinite Star Sea inheritance trial, his vision was no longer limited to the small Qianyuan sword sect and the Infinite Star Sea. Chen Daoxuan knew very well that if he could get the inheritance of the Infinite Star Sea and become an official disciple of an unknown force in the upper realm, it would be a real leap to the sky. At that time, the Qianyuan sword sect, which could only be considered a second-rate sect in the Celestial Cloud continent, might not be taken seriously by him at all. Not to mention the cultivation clans like the Zhang clan and the Ji clan, which were far more powerful than the Chen clan. When all the spirit ships in the Azure continent flew into the sect, the space barrier outside the Qianyuan sword sect slowly merged until it completely disappeared. Chen Daoxuan led the Chen clan cultivators off the ink dragon. On the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan saw Fairy Qi Yao, who was wearing a high-level spirit armor and looked valiant. This time, it was Fairy Qi Yao who led the recovery of the southern mountains city. As for why Fairy Qi Yao was the leader, it was related to the change of power within the Qianyuan sword sect. Chen Daoxuan was neither interested nor qualified to know. Fairy Qi Yao stood in the air and sized up the Kangzhou cultivators. "Everyone, I am." A self-introduction and a boost to morale. Under the arrangement of the outer sect disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, the group of Kangzhou cultivators who rushed over lived in the temporary military camp. There were nearly 1 million cultivators who had rushed to Kangzhou this time. In addition to the power of the Qianyuan sword sect, there were a total of 1.5 million cultivators. With so many people, it was impossible for them to rush to the southern mountain city like a swarm of bees without being organized. That wasn't taking back the southern mountain city, that was courting death. Chen Daoxuan had once commanded an army of cultivators. He knew that there was bound to be a task of reorganizing the army. Different from mortal armies, the speed of reorganization of cultivator armies was much faster. However, no matter how fast the reorganization was, it would take at least a few months. They had waited for so many years. Whether it was the Kangzhou cultivators or the Qianyuan sword sect, they did not care about a few months. Fairy Qi Yao was in charge of the reorganization of the cultivators of Kangzhou and the Qianyuan sword sect. In fact, with Chen Daoxuan's strength, it was more suitable for him to lead this war. After all, the strength he displayed was definitely stronger than Fairy Qi Yao, who had just broken through to the Golden Core realm. However, Fairy Qi Yao led the recovery of the southern mountain city, not only for the sake of recovering the southern mountain city itself, but also for the political purpose of gaining experience. Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao had some friendship, so why did he have to do something that would offend others? It seemed to be to repay Chen Daoxuan. When Fairy Qi Yao organized the cultivators of the Chen family and their vassal families, she assigned all of them to Chen Daoxuan. As one of the few Golden Core cultivators in this cultivator army, Chen Daoxuan naturally had the right to lead an army. Moreover, due to Chen Daoxuan's astonishing strength, the number of soldiers he led was still quite large. There were a total of 300,000 soldiers, which was 1/5 of the entire army. After handing over the army he led to Chen Fuxian, Chen Daoxuan fell into idleness again. After all, compared to Chen Fuxian, who had been commanding the Chen family's military headquarters for many years, Chen Daoxuan's experience in managing the army was really inferior. Chen Daoxuan had always pursued the policy of governing the family by handing professional matters to professionals. This time was no exception. Of course, he didn't need to worry about reorganizing the army, but Chen Daoxuan wasn't really doing nothing. This time, Chen Daoxuan came to the Qianyuan sword sect with another purpose, and that was to find the Sea Calming Palace Master, because he had a favor to ask. Qianyuan sword sect. Beside Chen Daoxuan, there was a Zifu disciple. The two of them were flying towards the inner mountain of the Qianyuan sword sect. Senior Chen, the training ground of Hall Master Qin is just ahead. Is it that immortal mountain? Chen Daoxuan pointed at a faintly discernible immortal mountain in front of him and asked. Looking in the direction Chen Daoxuan was pointing, the Zifu disciple shook his head and said, "Not that one. That's the Tiangsu Peak. It's Hall Master Qin's training ground, and it's next to the Tiangsu Peak." Tiangsu Peak. Chen Daoxuan repeated this name, finding it somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered where he had heard this name before. He turned around and continued to ask, "Is the Heavenly Void Peak Hall Master Huiyan's training ground?" Chapter 448, Supreme Divine Water, 1. Qianyuan Sword Sect. Inside a magnificent and majestic palace. A streak of light flew toward the immortal palace. As the light descended, a young cultivator stood in front of the palace and stepped into the immortal palace. At the entrance of the immortal palace, a black figure walked out of the immortal palace. Hall Master Sunday. Qin Zhan saw a middle-aged cultivator in a black daoist robe walking toward him. He narrowed his eyes and greeted him. The black-robed cultivator nodded at Qin Zhan and said in a hoarse voice, "Palace Master Qin." Qin Zhan bowed slightly to the other party and took the initiative to make way. The black-robed cultivator smiled and left the immortal palace. "Come in." After watching the black-robed cultivator leave, Qin Zhan heard the voice of the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, Fei Qingxiu. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan walked into the immortal palace. The first thing he saw was a quiet fairy dressed in a white daoist robe sitting cross-legged in front of an incense burner. Qin Zhan walked over to the futon in front of Fei Qingxiu and sat down. He picked up a spirit fruit on the table and started chewing. These blood-evil fruits taste pretty good. It just so happens that I've been refining my body recently." As he said that, Qin Zhan did not stand on ceremony. In front of Fei Qingxiu, he put all the blood-fiend fruits on the plate into his storage ring. After packing the spoils of war, Qin Zhan revealed a satisfied expression. He then thought of something and looked up at Fei Qingxiu. "Saw the Shadow Palace Lord just now. What is this old man doing here?" Looking at Qin Zhan's attitude, Fei Qingxiu couldn't help but shake her head. "Hall Master's son is here for the matter of the Supreme Divine Water." Upon hearing the Tei Divine Water, Qin Zhan's expression immediately became serious. He said in a deep voice, "The Supreme Divine Water of the Qingwei sect." "Yes." Fei Qingxiu nodded. Hearing this, Qin Zhan's mood became even heavier. As the dojo of Huiyan Qi, the master of the artifact refining hall of the Qianyuan sword sect, Tiangsu Mountain was very different from the dojos of other nascent soul cultivators. As soon as he approached Tiangsu Mountain, even though there was a defensive array, Chen Daoxuan could feel the surging heat emitted by this immortal mountain through this layer of spatial barrier. "Senior Chen, this is Hall Master Huiyan's training ground." This Zifu disciple who was leading the way for Chen Daoxuan had a strange expression on his face as he said, "It's just that Hall Master Huiyan has never seen outsiders, so." Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "It's fine. I already know about Hall Master Qin's dojo. I'll go there myself later. You can go back first. Then Junior will take his leave." The Zifu disciple bowed, then transformed into a streak of light and quickly departed. Chen Daoxuan sized up the defensive array in front of him and took out a pitch-black token from his storage bag. This token was given to him by Huiyan Qi, the master of the weapon refining hall, when he came to the Qianyuan sword sect. Just as Chen Daoxuan took out the black token, a fiery red spirit light shot out from the black token and flew towards Spirit Void Mountain. Chen Daoxuan knew that this must have triggered the restriction on the token, so he waited patiently. About half a joss stick worth of time. A brawny man with bare arms opened the Spirit Void Mountain's defense array and walked out. "Fellow Daoist Chen, Master has ordered me to invite you in." As he spoke, the burly man bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly returned the greeting and said respectfully, "Thank you, fellow Daoist." "Please." The burly man nodded. "Please." Finished talking, Chen Daoxuan followed behind the brawny man and flew into the defensive grand array. As a Tier 4 array formation master, Chen Daoxuan actually could not see through the profoundness of this array formation in the slightest. Clearly, this defensive grand array in front of him was of a grade far exceeding Tier 4. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's gaze, the burly man smiled and explained, among all the cultivators, in terms of proficiency in array formations, apart from array masters, it's us artifact masters. He paused for a moment and continued, the Tiangsu Mountains defensive array that fellow Daoist saw was personally set up by Master. The grade of the array is as high as level 6. 6th rank. Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party in shock. That's right. The burly man nodded. As the two of them conversed, the speed of the light did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the back mountain of Spirit Void Mountain. It was also the place where Hall Master Huian cultivated. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan saw many high-level earth-fire veins on Tiangsu Mountain. Compared to the earth-fire vein on Shuanghu Island, the grade of the earth-fire vein on Tiangsu Mountain was much higher. And this was only the place where Hall Master Huian and his disciples cultivated and forged weapons. The complete equipment refining hall occupied an area much larger than this heavenly void mountain. Of course, the others in the weapon refinery hall naturally could not receive the personal guidance of Hall Master Huian Qi. Even when he was imparting knowledge to the other disciples of the Weapon Refinement Palace, it was his most useless disciples who did it for him. When Huian Qi was in charge of the artifact refining hall of the Qianyuan sword sect, the thing that bothered him the most was that he couldn't find a qualified successor for the artifact refining hall. One had to know that the 7 palace masters of the Qianyuan sword sect, except for the 2 palace masters of the Shadow Palace and the Law Enforcement Palace, were directly appointed by the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect. The other halls were all nominated by the old hall master and appointed by the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect. Usually, once the old palace master nominated a new palace master, the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect would not object. This involved the internal division of power and the tradition of the Qianyuan sword sect. So far, no sect master had taken the initiative to break it. In fact, even if the sect master wanted to break it, it would not be that easy. For example, the Weapon Refinement Hall. Huian Qi had been in charge of the Weapon Refinement Hall for over 1,000 years. Almost all of the upper echelons of the Weapon Refinement Hall were his disciples. Chapter 449, Divine Water, 2. The middle and bottom layers of the Weapon Refinement Hall were almost all his disciples and grand disciples. Even if the current sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect had all the power and bypassed Huian Qi, the old hall master, and directly appointed a hall master of the Weapon Refining Hall, how much effect would it have? It could be foreseen that once the new palace master of the Weapon Refinement Palace took over, even if Qin Zhan took up the position, no disciple of the Weapon Refinement Palace would be willing to listen to Qin Zhan's orders. As for Fei Qingxiu appointing other people, the result was even more obvious. In the past few years, Qin Zhan had relied on his tyrannical strength to make a name for himself both within and outside the sect. As for the others, they might even lose their lives on the day they took office. One had to know that there were even nascent souls among Huian Kai's disciples. What kind of expert could suppress such a group of people? This was the reason why the palace masters of the various palaces had such great authority. In addition to the palace masters of the various palaces, there was also a group of elders in the Qianyuan sword sect. From the perspective of power, the power of the elders of the Qianyuan sword sect was far less than that of the palace masters. However, the Council of Elders, which was made up of many elders, had the power to supervise the palace master and even the sect master. The Qianyuan sword sect was such a huge sect. If it had a sect master who was rebellious, wouldn't it be able to bring the sect into the ditch in an instant? In order to prevent this from happening, the ancestors of the Qianyuan sword sect had set up a power structure for the sect to check and balance each other. That was the power system of the sect master, the elders, and the temple master. Of course. After all, the Qianyuan sword sect was an immortal cultivation sect. Since it was an immortal cultivation sect, it could not escape the words of the strong. If the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect was extremely powerful and had a strong wrist, then the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect would be the most powerful. That would definitely mean that he had all the power in the sect. Generally speaking, no one would dare to say anything when the sect master said one thing. Even if there were, they could only complain in private. If the strength of the sect master could not far exceed everyone, then the Qianyuan sword sect would enter a power system that checks and balance each other. This kind of power system of mutual checks and balance might not be able to allow the sect to develop by leaps and bounds, but it would not let the sect fall headfirst into the ditch. The current Qian Yuan sword sect was in a power structure that kept each other in check. The sect master's concubine, Qingxiu, succeeded to the throne more than 400 years ago. Although her strength was at the top of the entire Qian Yuan sword sect, she could not suppress the heroes. For instance, Ye Yin of the Elder Council, Qin Zhan, the palace master of the sea-suppressing palace hall, Huiyan Qi, the palace master of the weapon refinement palace hall, and so on. In terms of personal strength, none of them were weaker than the sect master's concubine Qingxiu. In this way, when Fei Qingxiu did things in the sect, her hands and feet were naturally restricted. However, Fei Qingxiu's actions were different from those of the previous sect masters. This caused her relationship with the Elder Council and even the various palace masters to not be harmonious. If she didn't have a group of diehard supporters like the sea-suppressing hall master Qin Zhan, she wouldn't have been able to secure her position as the sect master. Under the guidance of the brawny man, Chen Daoxuan soon arrived at the back mountain of Tiangsu Mountain and saw Huiyan Qi. Compared to more than 10 years ago, Huiyan Qai's appearance did not seem to change, still looking full of energy. At this moment, Huiyan Qi was wearing a black Daoist robe that was covered with cloud patterns. He was sitting in front of a cliff on the back of the mountain. Chen Daoxuan looked forward slightly and found that there was a continuous sea of fire under the cliff that was tens of thousands of feet high. The rolling heat wave was blowing towards him. Chen Daoxuan's expression changed when he felt the terrifying heat wave. He quickly set up a transparent spatial membrane in front of him to resist the terrifying heat wave. As for the burly man beside him, he couldn't help but be unharmed in the rolling heat wave. He even revealed an expression of enjoyment. What a powerful body! Chen Daoxuan thought. Compared to the Aura's core stage of Qi refinement, Chen Daoxuan's body refinement stage had only reached the rebirth stage, which was only equivalent to the Zifa stage of Qi refinement. This kind of body refining cultivation was definitely one of the weaker ones among golden core cultivators. In fact, the speed at which Chen Daodao's body refinement cultivation was improving was not slow. However, it was still not enough compared to the speed at which his Qi refinement cultivation was improving. Up ahead, Huiyan Qi was sitting upright in front of the cliff, refining a high-grade magic tool. With Chen Daoxuan's artifact crafting skills, he actually couldn't determine what level the artifact in front of him was. However, he could clearly sense that the spiritual aura emitted by this tower-shaped magic artifact in front of him was of a higher grade than his Chengying sword. Ever since the Chengying sword merged with his spatial sword intent, the two were no longer distinguishable. His spatial sword intent transformed into spatial law, and the Chengying sword was also constantly improving. So far, the Chengying sword had already been upgraded to low-grade 5th tier. In less than a month, it would be upgraded to middle-grade 5th tier. Even so, Chen Daoxuan still felt that his Chengying sword could not compare to this small pagoda that had yet to take shape. As array patterns merged into the pagoda from the void, the spirituality emitted from the small pagoda became stronger and stronger. In the end, the spatial barrier that Chen Daoxuan had set up in front of him was affected by this pressure and emitted cracking sounds. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly increased the thickness of the spatial barrier. This wasn't a joke. Even his middle-stage low realm cultivation couldn't withstand the impact of this small pagoda, let alone his weak body. Unless he put on his natal spiritual armor. But wasn't this a joke? He had come to watch Hall Master Huiyan refine artifacts, but in the end, he was even wearing Ling armor. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's middle-stage nomological realm Great Dao realm didn't disappoint him. After this small pagoda of unknown rank erupted with all its spirituality, its spiritual light quickly converged. In the end, small tower transformed into a streak of black light and flew into Hall Master Huiyan's hand. He then kept it. Phew! Huiyan Qi let out a breath of turbid air after putting away the small tower. He then turned to look at Chen Daoxuan. Seeing Chen Daoxuan for the first time, Huiyan Qi shook his head slightly. Your body is a little weak. Junior Chen Daoxuan greets Senior Huiyan. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to be negligent and immediately bowed to Huiyan Qi. Even though he was confident that he could dominate golden cores with his strength, and even if he encountered a weaker nascent soul, he would not be afraid of the other party even if he used all his trump cards. But facing Huiyan Qi, Chen Daoxuan could still feel a huge pressure. Chen Daoxuan knew clearly in his heart that Huiyan Qaiwan was not someone the current him could match. In the past, when Chen Daoxuan was still weak, he could not feel any pressure when he stood beside the Seacoming Hall Master. He felt that the other party was just like an ordinary person and could not feel any pressure at all. However, now that he was standing in front of an expert who was on the same level as the sea-suppressing Hall Master again, he could finally feel the terrifying might from the other party. Chen Daoxuan knew that it was not that his strength had weakened, but that his strength had increased. At least for now, he could already feel the gap between the two sides. Unlike before, he couldn't even sense the difference between the two. He only knew that the other party was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong. You've been slacking off all these years. Huiyanqi looked at Chen Daoxuan for the second time and said this sentence. Chen Daoxuan knew what the other party meant. Huiyanqi was saying that he had slacked off on the path of artifact refinement. But he was not sure how Huiyanqi could tell. Seemingly seeing through Chen Daoxuan's question, Huiyanqi said, "You don't have the slightest fire aura on you. You've almost never personally refined artifacts all these years, right?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan lowered his head. "I'm ashamed." Huiyanqi waved his hand. "You don't have to be ashamed. Speaking of which, you're now the patriarch of a large clan in Kangzhou. You no longer lack cultivation resources. Why bother studying the path of refining weapons? You probably think so in your heart, right?" After a while. "I did think so." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "You're honest. Sit down." Huiyanqi smiled and looked at the burly man beside Chen Daoxuan. "Xianzu, you sit too." "Thank you, master." The brawny man sat down and grinned. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't act pretentious and directly sat down beside the brawny man. He looked at Huiyanqi in front of him like a devout student. Seeing the two of them in front of him with a pious attitude, Huiyanqi nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 450, Sect Guarding Immortal Artifact, 1. Translator, Daist Fubti W. Qian Yuan Sword Sect. The atmosphere in the Immortal Palace was extremely solemn. Fei Qingxiu stood up from the cushion and said indifferently, "When we cultivators start from the Aura's core stage, we pay more and more attention to body cultivation. From the nascent soul stage to the immortal soul stage, we not only pay attention to body cultivation, but also focus on spirit cultivation. A strong soul was the foundation for breaking through from the original infant stage to the primordial soul stage." Hearing this, Qin Zhan nodded. "Thanks to the true immortal level space law I obtained from the immortal source realm, my own space law has advanced rapidly, and my cultivation has also advanced by leaps and bounds. However, as my cultivation got closer and closer to the primordial soul stage, I felt more and more that my body and soul were lacking. However, compared to refining the body, refining the soul was much more difficult." "That's right. It's easy to cultivate the physical body, but it's difficult to cultivate the divine soul." 1. Fei Qingxiu shook her head. Countless top-notch nascent souls are stuck at the divine soul stage. Once a cultivator takes this step and a heavenly venerate at the crossing calamity stage doesn't appear, they will be the top existence in the entire celestial cloud continent. Primordial soul stage. Qin Zhan was fascinated. Compared to the other nascent souls of the Qian Yuan sword sect, although Qin Zhan was strong, his cultivation was actually not high. 5 years ago, his cultivation was only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. However, Qin Zhan's great Dao realm far exceeded that of ordinary nascent souls, which allowed him to rank among the top perfected lords. However, ever since he had obtained the spatial laws of the origin world of perfected immortals, he had comprehended them day and night. Not only had his great Dao realm made new progress, but his cultivation had also broken through to the late-stage nascent soul realm. In terms of personal strength, Qin Zhan, who had yet to break through, was already ranked at the top of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his strength had soared and he had become the #1 expert in the Qian Yuan sword sect. He was afraid that the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect in front of him would not be his match even if he did not use the sect's guardian fairy weapon. Seeing Qin Zhan deep in thought, Fei Qingxiu continued, "Just now, Hall Master's son brought a piece of top-secret information from the Qingwei sect. Their Tei celestial pond is about to produce a new drop of Tei divine water. You should know what it means to the Qian Yuan sword sect if the Qingwei sect obtains this water." Qin Zhan frowned deeply. The Tei divine water has the effect of cleansing the soul. Once the top nascent soul perfected lord of the Qingwei sect obtains it, it's very likely that the other party will use it to break through to the primordial soul stage. At that time, the strength of our Qianyuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League will be completely out of balance. Fei Qingxiu sighed. Junior brother, it's time to risk your life. Hearing this, Qin Zhan grinned. We fought to the death with the Xianqing Dao alliance a few thousand years ago. I think it's too late for us to fight to the death now. Seeing Qin Zhan's heartless appearance, Fei Qingxiu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Zhan was actually much younger than her. Fei Qingxiu still remembered that when she held the infant Qin Zhan in her arms, she was already a golden core. After so many years, Qin Zhan had walked side by side with her all Rhe way, and his strength had even faintly surpassed her. The one with the most complicated feelings was probably her, the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect. Because Qin Zhan was the junior brother that she had raised and taught. This was also the reason why Qin Zhan supported her unconditionally no matter what she did. In Qin Zhan's eyes, she was not only his senior sister, but also his master and mother. Junior brother, do you blame me? If I hadn't initiated the war with the Yun nation back then, I might have been able to buy you more time to grow. Senior sister, don't be silly. How can we still turn things around with the Xianqing Dao alliance? Even if you hadn't started a war with the Suan Dao alliance, would they have let us go once they had an essence soul Dao lord? Since the day they broke through our sect and drove us to the infinite star sea, we have been fighting to the death. Qin Zhan raised his head and looked straight at Fei Qingxiu. Senior sister, junior brother is willing to take the risk. Even if I die, I will not regret it. Fei Qingxiu could be the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect, so she was not an indecisive person. Facing Qin Zhan's gaze, Fei Qingxiu's eyes gradually became firm. All right, I will wait for your triumphant return in the sect. Hearing this, Qin Zhan grinned and cupped his hands. Deal. Deal. Fei Qingxiu nodded. Then, she opened her right hand and a small golden bell floated in her palm. However, compared to ordinary high-level celestial devices, this small bell didn't emit any spiritual aura or pressure. It only emitted a pure yang aura. Emperor US Bell. Qin Zhan's expression changed when he saw Fei Qingxiu take out the sect protection immortal weapon. Emperor Yu's bell was a celestial artifact that had been passed down from ancient times. It had always been the treasure of the Qianyuan sword sect. Generally speaking, in the celestial cloud continent, only a first-rate force could possess a pure yang immortal weapon as their sect protection treasure. As a second-rate force, it was very rare for the Qianyuan sword sect to have a pure yang fairy weapon. This was also the reason why the Qianyuan sword sect was able to endure the disaster. But now, Fei Qingxiu had taken out this treasure. Clearly, it was time for her to fight to the death. Although the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League were calm now, this was just the prelude to the storm. Once the Xianqing Dao League had an essence soul Dao Lord, the Qianyuan sword sect would face a greater crisis than thousands of years ago. This time, the Xianqing Dao alliance could not make the same mistake as last time.